We're here. wait till I get my money right.
I had a dream I could buy my way to heaven. When I awoke, I spent that on a necklace. I told God I'll be back in a second. Man, it's so hard not to act reckless. To whom much is given, much is tested. Get arrested, guess until he get the message. I feel the pressure, under more scrutiny. And what I do, act more stupidly. Bought more jewelry, more Louis V. My mama couldn't get through to me. The drama, people suing me. I'm on TV talking like it's just you and me. I'm just saying how I feel, man. I ain't one of the Cosbys, I ain't go to Hill, man. I guess the money should've changed them. I guess I should've forgot where I came from.
Wait till I get my money right. Then you can't tell me nothing, right?
Excuse me, was you saying something? You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Let up the suicide doors. This is my life, homie, you decide yours. I know that Jesus died for us, but I couldn't tell you who the side was. So I parallel double park that motherfucker sideways. Old folks talking about back in my day, but homie, this is my day. Class started 2 hours ago. Oh, am I late? No, I already graduated. And you could live through anything if magic made it. They say I talk with so much emphasis. Ooh, they so sensitive. Don't ever fix your lips like collagen to say something where you gon' end up apologizing. Let me know if it's a problem then. Alright, man, holla then.
Wait till I get my money right. Then you can't tell me nothing, right?
Excuse me, was you saying something? You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Let the champagne splash, let that man get cash, let that man get past. He don't even stop to get gas. If he could move through the rumors, he could drive off of fumes, cuz how he move in a room full of no's, how he stay faithful in a room full of hoes. Must be the pharaohs, he in tune with his soul. So when he buried in a tomb full of gold, treasure, what's your pleasure? Life is a depending how you dress her. So if the devil wear Prada, Adam, Eve wear nada, I'm in between but way more fresher, but way less effort. Cause when you try hard, that's when you die hard. Your homies looking like, why God? When they reminisce over you, my God.
Wait till I get my money right. Then you can't tell me nothing, right?
Excuse me, was you saying something? You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing.
Wait till I get my money right. Then you can't tell me nothing, right?
Well, you knew what I said anyway. Get up! Hello, welcome to the Kill Stream. I wasn't here yesterday, and I apologize. But some stuff you can only do during the day. And so I had to go check on my truck. I had to do a bunch of shit like that. Check on some personal stuff. What else did I have to do? My immigration status here in Mexico. I had to look at that. Although I can't renew it until next month anyway. But doesn't look like it's going to be that big of an issue. My lawyers told me they could take care of that quite easily. Go ahead.
Funny Valentine sent $3. I swear to God on my life I will watch the kill stream.
Get up!
Get up. Let's go.
By the way, we have the 6-hour Transformer fun today. A little more informal since we'll probably go later than that anyway because I have so much scheduled. But let's hit the goal. Obviously, that's important to keep the operation flowing here on the kill stream. So there are many ways to support. Also, I don't know if you know this, but actually Ferret.cash, whoever sent that super chat the other day, was lying because it actually is up and works. So I will probably put that back in the description, but ferret.cash/the Ralph Retort if you want to use Monero. And I have Monero. I kind of prefer the cash, but I put that there because some people don't want to do that or whatever, and there's just have another option. But it does still work, and I confirmed that it's gonna be up. So whoever said that was lying. I don't know why. They actually sent me $5 to lie, which I'm like, okay. And the reason I found this out because I was filming that clip for Twitter yesterday, and then when I turned on OBS, there were like 2 or 3 XMR donations, and I was like, oh shit. So Ferret's back on. Anyway, it works. Powerchat.live/the Ralph Retort is the main. Killstream.live/tip also works excellently. If that's even, it works quite excellent. I don't even know. Excellently? I'm not sure that's a word, but maybe it is. Also, $Sunset Squad over on Cash App, and I apologize, I missed the one Cash App that came in toward the end of the show the other day, but I'll be monitoring it a little more closely today. So I have it up, and I will be watching. So check that out, and I'll go ahead and favorite that. The last guy who sent that, killstream.live/entropy as well. Many different ways to support the show, and all of them work. Also, Rumble rants, which work quite well as well. So. Any of those will work. Power Chat Gang, that's correct. Nima Yamini, who we're gonna watch this here in a minute, he actually is coming on the show on Tuesday, like I said. Boneface on Monday with Grossly Offensive, and then on Wednesday, Sven Stoffels is coming on, the artist who did the intro art there on your screen.
Joshua Roberts sent $20 total Catboy death.
Oh, I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part.
Do your part.
I didn't do fucking shit.
Thank you very kindly for that 20 spot. Also, there's this guy in chat who I like, Thunder. I think he left because I didn't want to attack Lulz. By the way, I've talked to Lulz. It's not serious. We don't have to attack Lulz, and he does a lot of good stuff. Let me figure out who we're targeting, please. I don't know if he just has a grudge against Lulz. Then he linked me this video where Lulz is dressed in a Confederate uniform. I guess he drops a few words that I try not to use and stuff like that. I mean, have you ever seen Lulz? Is that supposed to, like, is that breaking news? So let me decide, who we're going to go after. And Lulz is a friend of mine, so I don't like that. Real Baked Alaska says, I will handle Lulz. Exactly, right? Yeah, come on. Let Baked handle that and talk about that. And, he's a friend of Bake's too, so let's
don't widen the scope. Let me widen the scope. You know what I mean? If we widen the scope, I want to be the one to decide it. Master Trollius with a 10 spot on Rumble Rant says, I'm doing my part. Thank you. And Lulz has done a lot for the scene, etc. So let's be a little circumspect. Now Kumia's about to get it though, I have to say. I saw some of his bullshit on Twitter yesterday. So when you talk about widening the scope, we will widen the scope here on occasion. And Kumia's about to get it. So if you want more targets, if you want more people to fuck with, let me kind of direct your attention here. And last week I laid off Kumia. Thank you, dumbass Uwu, with a 33 spot there on Rumble Rants. Very kind, very kind. Thank you very much. And I resisted widening the scope to Kumia last week, but that's over. That's over and done with, ladies and gentlemen, after his display yesterday on Twitter. I'm afraid we're going to have to revisit some of his past commentary about fucking 13-year-olds and stuff like that. So I didn't want to do it, but, some people make the decision for you. Real Baked Alaska says, does this work? Yoba Gang for life. Ralph Gang for life. Thank you for that. It does work. It does work very good, and I'll add that 48 total there from Rumble Rants into the kitty. Into the kitty here. And yeah, VHS, leave Lulz alone. He's a good boy and loves Antifa Truni Mossad. Okay. But yeah, he is. And, don't take, Lulz is a comedian too. So don't take it all too seriously. And I like Lulz. So, and Yoba, just listen to Yoba. You know what I mean? Just listen to Yoba, please. All right. So that's my commentary there. And I know some people were trying to get me to jump on him last week. And I'm like, no. No. So there's my commentary on Lulz. And, we're still cool and friends and everything. So just don't. Let me handle it. And let Yoba handle it, more importantly. Yoba says, donate to Ralph to make AFC. It does kind of make them see, I've noticed. They're all up in my mentions. My mic is very low. Well, I'll fix that. The mic is very low. I don't think it's very low, actually. But it's the same volume it always is. So I don't really think it's low, but other people can weigh in on that if they would like. Am I going to watch the Beige Frequency documentary on Kumia? I haven't seen it, but yeah, maybe. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Everybody's saying it's good. I think it's pretty good. And it's the same volume I had for the clip that I made yesterday, which I'll show here in a second on Twitter. I'm going to start doing more clips like that, cutting promos on Twitter. Okay, now Bake says it's loud and clear. Okay, let me play this. Also, this was, who made this? I think, was it Interest who made this? I pulled it off Twitter. Let me see. Let me give them their proper credit because this is a pretty good edit. Let me see who made this. No, it's Reform Bird, Reform Seagull, at Reform Seagull. Thank you for that, sir. I want to make sure you get your credit there. I'm trying to make sure everybody gets their proper respect here on the Kill Stream. Okay. Now, we'll take it down now. This is what I made for Twitter yesterday, and we'll get into why I made it here in just a second. Nima Yamini, as I said, is coming on the show on Tuesday. AF, I believe he is Jewish, by the way. And AF is using this as a talking point. Oh, he's Jewish. Ralph's bringing a Jew on his show. Da, da, da. First off, I've had Jews on my show plenty of times. I don't really know. I don't really know where that's coming from. Also, Nick talks about shilling for Jews when he shilled everything for the Jewish Laura Loomer. And I support her too, to be quite frank. But it's just a ridiculous accusation from a ridiculous small little man who surrounds himself with Jews, quite frankly, and homosexuals, etc. But anytime he gets criticized, Franson's Jewish too. You're right. Anytime he gets criticized, anytime somebody brings the heat, it's like, oh, you're working for Jays, and oh my God, you're simping for Jews. It's like, okay, well, you're the biggest Jew simp there is. So it's just, Ron Unz is a Jew as well. My favorite Jew? Yeah, it's just ridiculous. The guy is just a fucking lying faggot. And, I don't have, to agree with this, Nemo and everything. I don't know if he's a Zionist or not. I mean, probably, right? Like, I don't know. I haven't talked to him about that. But that's not what I'm bringing him on for. So it's like, okay, well, this is not even a coherent talking point. I mean, I haven't changed any of my positions. I'm still anti-Zionist. I've debated, 2 Zionists in 2 weeks on Grace's show and then on my show. So, I don't have to prove my anti-Zionist credentials to anyone, quite frankly. I was anti-Zionist before a lot of the AF faggots were even born, literally. So, that talking point doesn't hold any water with me. I don't think it really holds any water with anybody who knows my record. And so it does make me chuckle, though. As I finish off my coffee, I thought I had a Red Bull. That's why I was like 10 minutes late, because I thought I had a Red Bull and I went and opened the refrigerator and there was none there. I was like, oh my God, no. So I had to fix an espresso. So now I finished it. Also, I weighed in, before we get started, I weighed in at 95.4 kilograms today. And that is 110, excuse me, not 110. That would be scary. 210.3 pounds. So I'm very close to 20 single digits there. Waiting to crack that. Waiting to get below 200. But I lost almost a full pound, basically, since you saw me last. So that was walking around in the sun yesterday. I got a little bit of you can see it. I have the redneck literally there because I got just a tad sunburn. It doesn't actually hurt. But, yeah, I did a little exercise, a little walking yesterday. So I did lose some weight. So I'm going to be, what do I have? Let's see, about 10 pounds plus another 20. So I'm about 35 pounds. From where I need to be, and I'm down 67 pounds from last year. So I'm pretty happy with it, and I'm going to continue with that. So I got to stay fresh and fit, as they say. Nicholas, remember what I told you. I said everywhere you go, everywhere all your associates go, everywhere you're unprotected, we're going to hit you with Ali Alexander. We're going to hit you with the fucked up things you've said about age of consent. We're going to hit you with every fucked up thing you've ever said or did. We're going to hang that like a millstone around your neck, around the necks of your followers, around the necks of your supporters. It doesn't matter who it is. If you back Nick Fuentes, you need to be taken down, period. That's the stance I'm on. And you saw it today. There's an undercover Ralph Amel everywhere you go. Please believe it, son. Please believe it. This is just the beginning. Yoba's free. The KILLSTREAM's on fire. And so is AF, but not in the good way. We're going to keep pushing until your entire op is completely destroyed. You won't be able to run. You won't be able to hide unless it's over on deadcozy.tv. If you stay in your little hug box, maybe you can protect yourself, but every time you poke that head out, we're going to be there to slap it back down. Guaranteed. There we go, and thank you for helping me spread that. I'm trying to fix the camera on Telegram, and I don't know why it's not working. Okay, let me see. Oh, my God. You know what? Let me fix that. Oh, my God. Why are you doing this to me live, Telegram? It's because I had to switch the video source the other day. All right, I'll fix that real quick. Let me see if I can do that. No, not cam link. Use the virtual cam. Okay. All right, there we go. I'll fix that, and I'll start that up. SHAMOO is going to join us here pretty soon. So we have Grace THORP versus Adam Green scheduled for tonight. We may have a special caller as well. Who could that be? What? What? Uh-oh. Special caller, perhaps, on the KILLSTREAM? Well, we'll see if it goes down. I don't want to promise, but yeah, I've heard a few things. Oh, my camera's green now. Okay, let me fix that. Okay. Yes, if I have connection problems, I will do Discord. I just got a message about that. We'll see how SHAMOO's Telegram works. So we may have a special caller as well. What the? Yeah, we may have an even more action-packed show. But not the Thorpes, but Grace Thorpe is going to be facing Adam Green tonight, the cosplay debate. And then during that, well, not during that, but there was a clip making the rounds yesterday. I'm not going to skip over it. Everybody knows that I am partial to Grace as a guest, not anything else, by the way. And I've been trying to build her up. And there was a clip making the rounds yesterday. And, people are trying to get me to jump on it. I'm not going to hide it. I'm not going to run from it. SHAMOO, we'll discuss it with him. And, he's obviously a top, maybe the top, one of the top Thorpe critics. So I'm not going to run from it. We will play it. I did talk to the Thorpes last night. It was off air. And, I get along with them pretty well, but I'm also not going to run from anything or run a protection racket here on the kill stream. So we will discuss that, and I'm not going to be that way. So I don't want anybody to think I'm protecting people or anything like that. So we will talk about it, and then we'll go from there. But tonight, it has nothing to do with that clip, nothing to do with their drama. It's got to do with my clips and my drama. So that's going to be on at about 8 p.m. Eastern. Grace is 5'10". Yeah, she is 5'10". Also, I don't know if you know this, Boneface, I talked to him last night. He's going to be on Monday before I start these clips and stuff. He's going to be on Monday, and he told me he had 36 confirmed kills in Ukraine, and that it was likely a lot higher than that because they couldn't count like ambush kills and stuff like that. So he told me he had 36 confirmed kills in the Ukraine, and he was fighting with the Azov battalion, literally. And I was like, wow. It's not too often you talk to a guy with 36 confirmed kills. And he wasn't bragging about it. He wasn't, war's fucked up, right? He wasn't like, oh, wow, I loved killing all these people or anything like that. But no, I don't put an X. I don't press X to doubt in any time, Ralph Akun. You can go look up a lot of the clips where he's literally killing people in the clips. So you may press X to doubt, but I do not, because there's clips with him killing several people on YouTube and all over the place. And he sent me a clip, and I literally watched him kill somebody on this clip. So, and yes, I know much of the chat is pro-Russian. I've traditionally been pro-Russian, but that's not gonna, that doesn't stop me from being friendly with Boneface and talking to him about his experiences. Also, I'm hearing that he's got something to say about America First on Monday. He also hates pedophiles. So I'm looking forward to talking to him on Monday. All right. Enough promo. Yoba, as you saw him in chat. So yesterday I saw this tweet, and I was like, wait, Yoba, I thought he got out on Friday. I actually wrote him another long message, and then Adolwolf was like, oh, I can't put any more money on the account. Some kind of glitch. And I was like, damn. Okay, well, then we saw this tweet, and I was like, is he out? And he's like, no, I think he gets out on Friday. I was like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to text him. So I texted him right before I went to the dealership. By the way, I got all that taken care of. My truck's not going to be, they're not going to get the parts till August 11th. So it may be like mid-August or late August before I get my truck back. Update on that. But I messaged him right before, and then he hit me back up while I was walking to my truck, actually, to get my number changed and everything so they could contact me.
Poor sent $3. Thorpe's ex Richard Spencer was a mad crossover.
I love that.
Classic crossover.
I love that, but full disclosure, Richard didn't know, and I feel a little bad because he didn't know about all the drama and stuff like that, and I wasn't trying to set him up or drag him into that or anything like that. I just thought it would be fun content. But after he's like, whoa, I didn't know about all this. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm sorry. I didn't want to, I wasn't trying to drag you into anything or have you speak on anything of that nature. But so full disclosure, that was me who mixed the booking there. And, anything he said, he was talking without knowing everything. And he didn't take a side either, by the way. He's just like, whoa, these are like serious things said, etc. So I just wanted to say that on the air, and I said it on Twitter just to clear that up. I really loved his interview as well. It's posted on it's not posted yet, I don't think, but it's on the last episode. And anyway, check that out. But Yoba is free. Can we get a round of applause, please? Yes! So we texted back and forth, and I had already kind of, I talked to him a little bit through a message or two while he was in the joint, and I knew he was going to come out breathing fire. I think some people were surprised. And let me see if I can find that tweet. I think I have it on the list. Yeah, I do. So Yoba said this, and, it's funny watching these America First faggots because they have tried to retcon history. Do you know what retconning is? It's inventing a new backstory that has no bearing on reality, basically. Or in like a soap opera, sometimes they'll retcon stories and, change like the history or give it a new meaning or whatever that wasn't there before. And that's what they're trying to do to Yoba. And they're like, Yoba's a traitor, and I can't believe he's saying this, and oh my God, he's a rat, and this and that. It's like, okay, well, no. First off, no. Second off, you're the ones who turned on Yoba. Nick Fuentes is the one who turned on Yoba. And you know what? That's not even the worst part. People have fallings out and, go their own way or whatever. That happens all the time. It's happened with me. It'll happen again. That's not the worst part. The worst part is then he sicked his goons on him. So under all of his tweets, there's all this bullshit. There's people swarming him all the time. Black Swan, Alex Davidson, and Harris Walker, they were mods in his chat. They went and deleted his Telegram chat. And honestly, out of all the shit they did, that kind of stuck with me the most. And I know that's not the worst thing they did. But it stuck with me so much because I was just like, man, this is really fucked. You know what I mean? It's so petty and so low down to go and delete the man's chat. Why? Because he had a falling out with your closeted homo boss? It just really stuck with me. And then, of course, they 404'd him while he was in jail. That's true. And that was fucked. But honestly, it was the chat deletion. I know that might seem crazy to some people. But it's like, why are you even doing this? You know what I mean? Like, what in the fuck is this even? By the way, so I fixed a little bit of the squeak. So it's not completely fixed, but it's a little bit fixed. So if you notice that. But it just stuck with me, right? It's just like, what in the fuck, man? This is so low down, so fucked up. You're deleting his chat? I don't know. I know that there was worse things done and, the deletion of the channel while he's in jail and all that stuff. But it was just so weak and so petty and for no reason. Like, not that I've never done anything petty, but it was petty even by my standards. Where I was like, wait, hold up, man. Like, holy shit. So I thought it was a disgrace. They're trying to rewrite history. No, you're the ones who fucked Yoba over. And fucked him over for saying the right things. And I talked about this a couple weeks ago. But my biggest regret, one of them, other than some of the, Ollie Alexander stuff, I should have stood up on that instead of trying to run cover there at the beginning. Although I didn't continue, but there was a day or two there where I was doing that. So, I apologize for that, and I apologize for it again. But right there next to it was not standing up for Yoba. Now, I didn't participate in anything. I was talking to Yoba the whole time. But I should have been a man, and I should have stood up right next to Yoba. Because I have enough heft in the industry, and that's not a joke about my weight. But I've been around a long time, and I think it probably would have made a difference. And so, even though I was talking to him, and, I agreed with him, really. And I was trying to kind of try to shift people a little bit through a diplomatic way, right, on the show. But I should have just stood up and said, you know what, this is fucked. What they're doing to Baked is fucked, and I don't support this, and they're fucked up for it. So I didn't do that, and I apologize to him personally, and I just want to say it again on air because that was a mistake on my end. That was a lack of character for me. And, part of what I've been doing the last few weeks is I just want to be honest with mistakes I've made and, you know, stance I've taken that were wrong and that were, you know, more convenient for me rather than the right thing to do. And so that was definitely one of them. And, you know, I could have joined in. It could have been worse for sure. I didn't do that. And, you know, I love Baked, and I talked to him right before he went in and talked to him right when he got out. So, you know, I don't have it, you know, I'm not like them, but still, I should have stood up, and I just want to say that on air again, because that was me showing a lack of character. And, you know, it happens, and it's happened to other people, and it'll probably happen to me again. You know, people make mistakes, but it's something that I really regret. And thank you, Baked. I appreciate that. He said, all good, brother. No worries. It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back. And I knew you were going to come back breathing fire. So I just wanted to say that, though. And I've said it before. You weren't here, but I said it a couple weeks ago. And I just want to say it again. Baked says, thank you. I understand. Love you too, bro. And thank you, man. And people don't get it, maybe. You know, me and Baked had a pretty nasty feud. And, you know, I think it was hard for either one of us to kind of trust each other at the beginning after that. But we got to be really good friends, and really almost nobody has showed me the type of hospitality that he showed me when I went to his house to visit. And I told this before, but he's let me drive his car and all this stuff. And, you know, just showed a lot of trust in me and a lot of hospitality. And he's a really great guy. And certainly showed me more hospitality than anybody else in America First, you know, or even associated with them ever showed me. And, you know, people might not get it, or they're used to trying to dunk on him or fuck with him or anything like that. But he's a really great man and really genuine. And so when I see what they did to him and think about what I didn't do, it upsets me. So that's my statement there on that. I'll cut it short. I don't want to go too long with it, but just a really good dude. And so that's my statement there. Now here's Baked Alaska. He says, Nick's view that there should be no age of consent is disgusting and should be condemned by everyone on both sides. True. Then he said, no wonder he banned me from his site for condemning a pedophile. Now this got him up in arms immediately. Baked says, Ralph Amel for life, may AF burn. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more, sir. Now let me play this clip because we haven't, it's been seen on Twitter, but it hasn't been seen on the kill stream. This is yet another clip from Nick Fuentes. Now he's talking about just completely abolishing the age of consent altogether. By the way, we have 136 on the old channel and about 817 here. So getting close to 1,000 live on the kill stream.
I think the age of consent should be lower. I don't even really believe in the concept. You want to know why? Because marriage is consent. You want to know what's wrong with sex? Being married means you consent to sex all the time. There's no such thing as marital rape. Because when you marry a person, you have a marital obligation to give your spouse sex whenever they want it. It's literally Catholic doctrine. So, you know, the only moral way to have sex is within marriage. The only way to get married is to consent to sex on demand, and both partners agree to that. That's their obligation. It's a mortal sin to deny it.
And shout out Z-Blog. I see him in chat. Thank you for saying that.
How's that for consent theory? That's my age of consent. It's not age of consent. It's age of marriage. Age of consent. What is this? What is this? Christians have no use for such things. Christians have no use for such a concept. You get married. A Christian doesn't have sex with anybody. A Christian has sex with their spouse within marriage. And nobody's getting married at a prepubescent age. People get married when they're at a reproductive age, when they're adolescents. And so, that, you know, I'm just redefining it.
Okay, why aren't you married, faggot? First off, you're 24 years old, and you're talking about child marriage, basically. Well, why the fuck aren't you married then? Why the fuck aren't you married? And he talked about reproductive age. Well, that's, you know, a lot younger than 16. And, you know, this guy's well, he's gay. Yeah, we know why he's not married, but wrong button. So we know why, but it's like he talks all this shit. Well, you're not married. Okay, what's going wrong here then? Right? It's just totally incoherent. Totally ridiculous. Face says 8-year-old brides for Grover's based. That's basically what they're saying. That's basically what they're saying. And I know, some of this push comes from Anglin. And, I've tried to, because he was a friend of mine. And, it's hard, like a real friend of mine. And so it's like, well, I don't like firing on people like that. But, I can't lie. That's fucked up. And I didn't like it when he said what he said on my show. He waited till I was off air. He knows I didn't like it. He knows I would have pushed back on that had I been here. And quite frankly, they're still pushing it. And so, I can't do anything other than speak out against that. And, it's not personal. He did a lot for me and, counseled me on some things, but, I can't fuck with that. I can't fuck with that. And I did think that was a shit move, as Mary Jane said in chat, to drop that on my show when I wasn't even there. Now, I mean, the clip's everywhere and I'm not in it. And, that's good. But also it's like, you have no respect for my show. And that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, what the fuck are you even saying in the first place? Now, he tried to tell me it was satirical, but I don't know that I can accept that. To be honest with you, because it doesn't seem satirical. And if it was satirical, then why is it still being pushed by you, quite frankly, Anglin, by Fuentes, and by others, pushed like crazy? And so I can't really accept that was satirical, and I don't accept it any which way. So that's my statement there. I saw him in his forum last night, talking wild. I don't think he talked about me specifically. And I'm trying to keep it on the merits. I'm not attacking him personally. But I can't support that, and I don't support that. And I didn't support it then. And I came back, and I didn't even know what he said until a little bit later when I saw the critics posting that clip around. And, I listened to it. I'm like, no, I don't support that. But that's my statement there as well. Now, SHAMOO is supposed to be coming on, I think, on Telegram. We'll check into that here momentarily. Yesterday, if I'd have been on the air, I would have sniped this live. But yesterday, Nick went on a show called the Saucecast? Saucecast? I don't fucking know. Not the Suscast. The Sussy Squad. No. It was the, what's his name? Adam Sosnick? A Jewish guy, actually, who broadcasts his show from Florida. Isn't that odd? Nick talks about Jews a lot, but, he wants to call everybody else a Jewish shill, but here he is going on a Jewish show, supporting Jewish politicians, working with Jewish people in his organization. So it's just complete bullshit, I guess, is what I'm trying to get across here. And he has no problem using that to his own advantage, but don't let anybody else, have a Jewish person on, or if they're criticizing him, they must be working with the Jews or working for them. I'm not working for anybody but myself. And that's going to continue. I didn't get paid for this. That's one of their other rumors. I didn't get a big lump sum for court or anything like that. I did this on my own. And sure, I had some, counsel here and there, no doubt. But I did not get any type of payment for this, except from the audience here on the KILLSTREAM. And that's the way it'll continue. And anything said to the contrary is just a lie. And that's one of their favorite talking points. And I just wanted to address that as well. Now, let's watch some of this. I've only seen some clips. So I haven't seen this. I knew I was going to watch this on air, so I tried not to watch as much as I could. So we're going to watch through, and we'll probably skip around because it's a little bit long, but we have a pretty long show here on the KILLSTREAM as well. Jacuzzius with the Rumble Rant says, goes on Jew blank podcast. And then he says, why is everyone attacking me? Yeah, I know. Well, that was always what was going to happen. Also, this is leaving out the fact that, his top Jew there on Cozy, right? Like, I mean, Brittany is Jewish. So where is this even coming? Simping for Jews? That's all you do, Nick. What the fuck are you talking about? When you're not talking about trying to kill them, you're actually working with them or for them. So I guess it's, you know, a little bit of projection, to be honest. Ralph's in for a treat if he hasn't seen this. I've only seen a few little short clips, so.
Sexiest financial show in the world, which it could still be today.
Yes.
Today's going to be a different kind of show, a little bit more serious topics.
Try to even this up.
A little more serious guests. We have some people here who have made them names themselves across all spectrums. Political arena, business arena, more political arena.
I don't even know what I am.
Yeah, I don't even know what you are. Red Pill, Vegas.
I don't even know
Air
what I am.
Force.
Yeah.
And OnlyFans.
Not
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans.
Just kidding.
Why you gonna throw it out there like that?
You know, as we say here on the Saucecast, sexiest financial show in the world, we want to see you guys get paid, laid, and do it your way. You know this. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, get to it.
This is where finance, dating, relationships, conversation. So Nat D, Nick F is. Nat D.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Funny Valentine sent $3. Take my Jewish money. I'm rubbing my hands right furiously right now. We got him going.
Thank you. Tenrio apparently did release that call, and we may go through that at some point too. So Nick, after he got punked on this show, and no matter what he says, he got punked. And I know there's some parts where Nima doesn't know everything. It's interesting because I actually talked to him before he went on air, and I could have had a call with him yesterday, but I didn't see his message in time. Now, that did frustrate me because if we'd have had that call, he would have really been loaded for bear. And so that did frustrate me because I could have had a call with him yesterday before he went on, actually. And I knew he was going to be there to face Nick, and I knew that like 3 weeks ago because he contacted me and said that. And he's like, don't tell anybody because Nick might try to get out of it. I was like, okay, I won't tell anybody. And we talked a little bit, but I've had so much going on, I didn't get to talk to him really much more than that. So that's my bad. I take responsibility for that, but I wish that I had got to see it. Keena Shea says he's posting that. Okay, bet. Okay, bet. All right, now let me start this back up.
Amy Danger.
Also, this guy looks like a little fucking gremlin, quite honestly. I mean, he's just taking on more and more characteristics of a gremlin-looking motherfucker, to be honest with you. I don't know if I'm the only one who sees it, but...
Amy D?
Amy D.
MS? Okay. Catalina. So, in all seriousness, we'll have fun on the show. We'll debate on the show. We'll have discourse on the show. We might even laugh a little bit on the show. Keep it light.
Should I not use my real name because I'm too controversial?
You're very controversial. Some other people are. Okay. But, Nick, I want to thank you for being here. We had a Zoom call.
He's getting fat. Yeah, I see why he's trying to starve himself because he's getting a little plump there. You know, it seems like AF for every pound I lose, all these motherfuckers gain weight. And Wurzel's got most of it. Wurzel's legit fatter than me now. Like, I don't know if people understand, but...
A week ago this weekend.
Yeah.
One of us got up around noon and joined the Zoom call. I don't know which one it was, but
we don't have
we all made it on the call.
MySpace angles
we
here.
had a very candid conversation.
His
I
shit
said,
is like
listen,
this.
We've been in touch with your
like
team.
Pointed down like
for
this.
Maybe a year now. Tenrio, met him at the vault last year. He said, hey, you should look into our friend Nick. We said, okay, we'll consider it. It's been going back and forth. We eventually got on a call. And I said, look, man, let me be candid with you. Thank you for doing this. You said, thank you for being here. I said, we're taking a risk having you on the platform. You said, I know.
1,000 live across 2 channels on Rumble.
We're having a risk coming on us. We're
also on D Live.
Bringing you on our platform. But we understand that risk. And we understand what we're doing. We are a free speech platform. We believe in people.
So after he got embarrassed, he went on Telegram and said, oh, they told me it was going to be a lifestyle discussion and about self-help and or whatever the fuck he said. It's like, okay, well, you should have known better. You should have known better. In order to bring you on, they're basically going to have to put somebody on there to go at you and counter you. And also, literally a Jewish guy hosts the show. Do you think he likes you? I mean, what are you, dumbass? Well, don't answer that, but...
Conversations. At the same time, there's not an endorsement of many of the opinions that you've put out there. You'll have to defend your own positions, as everyone will in life. Here's, if you may, I'm going to take a second. Some of the things you've said before, so that for the audience is familiar with what you've said. Some of the people that have been on our shows before, align, maybe not align. And then we're going to have a full-on conversation. You're going to have plenty of time to talk. You guys have plenty of time to talk. I'll also introduce our lovely guests on that side of the room. Thank you for being so patient. So
Okay,
Nick
get to
it. We've had Alex Jones on the podcast. What's your relationship with him, by the way, right now?
I think we're cool, but we have a little disagreement.
I've heard. So we had a great time with him. We had
Go ahead, thank you.
Those who hunt come sent $3 valuetainment should re-upload the recording of this debate to Pornhub. Cut Jewish bull dominates Latino twink and humiliates his micro-penis.
See, I haven't seen that clip, and I know it was making the rounds, but I saw the clip where he talks about Ali Alexander and child porn. I was just like, oh my God, yes.
With him, we had an awesome time with him. Awesome podcast.
Also,
with him.
I want to say this: they don't understand. So the cult is working overtime. The pedophile cult to say Nick won, and oh my God, he's so great, and he looks so great. That's not the case, and we'll go through it here on air. But they don't understand what the game is. Regular people see that and they're like, what the fuck? This guy's sick. And a lot of normies and regular people don't even know about Ali Alexander. They don't know about this stuff at all. Now, maybe Nima didn't have every detail or every little, piece that he needed to have, but even just bringing that up and getting it out there in front of people on a big stage where Nick thought this was going to be a coming out party. And instead, he is sitting there having to face all this shit, having to hear all this shit thrown at him, all these super chats. That's what it's about. And also about hanging his comments like a millstone, as I said, around the necks of his allies.
Podcast we've done. Shout out to PBD Podcast, if you didn't see that one, guys. I would say that he's called many names.
Also, he did almost call me Ethan Klein, but he corrected himself and said Ethan Rupp. Not Ethan Klein.
You're called even worse names.
It's true.
I'm actually named, by the way, I've said this, I'm named for the lead character on The Searchers, John Wayne, because my parents were movie buffs. But
Charlie Kirk has been on our podcast. Turning Point USA. I think he's a super sharp young guy. You guys have had some exchange of words as well.
We've had beef.
Okay.
Yeah.
These are guys all sort of in the MAGA world. Would you classify yourself as MAGA still?
Absolutely.
Gotcha. Yeah. So these are guys in your world who you have also had beef with. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, their mouth. I don't think they want you in their world. I don't know. There's another person, Sebastian Gorka, who is as MAGA as it gets, yes?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, he signed the bank vault, Sebastian Gorka, MAGA. So that was his thing. Not a fan of yours. We've had Roger Stone, we had Paul Manafort on. But I'm just letting the audience know some of the people we've had on that are in that world who you can speak on throughout the podcast. Another couple things that will bring up some of your quotes. And then we'll also discuss what a term I'm
somebody said they were named after a character on Dallas. Dallas is actually a favorite show of mine.
Not familiar with, but I did my due diligence. The term Groiper.
Who do you think my favorite character?
Yeah, that's right.
Who do you think my favorite character was on Dallas? I know that'll be hard for you to figure out.
Fans of America First, which is a platform that you work with or you started.
Well, it's my show.
Your show. There it is. Welcome to the Saucecast, lady, my show. This is quote unquote what I read, white nationalists and far-right activists notable for their attempts to introduce far-right politics into mainstream conservatism. Nick calls them Christian conservatives. Did I summarize that correctly?
Well, yeah, I mean, they call me a white nationalist, but I don't call myself that.
Gotcha. So you'll defend that today, no doubt. Last but not least, here's some of the quotes you've said. You let me know if you never said these quotes. These are the quotes that are attributed to you, and then we'll meet our guests, and we'll have a very high-level intellectual conversation as much as we can. Nick Fuentes, regarding race, segregation was, quote-unquote, better for them, and it's better for us. It's better in general. White people founded this country. This country wouldn't exist without white people. People are done being bullied. Got it. Jews, by the way, full disclosure for everyone out there watching YouTube, just so you understand, I'm Jewish. I'm hosting someone that may or may not be a fan of the Jews, but I'm above the fray and we're having this conversation. Nima is also Jewish. Anyone else here Jewish on the panel? No. Nima, I was
called Jewish this morning on Twitter.
Okay. But you are Italian.
I'm Italian. I'm Colombian. I'm
Colombian.
actually, yeah, I'm Protestant.
Okay.
I was in a Christian ministry. Yeah.
Sorry for mischaracterizing.
Oh, no, it's
you.
totally fine.
But Michael,
I
you're
get
going to have
Italian all
plenty
the
of
time.
time to explain your situation. So for the Jews, I believe in an organized Jewry is extremely influential in the United States and pushes America toward an open society, liberalism and internationalism for their own benefit. Okay, we will make Jews die in a holy war.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Okay, that's not something you said. Got it. I don't see Jews as Europeans. I don't see them as part of Western civilization, particularly because they are not Christians.
Yes.
That's true, because we're Jewish.
Right.
Right. Women's rights. I don't support women's rights. I don't support LGBT rights. I believe in race and gender essentialism. You mentioned overturning Roe v. Wade was the advent of a Catholic Taliban rule in a good way. You had mentioned the tidal wave of white identity coming back to America. And our lovely friends at CNN, we just had Chris Cuomo on, who may or may not be a fan of CNN these days.
I'd
I
say
thought he was
not.
a great guy. We had an awesome time hanging out with him doing a podcast. You said allegedly, I want people that run CNN to be arrested and deported or hanged.
Death penalty.
Death penalty. Got it.
Yes.
Let me correct that.
I said
Got it.
globalists, not
Gotcha.
necessarily CNN.
So for the most
But
part,
you're saying hanged in due process, though.
Yes,
You're just not randomly.
exactly,
Oh,
yeah,
so that
not-
makes it
not
better.
vigilante
Got it.
hanging,
Okay, yeah.
just a
Just want to
legal
clarify
process.
that for
That's
you.
right.
Understood.
Yeah. Thank you.
okay.
By the way, that's him ribbing him also. By the way, you notice I don't say things like that. Because I'm not retarded.
Well, here's what we'll do. We have plenty of time for topics. We're going to get into a bunch of stuff. Here's how we'll start. We'll start the same as any show. What I typically ask is to ask our guests the same two questions every show. What do you do for work?
There's Shamoo.
And what's your relationship status? And then from there,
Hold
we'll
on.
have a-
Unmute yourself, Shamoo. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
What's up, brother? How's it going?
Not much, man. This clip was nuts. The clip that you're playing right now that Nick was on yesterday, like that shit was wild. I couldn't believe the guy.
I was
started
thinking
going
me
in
and
on-
you. Now, how long do you have to stay with us, by the way? I should have asked you this off air.
I've got a couple hours.
Okay, good. All right, so we're going to go through this, but also, of course, and I told people this at the start, you know, I think everybody knows I'm a fan of Grace Thorpe's, and I've been, you know, trying to establish her here on the show.
Yeah.
That being said, you know, I'm a fan of yours too, and I love you. I love Grossly, and I know you guys are critical, and so I know the clip is going around. We will play that. We will get your take on it. I'm not going to protect anybody. I'm not going to run a racket like that. And so we will talk about that as well. So I just wanted to say that. I said that at the start of the show too. But for anybody thinking I was going to ignore that or not talk about it, no, we will. Okay, so I sent you the clip on Telegram. I'm at 8:54 on this clip.
Okay.
So I'll let you pull it up so we can synchronize here. Okay, so I'm looking through.
8:54.
Yeah, 8:54. Ralph, I
All
have
right,
the
I got it.
timestamps whenever you need. Well, why don't you just message them to me on Telegram at KILLSTREAM, and we'll probably just watch through, and then maybe as we get further along, maybe those timestamps would come in handy. Or you can message me on Twitter. Go ahead with the super chat.
Those Who Hunt Come sent $3 BTW. Why has Trump never sued Nick for using his slogan America First as his show name?
Well,
Never got how he got away with that one.
Well, America First is an old slogan in American politics, and you know, Lindbergh, I believe, used that, and some others, and so it's kind of derivative, and I don't know that you could actually sue over it, but yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. All right, do you have that pulled up?
Yes, I do.
All right, let's go ahead and hit it right now.
candid conversation about America today. So, Nick F., thank you for being here.
Yeah.
With all those quotes and all that bio, what do you do for work? And what is your relationship status, sir?
Well, thanks for having me.
You're
Good
welcome.
to be here. And I'm a live streamer. That's how I make a living. And my relationship status is single.
Okay. Single. How long you been single?
My whole life. I'm celibate because I'm Catholic.
Shocking.
Celibate. So what
Right.
does that mean exactly? You're waiting till marriage?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to wait and have sex with my wife. That's the
Nice. My wife. How soon do you see yourself getting married?
Probably within the next 5 years.
Okay. You're willing to go to age 30 without losing your virginity, potentially?
Yeah, potentially.
Oh, wow. And that's because of your deep faith?
Yeah.
Respect to you.
Are you actively dating?
No, not right now.
Okay. Not dating whatsoever?
No,
okay.
not really. Not seriously.
Well, at some point we'll have a discussion on, the dating world. But anyway, thank you for that. Amy.
Hello.
How are you? Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Thanks
Let me
for
read some of the
me.
quotes you've said recently.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's some spicy ones.
They have the nerve.
Oh, nerve. Yeah.
Bitches ain't shit, but hoes and tricks. No, that's
You got me.
my bad. That's
Wait,
Easy
no.
E. That's my bad.
Yeah. Oh, no.
My bad, Amy. Welcome, Amy, back to the show. I'm a big fan of yours. You've been
fan of
on
yours.
multiple shows. I think you're classy.
Thank you.
Whether or not you're really an Aussie, you had an argument with
my
with a
goodness.
trans woman on the show the other day.
Yeah,
it was heated.
that
went viral.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yes. Give us your story and your how you make your money. And
All
your
right, now
relationship
somebody
status.
told me
So
to
I do high
skip.
ticket sales.
Let's
we
skip
kinda went-
actually, because I think they go through and introduce everybody. So skip to 35 minutes. And I hope I don't miss anything good, but I got a message and they're like, skip to 35 minutes. And I didn't see it, so that might actually be the right call. Let's see. 34:59. It's fine because I usually start a little quicker than you anyway. Hold on.
Shogun sent $10 this Friday.
Let's
fucking
go.
go. Burn it down.
Let's go. Shamoo, pretend like you can hear this.
Yeah.
Let's go. Get
Let's
up
go.
right fucking now to your motherfucking chair. Grace Thorpe versus Adam Green
T-time.
live tonight on the KILLSTREAM.
T-time.
Shamoo is here. Boneface is coming.
T-time like I got a cup of this shit.
I can't wait
T-time
for
like
that,
off
Bone.
at a
Me
quarter
too.
of a
Grossly's
cigarette.
gonna be
I
here
love
for
to fuck
that.
on a regular bitch. Famous hoes lame, but they stay on my dick. Heard your new joint is
Hit that
embarrassing
fucking
shit.
like
You talk
button
to the
right
cops on
fucking
some
now. It's
therapy shit.
free.
You act like you love this
If you want to
American
support
shit.
the show and you don't have any money, hit that fucking like button.
Yeah,
And if you have money, hit it too.
Yeah, you're scared of the six. Your bodyguard put in some work on the flute. Now you wanna go and inherit the shit. Don't talk to the boy about comparison shit. Or come to the boy on some arrogant shit. The weapons we got is some terrorist shit. Like TV producers, we airing the shit. She asking for bread for her parents and shit. I told her I don't got no cash and she said she could wait on a rack on some Arabic shit. I pull out $1 million to stare at the shit. My dick just got hard cause a wire just hit. My schedule was out, come spinners for real. Man, fuck all that spinning the narrative
Also, let me
shit.
check,
I
see
melt
if-
down the chains that I bought from your boss. Give a fuck about all of that heritage shit. Since V not around, the members done hung up the Louis. They not even wearing that shit. Don't come to
Let's
the
see
boy
if
about
you have those
repairing some
timestamps,
shit.
a full
Don't come to
list,
the
just
boy about
message me
sparing some shit. You
at
lucky that vote
KILLSTREAM.
was suing, cause I would have been with the Wassers comparison shit. Is you fucking crazy? Is you fucking crazy? And they scared of the 7. After 1-3, then we turn up 11. Keep the shit open like
Shout out to
7-11.
Yoba.
Me at the house, I got
He's
7
free.
in heaven. They think I'm satanic. I keep me a rebel, a shorty.
His Twitter was fire yesterday.
Dude, he was
You're
on
outside.
fire.
We're okay.
Oh my God. It's like they didn't expect it. It's like, well, I mean, you should have expected it after every fucking dirty thing you did to him. And, quite frankly, at this point, if you're still running, I knew what he was, I knew what was coming anyway. But, they tried to run they did run an op on him and tried to slander him and smear him. And they were writing his judge to get him more time and deleted his chat and had all these, groiper hordes coming at him on Twitter over very light criticism, actually. He just basically denounced Ali Alexander and questioned, Nick's judgment on that issue, basically to kind of try to wake him up, a little bit. And of course, Nick doesn't take too kindly to those sorts of things and just dug in even deeper. And now has been on a prolonged crusade, protracted crusade, a war. I was actually talking to, I won't say who I was talking to. I talked to a lot of people, Shamoo. And I was like, have you been following, may or may not have been a journalist. And I was like, have you been following Nick Fuentes' war on the age of consent? And the person I was talking to goes, I have seen a couple clips. And he goes, haha, that was a pretty funny way to put it. I'm like, well, I got away with words. Yeah, your thoughts on that?
Well, on the Yoba thing, I mean, it's just really, subpar to they 404'd him and took him off the website when he was in jail. They didn't even and the reason why I imagine is to not give him an opportunity to respond in any way. or like really do anything about it. And it just shows that like they probably don't have any like baked in him, acted like they had some kind of friendship, but I don't know what kind of friend like fucks you over when you're in jail, you know?
Yeah, I don't either. And, they talk about optics. It doesn't really get much worse than that. They could have at least waited. I knew they were going to do that, but you could have just waited till the day you got out, right? Or the day after, and then taken it down. But that's the kind of slime ball operation they're running. I see Baked in chat says, I tried to wake Nick up. I mean, you were trying to help him, to be honest. And, the way he reacted to that very coldly, he came on my show, actually. And if you go back and watch that, I've said this a few times. I'm like, oh, you guys will probably sort it out, right? Like, you guys have been friends for a while. I'm trying to, be the diplomat and trying to cool it down. And then he just very coldly goes, no. I'm never forgiving it. I'm like, what the fuck? You can see me on the air, and I'm like stunned. But yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, it just shows really poor leadership as well to not be able to take any kind of criticism. Like Baked went on, he went on a show that was like on his own platform to like just like talk about the situation and levy criticisms. And in response, they were just like, oh, let's just destroy this guy. It's ridiculous, just poor leadership.
And he didn't attack Nick personally or, talk about some of the stuff we talked about since. It was kind of a trying to wake him up a little bit, as he said in chat, and instead they tried to destroy him. Ralph wrote me in jail. Nick did not. Beansoy did not. Well, no, they didn't.
All you need to know.
Right. And shout out to Baked. And I messaged him yesterday. I know I've talked about being in jail before. You really can't understand unless you've been in there. And what it's like to be separated from everybody and all your loved ones, and just the mental torture that is. And I was lucky enough. There weren't. I almost got into a couple people once or twice, but I didn't have to fight anybody. And I had good friends in there that would have beat somebody down if they tried to fuck with me. So I didn't really have to deal with that. But just and I was in there for 8 months, so it was a while. But people don't really understand, and the people you think are going to write you a lot of times don't. The people say they're going to a lot of times don't, and then you get surprise letters and surprise contact from people you never expected. And it does show you a lot, to be honest. And it shows you even more when you get out and, people are like, oh, well, why are you mad? And da-da-da-da. I mean, just apologize for not writing the guy, really. You know what I mean? And I was in a bad way in the spring, and I didn't get to write him. And I was like, look, man, I'm sorry. That's my fault. I know exactly what it's like. And I did write him this time. But I don't know. It's just a different experience. Bake says Nick would get ass raped in prison. He couldn't handle it. I don't think so either. Cause you're around all these like, rough dudes, basically. And that little smarmy shit talk would go for about an hour, until he got
that's not going to go over well.
Yeah. Until he got his face pushed in or something else pushed in. All right, let's go ahead and start it, at 35 minutes. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's hit it right now.
Widgets that,
Well, it's not that. Is that other countries are specifically choosing to keep their population at a lower standard of living so that they are more willing, specifically I'm talking about China.
Yeah.
So they are more willing to manufacture things.
Let's get back to America for a second, and I want to get you guys' opinion on this. Not that you guys need to provide all the solutions here, but I think part of what your solution was let's get back to at least having religion, nuclear family unit. Right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Was that sort of your solution to this?
Well, and even more than the nuclear family,
Okay.
It's about the extended family.
Okay.
Which is a beautiful
Takes
thing.
a village to raise a child, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the parents. The
What was your
grandparents.
childhood like, by the way?
Well, I have a twin sister, and my parents. They actually were in a unique situation. They both grew up very poor. Both of my parents, their fathers died before they were 10 years old.
Okay.
So they both grew up in a single mother household, and they wanted to give me and my sister a normal life because both my grandfathers had different problems. And anyway, my mom quit her job to stay at home and raise me and my sister, and that really made a big impact on me because, of course, and we debated this on
Mail time.
Fresh and Fit, so many women these days, they choose education, they choose career, and often they'll either defer the age at which they have kids, or it's
Smash
not a
or
priority.
pass,
They do have
Melissa
kids, the kids are in
Fuentes.
daycare, It's, they keep their job. It's about, having 2 incomes and everything.
Didn't she kind of have a linebacker
we took a pretty
physiognomy?
substantial
She did.
cut in the
Hold on,
household
let me
income,
pause
so-
it. It's 3630. She's a big girl, yeah. Now not fat, but she's like, yeah, kind of stocky there, linebacker, or
Yeah,
strong safety.
still like
or
a
something
linebacker.
Yeah. Ada Wolf says, imagine Nick trying to talk about how his crew is painting their nails and talking about how the Barbie movie is secretly based. It's a feminist film, by the way, but whatever. Secretly based, and how he hopes to be his own Barbie, all while being in prison. Yeah, that'd probably go over pretty well there. But yeah, don't get me started on the Barbie stuff. I've consciously not fucking talked about Barbie, but it's literally...
It's odd.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Well, I mean, I haven't watched it or even seen any clips, but I know who directed it and who wrote it. And I've seen a couple reviews, read a couple reviews, and it's like, okay, well, this is literally feminist propaganda. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't know. It's just dumb and gay. All right, 3630, you ready?
Yep.
All right, hit it right now.
So my mom could stay home and be there for us.
Gotcha.
So
Would you? It's sort of a loaded question. Would your mom say that she's happy the way she raised you?
Oh, absolutely.
She's happy.
Absolutely.
She's like, that's my son. Super proud.
Absolutely.
Okay. And your sister?
She's
as
a
well?
dumb bitch, by the way.
Okay.
Same thing.
Michael, I wanted to just double down on that for a second. His solution.
Maybe
was
we
sort
can
of
get Nick's
religion.
mom's
What's your
take on
solution
all
to
the
fix America?
Actually, no, I wanted to ask Nick about something he said previously, which was you mentioned before that women are deferring having children because of education and that women should not be educated.
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
Yep.
Okay, just in general, if you are talking about they shouldn't even have high. We're talking South Sudan. They shouldn't even have high school education, or they shouldn't have college education, or what?
I'm saying the priority for women should be to get married and have kids. So, high school, but I don't think they should go to college.
Okay, women should not go to college.
So just to be clear, your highest level of education that you're endorsing for women is high school.
Yeah, and
I think 3723.
Shamu the Whale sent $3 bait. Why was your mile this morning a 20-minute pace?
I don't know anything about his mile this morning, but thank you for the 3 spot. All right, 3723, you ready?
Yep.
All right, hit it right now.
By the way, I think for most people, it should be high school.
Okay, you're not
But
endorsing
for,
college
but for
even
almost
for men.
all women, yeah, I think
Got
that
it.
the vast majority of women should not be going to college.
Can I ask you, because you've talked before about the concept of a Catholic theocracy. In a Catholic theocracy, would you make it illegal for women to go to college?
No.
Okay, just curious.
What is this, by the way? Is this you're like interrogating me here? I
No,
know
I'm
you're
asking-
prepared. You're ready to go.
Yeah. I mean, I have a lot of respect for you. That's why I respect for you as a debater, and so that's why I wanted to ask you these questions. But you have said a lot of things, and I think the reason why I'm asking this question is because I did watch you one time on No Jumper, and you were one way, and I watched you on Fresh and Fit, and you're a different way, and then I watched you on America
Which
First.
is what? What
and
are the differences?
You're on America First, and you are a very, very different way.
Like what? What are the differences?
Well, No Jumper, I mean, you were a borderline civil rights activist. I love
Really?
everyone.
What way?
Yeah.
What did I say?
Oh, you were just like, I love everyone. I love the Jews.
That's
It's
what
just
I
a
say
few
on my show.
No.
I said the same thing on my show this week. Somebody came in and said, I hate black people. I said, no racial hatred, none of that.
Definitely don't think that you did that, but you did make a statement on your show recently as like, hey, because we are willing to die in a holy war, we're not going to die in a holy war. We're going to make them die in a holy war.
Metaphorically.
Well, I understand. So
Metaphorically,
now it's metaphorically. But you said
okay.
that on America First. You did not
Nope,
say that on No
I've
Jumper.
never encouraged violence in real life.
Okay.
What, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
No, I literally watched you, Nick, say that if Hitler were alive, you and him would gang up and murder a black man that was littering in your community.
You want to talk about the full
hold on.
context of that?
I just found that rich because in my old neighborhood in New York City, if you use the N-word, they would fuck you harder than the child porn, I guess, you watch.
Damn.
What are you talking about? Child porn?
I think your whole crew is packed with pedophiles.
Crazy.
What happened to your friend Ali?
Ali is somebody I went to Stop the Steal with. He was there doing his own events. By the way, what is this? So is this everybody gangs up on me?
No.
Let's be clear. Let him go on. Relax. Let me do this.
But I just don't want to. I don't want to
on.
pander like
Hold on,
Myron
hold
and
on.
Sneeko.
Here's what we're gonna do here, guys.
Oh, Myron and Sneeko got their
we
card pulled
discuss
too.
what you want to
We
talk
definitely.
about?
Hey, Nick,
Hold on.
I promise you I will not make a single personal attack. We just have
Yeah.
some things that we
Hold
disagree
on.
on.
No, and that's fine, but
Yeah.
it's just
No.
like...
No.
This
Just
is like
before
people
it
come
even gets to that.
No, but we could get to
Yeah.
all of it. We could get to Ali, and we could get to the statement
Yeah.
about
For sure.
the holy war.
For
We
sure.
could get to both of it, but I just want to make
Yes.
sure. So it's one versus
No.
two.
No, man.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
but
I just want to make sure.
Hold
we
on.
have that.
But you
Let
did
me
do
just-
that. But you did do
Nima,
that to
relax,
Destiny.
Relax.
What?
You did do that to Destiny on Fresh and Fit with Zerka and Sneeko. You guys
What does
ganged
that have
up
to
on
do
him.
with this?
No, I'm just saying, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Exactly.
Though, right?
Guys, here's what we're going to do here.
Wait, I just want to say, you
Yeah.
said it was 1 versus 2. You do realize there are 3 other people on this panel as well. So as much as you want women, you
So
know,
it's 1
dumb and
versus 3.
submissive, or here, and I'll rip your face off if I have to.
Honestly, you'll rip my face
Hold on,
off? Can you
Cool.
say
All
that?
right. Actually, hold on.
Guys,
Adam, I'm gonna
mute
this out here.
everybody's mic for a second. Mute everybody's mic.
Mute 'em.
Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to host the show, and it's going to go the way that I want it to go. And when I call on you, you answer. This isn't a gang up situation, okay? We're going to go over a
Yeah, I
whole
believe
host
you,
of
Adam. Don't worry.
topics. Okay? Women, education, religion,
gang up on me.
men, society. Not sure if you heard about fat ass Lizzo, what she's got going on. Virginity. We're going to talk about Candace Owens. Women, go woke, go broke. Dylan Mulvaney. There's plenty of topics, guys. All right? So answer what I'm asking you, and we'll go accordingly. Nick, they're not probably happy with some of the things you've said. Look, as a Jew, I'm not happy.
Oh,
but
wow,
what I'm not
muted.
going to have is a gang rape on this show, metaphorically speaking. Okay? And now,
As long as I am able to respond.
With that being said, is that cool with you guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I already see the way this is going.
As long as everything's taken metaphorically
Yes.
and not personally and victim
So with that
mentality.
being said, you can turn everybody's mic on. I respect everybody here.
Hey,
Catalina.
gang grape. Gang grape. Yeah.
Gang
we're on
green.
YouTube.
Gang
We're
green.
on YouTube.
So,
All right, pause at 4140.
Anonymous sent $5. Ralph, you really brought back blood sports.
It's funny. It's funny how that works. You know, and I don't want to toot my own horn, but toot, because 3 weeks in, and it's not just me, by the way. It's a ton of other people. You know, you saw Keena Shea in the chat. He's done a great job keeping the fire burning on Twitter. And, you know, I don't have enough time to put out stuff like that because I'm streaming, etc. So he's done a great job. A lot of people have done a great job from the sector, keeping this thing burning brightly. And, you know, it did kick off, I guess, in a really earnest way with me and a really hardcore way with what I did down there in Florida. But a lot of other people have picked up the ball and ran with it. And you see what has happened to AF in just 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Now, according to their cult, they're winning and they're doing great. Everybody else online, and I have some other content creators, Mersh and damn, what is his name? AP. I know him, actually. He's been on the show. Did segments on it last night. Many other people are doing segments on it. This thing is not going to stop. This thing is just going to continue to burn. So it's just getting started. So for all the Groiper retards who think that this is like over or like, oh, we got past it. No, you haven't got past shit. Okay, 4140. You ready, Shamoo?
Yep.
All right, hit it right now.
But we cool with that?
Yes.
Catalina.
Yes.
Royce, shout out to Royce as well. Yes.
The initial conversation was, how can we prove America and American values? Okay?
Oh, hey, wide boy. No, you know what? Pause
You ran
this.
for Congress.
Hey, wide boy.
against-
I saw you file that false thing against me for your super chat there. So what do you have to say about that? Should I just read your name out here on air? I won't do that. But, yeah, I saw you file that bullshit chargeback. I've already filed my response to it as well. But I see you in the chat, and I know where you live, and I know who you are. So I'd be careful if I were you coming in here spreading bullshit. Unless you want a real response from me, motherfucker. So, you know, just know who your superiors are and who your betters are. And I see you in here in the chat, and I know exactly where you are, and I know exactly who you are and where you live, etc. So, fuck with me at your own peril, motherfucker. I'll just let you know, cock-sucking faggot. Fuck with me at your own peril. And if I see you post anything else in my chat, you're going to regret it. I'm not going to ban you. No, nobody else is either. But if I see you post anything else in my fucking chat, you're going to regret it in a major way. So do what you want to do, but I'm just letting you know. All right. 4153. You ready?
Yep.
Hit it right now.
Adam Kinzinger and his district, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're still involved in politics.
Yeah.
You have a vision for America.
Yes.
You're a Republican.
Yes.
Okay. You're an advocate of Donald Trump.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Support.
You want to see America improve. At the same time, you may disagree with some of the things Nick has said. We all disagree with some of the things he may have said. But what's your vision of America? And what's your vision of America as a woman? And you went to college?
Yes, I did.
Oh, wow.
Miami of Ohio. Go Redhawks. First of all, so I did run against Adam Kinzinger, but I also ran against a Democrat once I won the nomination after the redistricting happened. And I think primarily the biggest issue that we see is the culture wars are now, anytime the far left progressive movement tries to isolate an idea, whether it's the transgender movement or the minority voices that ultimately have the majority of sway when it comes to policies, right? Why are transgender policies being pushed at a federal level when it only impacts 0.06% of the American population? Things like that, right? They are winning, the far left progressives are winning the culture wars.
Adol Wolf sent $10. Tenryo spent a whole year trying to get this show set up for Nick.
That's true.
Risking his professional reputation and really laying it out on the line for Nick. Smash cut to Nick's DMs with him after this show.
Yeah, that's why it was so funny there, Cobb. And thank you for that, Adel. We are 33% of the way there on the 6th-hour Transformer Fund. A big show, perhaps a special caller, and a big debate tonight. I'm at 43-18, by the way, Shamoo. Just get it ready, and we'll play the second.
All right.
Yeah, we're not hearing too much from White Boy anymore, are we? He knows I ain't fucking around, Shamoo. That's what it is.
Yeah. Seems that way. He should probably tread carefully.
He probably should. He should probably stop filing fake chargebacks as well, because that's actually against the law, against bank regulations. So.
Go forward, move ahead, try to detect it. It's not too late to whip it. Whip it good. When a good time turns around, you must whip it. You will never live it down unless you whip it. No one gets away until they whip it. I say whip it. Whip it good.
All right, I'll cut it a little short, but I do like that song. Uh-oh. Thank you for that.
Joshua Roberts sent $20
Wow.
as Fuentes pre-interview.
Oh, yes. Okay, bet. We'll play that after this. But let's pick up the pace a little bit. All right. And thank you very kindly for the support. That's what keeps the show going. So thank you for that. 43-18, you ready, Shamoo?
Yep.
All right, hit it right now.
And ultimately, that does have to do with the breakdown of the Judeo-Christian values that we were founded upon. But also, what they're really after is our economic system. They use these culture wars, I think, to ultimately get after our free enterprise system. And that's why I think it is so essential for people who are in either elected
Rulon is
office or
Tenryo's
community
name?
leaders,
Holy
people
shit.
who want to
I didn't know
bring
that.
back what made our
Rulon.
country great,
What?
our values that not only defined us, but they also united us. You know, I think about this a lot when Democrat teachers back, 10, 20 years ago, sure they were Democrats, sure they were part of a teachers union, but a lot of those teachers had fathers who fought in World War II, and they would absolutely never disrespect the American flag in their classrooms the way that millennial women teachers, millennial women in general, or millennial far left progressive millennials in general have disrespected our culture and have circumvented a lot of that and gotten into the young minds. So I think we need to go back to, hey, those values united us. They defined us and they united us. There's something we can all agree upon. Doesn't matter where you're from, what political party you associate
Dumb
with,
as a box of rocks, but
where your parents came from, whatever.
Yeah, don't talk.
We need to go back to those cultural values as a whole, which is standing for our flag.
Okay, I agree.
As one example.
Nick says that a woman like you should have just, after high school, focused on being a mother. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. You're 30.
Yeah.
You're accomplished. You went to college. You're gorgeous.
Thank
you're
you.
smart. You're intelligent. You're going to make a great wife someday.
Thank
Nick believes it should have been sooner rather than later, but you're on your own time frame. why is Nick wrong that you're actually a happy, healthy, beautiful person and you're living your life that you want to live?
Yeah, well, first talk about just briefly, my grandmother never made it past 3rd grade. She came
said,
from
I'm
Guatemala.
embarrassed.
And for her, the fact that she could never learn and even read or write to
Your mom couldn't read or write?
amount was really personal to her, because with education, that provided freedom. Education is something that can never be taken away from you.
Is this your mother or your grandmother?
My grandmother.
Okay.
And
what about your mother?
For her, her, it was so important that her children were educated, because she knew that education equaled freedom. It meant that something could never take that away from you, man or woman. And so when my mom and my grandmother came from Guatemala to the United States, my mother worked 3 jobs to come here, learned English at night, to be educated, to be a woman of worth. And that really mattered. She ended up being a teacher and really being able to be somebody. And, I find that really offensive that you don't believe that women should have the education or the freedom, because there are a lot of women who would do anything to be able to read a book. And you laugh, but it's sad.
Women can't read? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying that there are some women in some countries that can't read. And when
Nobody's
you undermine...
saying they shouldn't have literacy.
Well,
but it's a question of, should they have secondary education? Should they pursue a degree? And when you say education is freedom, I went to school for 2 semesters before I dropped out. I went to school with a girl who borrowed her entire tuition for 4 years, getting an IR degree, $200,000 in debt for an IR degree, for a liberal arts degree. Is that freedom? Buying a lot of freedom?
But Nick, isn't that anecdotal? Because I know a ton of dudes in student loan debt as well. They're doing nothing with their life.
It's an example.
Yeah.
It's an example.
No, I know, but
the point
one
is,
good example.
But you agree,
but,
though.
there's millions of guys and girls with useless degrees.
Don't they have the freedom to make the mistake? I mean, I think that is part of the American way. They have the freedom to make the mistake.
Yeah, and nobody's saying nobody has the freedom to go to college or something like that. But the point is, on the statement specifically that education equals freedom, I don't necessarily buy that getting a college degree is the ticket that it used to be. So everyone needs to go to college to get freedom.
I
don't
agree
know
with that, but
about
then why are you saying that women in particular shouldn't go to college and they should be... Look,
Here's
no,
why.
let me explain. I think also,
Okay.
too, that women can have it all. And I think this construct of you have to choose this career, you have to choose to be going to college over having a family. I'd love to have a family one day. I'd love to be married someday. And I think you can have it all. And I don't think that you have to choose between this lifestyle of either or.
Nick, why do you say that women can't have it all? And then I'm going to come to you, Amy, and then I'm going to come to you, Nima, I promise.
You can't have it all because the clock's ticking. And, you're 30, and I don't mean it to get personal, but of course, women, there's an age after which they can't have kids. There's an age after which it's much more difficult for them to have kids. That's just biology.
I've been out of college for 10
hang on.
years.
I let you finish. I know you want to rip my face off, but I let you finish. And so the point is that when women go to college full-time or they have a full-time job, they can't be a mother because a mother is a full-time job. So that means that if they are having kids, guess who's not around for 8 hours during the day? Where do they put the baby for 8 hours during the day? Do they just stuff them in a box somewhere? Got to send them to daycare. Somebody has to take care of the kids. Just because you're the one that's not doing it doesn't mean it's not a full-time job. So, no, you cannot have it all without making sacrifices. And the problem is, working women will have a kid. They'll prioritize their career. This is what happens in many cases. And who is the one who is forced to pay the price? Who for this sacrifice in time? It's the kid. It's the kid that doesn't have the mother for those 8 hours a day when their mom's at work. It's the kid who mom can't go to the game. Mom can't pick you up when you're sick from school. Mom can't do X, Y, and Z. So actually, we have a short life. We have to make decisions in time. Nobody can have everything of everything. Nobody can have it all. We have to make decisions, which means sacrifice. And the problem that is going on, if women want to work their whole life and never have kids, I don't think that's good for them. I don't think that's fulfilling. But worse still is you have women that are promiscuous, which is a mortal sin. They'll wind up having kids, often become a single mom. And even if they're not, the kids wind up in daycare. And the point is it's just a very selfish lifestyle. People should put their family first.
Amy, let me ask Amy, because Amy's been quiet, and Nima, I'll come to you, and then everyone, believe me, everyone's going to get tons of time
Get
to talk.
Nima back in there.
You're saying
Get the
that,
Ralph mailbag.
Yeah.
In regards to women working, did you go to college, Amy?
Yeah, I have my associates in justice and legal. I dropped out. But I agree with you to some degree, but I don't think anyone can really have it all. It's only the top 1%, someone exceptional in any field to really have it all. So yes, you can, but will everybody? No, it's unlikely. So I understand both sides of the arguments. I think if a woman really wants to do it and she can make that happen,
I'm a sucker for it,
you're
honestly.
absolutely correct. That is not going to come without sacrifice. And I don't think you can put 100% into both things. You can be all in on something.
Americans have an issue with that.
Like, you can be all in on multiple things, but that means that one thing at a time, you have to be giving 100% of your focus to that thing. So that is going to be time away from your children. That is going to have some type of an impact on them. So I think that this is something to certainly keep in mind when we are trying to talk about the traditional values that we want to reinstill in society, but that doesn't necessarily mean we have to legislate it or anything like that, which you said. You never even said that in the first place.
Are you like, what are you doing to sort of reinforce? You're 28. Smart, attractive. Same. You guys are the same.
We got it.
Smart, attractive, late 20s, early 30s. No man, no kids. Tons of people in your DMs. Here's Nick, who's basically like,
"What's up, Finish House Mafia?"
I mean, if you could sum up in one sentence your advice for them, what would it be?
Don't go to school. Have kids. Stop having sex. Have kids with your husband.
Okay. And you mentioned that being promiscuous is a mortal sin.
Yeah.
Is that sex before marriage?
Yeah.
So what happens then?
You go to hell.
So they're going to hell.
If they don't repent, yeah.
So all they have to do is do what?
They have to go to
Repent.
confession. Yeah,
Okay.
and say, I'm sorry.
So do you firmly believe that, let's say these two girls who have had sex out of wedlock will go to hell?
Well, I mean, the Catholic position is we don't know who goes to heaven, but we do believe that adultery is a mortal sin. Premarital sex is a mortal sin, and mortal sins mean they're grave and with full consent.
Gotcha.
Breaking the 10 Commandments.
So what's your advice to young Amy over here?
What about
My advice
pedophilia?
would be find a husband who's going to take care of you and love you and cherish you and have kids. And that's the most beautiful thing.
That's actually what I want. I got into a debate with Brendan Carter about this recently because I've been a person, like I've traveled, like I've moved across the world, made a lot of money, I've done the things, and one thing I can strongly attest to is it never made me truly happy or fulfilled. You get the dopamine rush, but then with goals, it's always on to the next thing. Dopamine is highly, highly addictive. And so people have this end of mind where they're like, when I get here, I'll be happy, but then there's always something else that comes up. For women, in this debate, we actually brought up that the chemical of oxytocin is a chemical that can only be induced. It necessitates the presence of another person. You need to be giving to another person. You need to be pouring into them, providing value to them. And I think the easiest way to do that for a woman is through a family. So my mindset has completely changed. Completely changed.
These hoes shut the fuck up.
Well, my goal is to get married and have kids. I mean, I just got out of a relationship, so I know I need to heal from that. I don't want to bring any of that into my next relationship. But the next guy I'm with, I want that to be the person I'm with for the rest of my life. I want to have kids. I want a family. I want those traditional values. Nearly more than like anything.
Can they leave the
honestly.
stage and go find a husband here live?
That is married with kids here is our friend Nima.
You know what? Get started now,
so as you're hearing
sweetheart.
this
Can you just
conversation go down, married, how long have you been married?
Go do a
Less than
shotgun
year
wedding
with this
right now.
For about 4 or 5 years now.
4 or 5 years, and you have a daughter.
Yeah.
So congratulations. As you're hearing this discussion, the women working, beautiful, attractive, Nick.
Okay, we got it. Adam.
Staunch in his opinions, celibate.
Trying to get some pussy after the
Michael,
show. Can you just chill out?
Ladies, man.
Man of
What's
God.
your take?
Man. Maybe I am
Man
something.
of God.
You don't know.
Nat, virgin. Maybe there's something here, Nick. I don't know. I don't know if you like the dark meat, but we can have that convo. What's your advice for men, women, families? What do you see out there?
Yeah, you know, as crazy as it is, I agree with some of the things that Nick said. And my wife is a college graduate, and she's a teacher by training, and she stays home. You know, we underestimate how much it takes to really give a loving dedication to raising a child. I mean, my wife really wakes up sometimes 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock. How could she work? I knew before I got married, and I was working with fashion models in New York for about 10 years, and I got a nice little, small
sounds like a
city girl,
handful.
like village girl from Germany, evangelical Christian. And, she's very dedicated to raising our child. And her parents are nearby, her grandmother's nearby, her sister's nearby, her cousins are nearby. And she gets to see this whole extended family. We got cows and horses and stuff, very different in New York. And I don't know, I think having my wife stay at home, I think she's happy. And she's a liberal. I mean, she's not like me. I'm pretty independent, but she's in Germany, their center is pretty left. And one more thing, we were talking about in America, I agree with Nick when he said that we're not creating things. My father-in-law, CEO in the auto sector, they have so many factories in Germany where they're creating widgets, like you mentioned, widgets.
Factories in Germany?
And they're hyper specialized. And in Germany,
Whoa,
I
now.
think you see way more craftsmen, way more guys that are highly skilled. College is not necessary. College is free. But if you don't go to college, you don't have that stigma that you do in the United States. They value people that are skilled workers, that are building with their hands. And in Germany, which I consider generally a richer country than the United States, I spent a little more than half.
What do you mean
the year.
richer country than the United States?
I consider it a little richer just because, okay, I spend, let's say, a little over 6 months here, 5 months there, have a home in both. I don't see homelessness there. And
It depends on your finding. I mean, GDP-wise, it's not even close.
No,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, I don't see homelessness in the streets there.
Okay.
I don't see the level of just raw violence of people walking into the stores and just taking things. Here, people have guns. Here, it's just widespread. School shootings. I mean, we don't have these problems in Germany. I'm just objectively speaking. And I love America, born and raised. This country saved my grandfather's life. That he came from Iran. So I have a lot of respect for this country. But I'm just saying, objectively speaking, as a father of a little infant daughter, I would feel more comfortable her going to school in Germany.
Why do you think that, and how long have you lived in Germany, or how much time have you spent in Germany?
Now it's going to be about my fourth year.
Why do you think that they've progressed so much since, there may or may not have been something that definitely happened.
Yeah, they haven't had to fund the military for 80 years. How about that?
Well, what have they done to increase their economy? What was that, Michael?
They haven't had to fund a military for 80. Like, the three, to go back to the 1980s and 1990s, the three countries that made the best automobiles in the world: Japan, Italy, and Germany. What did those three countries have in common? They didn't have to have a military for the last 80 years because the U.S. provided their military. So they were able to turn their manufacturing economy on other things, and that's why they build better cars and a lot of other stuff that are better than us. But to the opposite point, Pratt & Whitney is in the United States, Raytheon's in the United States, Lockheed Martin's in the United States, Boeing is in the United States.
Yeah.
There are we act like we make incredibly complex, incredibly expensive things that help our economy here in the United States. It's just we've gotten to this narrative where we don't make anything. We don't make plastic widgets like they do in China. Absolutely, but we do make a lot of things in this country.
Pull up, if you would, while having this conversation, what does America make? You're absolutely right. I mean, talking about defense and military-industrial complex and everything with that, we're making the
school
the ships and the missiles and the jets and the tanks. I mean, we're definitely making that.
Real talk. I mean,
man,
you
we
think
got
about
that
Japan over the
category.
last 80 years, they have not had to worry about any defense spending on against China at all because we've got Kadena and Yokota Air Base and we've got Anderson Air Force Base in Guam. So like that's the reason why they don't have to worry about that.
Gotcha. Back to Germany.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thank you for serving.
Oh, by the way, did a Rumble rant come in there?
Our freedom, including Nick and Adam and
I have to
the
try to
ladies
find
here.
that.
And even though we're disagreeing, it's pretty cool. We have the freedom to speak.
Did I miss a Rumble rant?
Just in Germany, why I feel it's safer is I think that we've become desensitized to the violence here in the United States. I mean, you don't really feel it until you live abroad, and that's just. I think that we've really become desensitized. And also, I think one more reason why they do better is, again, I'm not a liberal, but they do give health care to everyone there. And I think one reason is they don't have the level of corruption in their capital as we do in the United States.
Okay, I think it just
Here,
updated
the right
on my
and the
end.
left are colluding. They're pillaging the middle class, left and right.
Okay,
Healthcare.
good.
Pat
I think it
was
just
talking
updated
about
some of the last
the
ones.
insurance industry, and I thought, it's not healthcare, it's sick care.
Okay,
I mean,
let's skip
that's
Shamoo.
so-
I was told to skip to 120, and honestly, I'm getting tired of this.
All right. Yeah.
It's like, okay, I get it. I know all these things anyway. So it's like, okay,
Yeah.
yes, I know this already. All right, now let's see. 120.01, I guess that's where I'm at, but 120 is fine. Okay,
right.
you ready?
Yep.
All right, let's hit it right now.
Have YouTube, if you didn't have super chats, if you couldn't accept credit cards, the ability to make money rapidly disappears. As far as the sensationalism goes, you know, I'll admit I'm sensational like anybody. It's marketing, but I've gone through the gauntlet of what I have at a very young age. And again, like I said, it's
that sounds kind of
financial,
Jewish,
it's the
doesn't it?
social media deplatforming. It's being ostracized by my high school friends and you know, the whole gamut of having views like I have because I really believe them. And it's founded not, by the way, in like race baiting or something. It's founded in my conviction in Catholicism. If you knew anything about me, what really changed in college is not just that one inquiry about the foreign aid. It was the fact that I picked up a Bible, actually for the first time in my life in college, and I genuinely thought about death. And I realized that what we have today is a world order that is totally set against Jesus and totally set against God. And so it's on my heart to do this no matter the cost, even if it, you know, even if
Nick,
it
let me ask you,
bankrupts
and then I'm coming to Nima because he hasn't spoken. So I have this. There's a bio, right? Some of it is probably accurate. I would say most of it. Some of it might not be. Because I would like your message to be conveyed correctly. Sure. So I'm just going to read you a couple things of what it says, but then I would forget about this. You write your own bio. I'm going to give you this, and you say, you know what? Here's what I stand for. Short, quick, not a whole espousal, right? Nick Fuentes, known for holding anti-Semitic views and denying the Holocaust. That's what it says here. He's a far-right supremacist and political commentator
Johnson dunked on Nick as well. We'll
he
listen to
identifies
that
as a member
well.
of the incel movement and as a supporter of authoritarian government and as a Catholic integralist. I got to learn how to read. And white Christian nationalist. In 2020, seeking to establish a white supremacist conference to rival CPAC, Fuentes began holding the annual America First Political Action Committee, AFPAC. Fuentes attended 2017 white supremacist rally in Charlottesville.
Hit
and
the
later
like
was the
button.
attendee of speaker events preceding the 2021
thumbs up. Give it the Ralph a
United
thumb.
States Capitol
The
attack.
famous Ralph a thumb.
So there's a bio. How much of that is accurate? And here's your chance to write your own bio.
Well, a lot of it's not true. Every time they say my name, they got to throw in white supremacist, white nationalist, anti-Semitic, neo-Nazi. You know, I don't identify with any of those things. I'd say I'm a Catholic American nationalist.
Catholic American nationalist. But you know, I understand that. But you know, they say, you know, you are your reputation. You know, like Michael. No matter what Michael tries to tell me,
say, but I'm sure
no
none of
matter
it's
what
true.
Michael tries to tell
No,
me, I know that dude is out in Vegas. I know he's with women. I know he's got high-profile buddies. I don't care what he says. I'm seeing the words. He has a reputation, right? Homeboy over there, reputation. He's been in the fashion industry. He says a lot of bombastic things. He has a reputation. I have a reputation. You go ask anybody in Miami, it's like, dude, Adam's been around the block, blah, 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 blah. You have this reputation. So what have you done to dispel this reputation?
Well, I would say
1,300 watching live.
Different. I mean, my reputation, if you talk to people that know me, because that's really what a reputation is, people that know you. Not, because the Wikipedia, that's a Wikipedia article. It's just been established.
I see Zoom
that
in the old
CIA
chat. Shout out to him.
Wikipedia. That just came out this week.
He
So
said,
I
keep up
wouldn't
the good fight,
necessarily
Ralph.
say
Appreciate
that
that,
what the press
sir.
says about you is who you are.
Yeah.
Because if what the press said about you is who you are, then what does that make Andrew Tate? And what does that make Donald Trump or Alex Jones? And I would say that if you talk to people that know me, I'm a polite, respectful person, and I treat everybody in a respectful way.
That's not what I've heard.
I happen to have views that politically are totally against the system. And therefore, the media, which we know is controlled by the system, doesn't have nice things to say about me.
You don't
and
do
as
yourself
far as
any
dispelling
favors.
my
What do you mean by the...
reputation,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Right.
you know, what have I done to
God.
dispel that? I mean, at the end of the day, what can a person do? I mean, I've had special guests at my event. I've had speakers at my event that are black. How am I a white supremacist? I've had my whole life.
Oh, he's got black friends.
Speakers. The
Ramo.
guy that got me on the show is black. I have Jewish friends. Some of the people that I cite the
Some of my
most in
best
these
friends?
debates, like
That's
Michael
nice, man.
Sartain's been
That's
doing his
nice.
research.
All right.
I know that. The primary author I cite is Jewish. His name's Ron Oons. The other
Wow.
author
He's
I
cool with
cited
the
on
dude.
Fresh and Fit, Israel
Simping for
Shayhak,
Jews? Is that
is
what he's
Jewish.
doing here? What?
Another good
I
friend of mine,
can't.
Darren Beatty, runs Revolver, Jewish. Laura
Wow.
Loomer.
I work with Laura Lynn.
Great personal expense. People call me a hypocrite for this. I went out and supported her, and I was there on
Is
her
this simping for
election
Jews?
night party.
What?
She's a hardcore Jewish Zionist. Now, I happen to believe that she's America first. We disagree on that issue. But the point is, you know, all you'd have to do is take a look at the company I keep in.
What about Ali Alexander's?
Nima, you mentioned his name. I don't know what that situation was, but the deplatforming. You mentioned a guy. What you mentioned Nima's name? Well, you were responding to something he said. What was that you mentioned?
At
to
what
him?
point?
I mean,
the mutual friend or something.
Oh yeah, he talked about Ali.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been canceled for standing up to toxic feminism. I lost about 800,000 followers on TikTok. I empathize with both of you. But I just wanted to chime in on what Michael said, because I agreed with it on you, Nick. And I do think you're being pretty professional, and you seem like a nice guy in person, to your credit, you know. Now, to what Michael said, you do complain that people, you get angry that people are complaining that you use the N-word, that you said Hitler is very cool. But 45 minutes ago, you threw a huge fit whenever anyone here brought up the accusations of you watching child porn.
Yeah, I think that's an accusation.
It's fucking crazy.
I mean, I think Ethan. I think quite a few people online
yeah, but what are you
have
talking
talked
about?
about being a closet homosexual as well and watching cild porn. I mean,
Alpha male citing what?
I think you know what I'm talking about. And
Nima, where are you getting
This is
this
just a
story
personal
from?
attack. Yeah, I mean, what evidence do you have
you
for
get-
any of this? He could speak for himself.
That you're a closet homosexual?
Yeah. What's the evidence?
I think it's been all over it.
So what's the evidence if you know?
What's the evidence that you're straight?
You said I'm gay, child porn. What's the evidence? Let's hear it. What's the case?
I think there's been at least 2 people in your group that have basically
Drivers in
been
their
caught
chat losing
around,
it.
you know, with pedophilia.
I see a Ralph MLW over there too.
Ali was one.
And what is my relationship with him? Tell me.
I don't know. You got fired by Kanye's campaign,
So,
didn't you?
so you don't
he did.
know.
But you got fired by him, didn't you?
No. But let's talk about Ali, because we could talk about Kanye, but let's talk about Ali, because you said
let's talk about Ali.
Ali's
Good
in my
idea.
group. What does that mean?
40% of the
'Cause
way
you just
there
said
on the
that.
I
fun.
mean, that's like your best friend forever, isn't it?
He's my best friend
BFF.
forever. What's my relationship with him?
You know what it is. Now you're downplaying it.
You don't even.
You
but you
like
don't
to-
even know, because you're here to attack me personally,
You're
because you
getting
have some
defensive.
beef with my
You're-
political
you're-
views.
No, he was intricately
Trump.
involved
You're
with that
getting
whole
defensive.
campaign and your movement.
Yes.
Because you're.
I never set up Trump like you did when you
didn't
you
set
did
up
what you
Trump.
brought
Just to
up
be clear
Kanye.
here, guys. Just to be
for the
clear,
record.
he actually was. I don't know who Ali is, and that's why I'm generally being like, "Who the hell's
fuck do
Ali?"
you not
Here,
know
you
this?
mentioned it multiple times.
You don't even
I hope
know.
you guys would clarify this. He actually was like, "Hey, I agree with you being deplatformed. I don't
Yeah.
agree. I empathize with you."
And then he comes
But-
in with the personal attack.
Well, I think that's just
No, it's not
how
personal.
people
No.
debate.
Hey,
But
that's
so what's
not a
what's the
debate.
point here? though,
I agree,
guys?
Sponge.
I just find it rich that that you're doing this, Nick, because I think
Doing
that
what?
Nick, in your Telegram group, you've extensively made the joke that you're using comedy as a cover to shield you. That these people are all stupid; they don't figure out what you're doing, but you know what you're doing. And I think Michael was
What
right.
am I doing?
You're really actually pushing hate and bigotry, man.
Which is what? Hate against whom?
Definitely towards Jewish people.
In what way? I just got done saying I have Jewish friends.
I was on Pearl's show. Did you see when Pearl got attacked on Piers Morgan?
I did, yeah.
And if you looked at Pearl's Twitter, she literally put a Jewish guy on her Twitter and said, "I can't wait to have you back on the show." I made jokes on women for about 2 hours, 3 hours straight in London a month ago, and she laughed.
That's great. How
No,
am I
but-
pushing hate?
Hold on, and she laughed. So when she made a song about the Jewish people, I
Which
said,
we
you
have.
know,
We'll play the clip.
I said, okay, fine. I mean, just like Chappelle made jokes about Jewish people.
That's
I said,
Shamoo on the
fine.
call,
But,
Kinnishay.
but I think, to Pearl's credit, she's here making songs that I found offensive, but I supported her freedom of speech.
But why was that offensive? Why was that song offensive?
Well, let's play the clip, and we can have this conversation. Did you want to weigh in before we
Yeah,
play the
I
clip?
just want to say one more thing.
Well, don't go off topic because we're going to go to this
Well,
clip.
but can I defend myself a little bit?
I mean,
I've been attacked.
How about this, guys?
Let me go ahead.
Since I'm on your guys' show, when can I play the clip that we're talking about here?
About
man.
5 minutes.
When
We
can I
need
play
to-
the clip that we've teed up?
Can we
that
put it-
that you guys are literally discussing?
Drive-by.
You guys tell me how to run my show.
We'll let you know.
How do
I'm
you
gonna take a smoke break
how do
real
you
quick.
claim that you are not sexist? And look, I'm not a feminist by any means, believe me. But how can you claim that you're not sexist when you say comments and you mean them like women should not go to college? Is that not
What does sexism mean to you?
Would the average person or the average female, Republican, Democrat, black, white, green, blue, who has gone to
They're
college,
just walking all over Nick in this
would
interview,
they
by
be
the way.
offended
They won't even
by
let him answer,
something
do
like
anything. There is
that
no
that
knife.
You believe.
The knife is broken.
I'm not saying you shouldn't say it. You have the right to say it.
I know.
But is that not what you is that not offensive?
Okay, what does that mean, offensive? When I say that women should be mothers instead of go to college, how does that offend you?
No, you said women shouldn't go to college, and we talked about education.
You should have stayed in college
That's
a
what
little
I just
longer,
said.
bitch.
You're
But
a
then
living
I
proof of
said-
why women shouldn't go to college. Let me
See,
just
I
tell
mean,
you
that
that.
just
living
writes
proof
itself.
why
I mean,
women
anybody can
shouldn't
pick
go
that
to
up.
college.
None of this.
If you don't want the
You're
personal
special.
attacks,
What
then don't give the personal.
what
If
if
you
I
don't want the
said-
personal attacks, then don't give the
What if
personal
I
attacks.
said?
being
What if
If
I
you don't want the
said?
personal attacks, then don't give the
What if
personal
I
being
said that
personally
you're
attacked.
living
Yeah, yeah.
proof?
Paying attention.
What if
Oh, sure.
what
No,
if
I
I
have.
said that?
Catalina, Nick,
what if-
go ahead.
What
Have a
if-
conversation.
what if I said that you were living
Unbelievable.
proof why
Because
women
I
should
just
turned
stay
into a
home and raise
spork.
children?
You asked me-
Because
you
clearly
You started to have an
offensive.
existential
You kinda
crisis
was-
over
you
getting
kinda
cut so
raised
hard
a
in
little
this fucking panel.
Weird at this
You
point.
said it's offensive, and I said, what's offensive about saying women should stay at home and raise families instead of go to college? And you said, that's not what you said. You said women shouldn't go to college.
You did say that. That can be taken
And I'm saying,
in
how's
a
that
million
offensive?
other ways.
I'm saying, how's that offensive?
If you go back to what he said, he was correlating the two and saying the reason why they shouldn't go to college is
Right.
because he believes in reinstilling those values.
Well, just let her answer. How's that offensive?
Okay, so if I've been out of college for now 10 years and I'm still not married with children, how is that?
How is
did
it
me going to
offensive?
college impact not having a family and
Well, you don't have a family.
right? So how did that impact? How did me going to college, and then you talk about God and you're God fearing? What about God's role in finding a partner? What about God's timing? What about those things?
I'm asking you simply
So-
because you said it's offensive. How is what I said offensive?
You said that women should not go to college.
I know. How is that offensive?
Because women, if they want to go to college, should.
Why are you harping on
wanna
this,
go to
bitch?
College. They should be able
But
to go
how
to
does that
college.
offend people? Why is that offensive?
You don't think that that would be offensive to women if
Well, you're
if
answering a
somebody
question with a
said-
question. You said it. How is it offensive?
Because it's people should be able to pursue what they
She's
want to
offended
pursue.
for all women because
and
she has our IQ of room temperature.
And you can believe
You're
it,
stuff.
but it's not
basically
offensive.
saying, you're basically saying that women shouldn't be
Can I try
educated.
to
if they
sell
don't-
this real quick? And it's just a disagreement of beliefs. What she's saying is a woman's right to be educated has some place in weight versus her ability to have children. And what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you, which is if she gets educated, the likelihood of her putting off childbirth is there. So it's one of these things: 6 dozen, 1 half, 6 and 1, whatever. I'm fucked up.
Yeah, yeah.
One of the situations here is when you say this, what you find offensive is the concept of him saying that you can't have
Yeah, she
children,
keeps
and
breaking
this
up
is
the
pushing it
roast.
back,
It's like,
and
bitch, can
should
you
have
just
the
shut
choice.
the
And what
fuck
you're
up?
saying is that shouldn't be offensive at all because you're just making a
is some
statement,
duct tape
and that's
over
your
that
opinion.
bitch's mouth.
That's it.
Yeah, seriously.
Because otherwise you guys
Somebody
can
escort
keep saying
confiscate
that.
her
By the way,
pants,
guys,
please.
here's the deal, because we're going to move on. Here's the deal. Here's what I think. You think that women shouldn't go to college, yes?
Yeah.
You think that women should go to college.
do whatever they want to
Here's
do.
what I'll say. I think that women should 1,000,000% have the freedom to choose what they want to do with their life.
Yeah.
At the same time, I do think that women should put a way bigger priority on having more family values, motherhood, and being a good wife and being a good mother than being a boss.
Oh, they're
babe.
starting to
But at
cope in the
same
chat.
time-
The live
at the
just
same
saying
time,
L panel, L panel.
if they choose to not have kids and not have a family,
Kenrio
and
didn't
argue
think it
with
was an L
Chelsea Handler
panel. He was
online about this, that's
celebrating
their
it on
choice
Twitter.
to their detriment.
Can somebody
That's
fill
my
this
opinion.
bitch's mouth or something so
I
she'll
think there's a
shut
middle
up?
ground, but I think one of the other things is, like you said before, you want men and women as teenagers to get married and start
Yeah.
having
Shout
children.
out Gross
You
ass
want
in
them
the
as
chat.
teenagers to start having babies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick, you said you would actually marry.
And now it's back to and this personal attack.
No,
another
no, but
drive-by.
Nick, you
Let's
did.
hear it.
Nick, you said you were ready that you would one day marry a teenage girl, and that actually makes sense because, you
Are
you
you
look
gonna
like
call me
a
a
teenage
pedophile
boy
again?
that would probably molest himself.
Okay.
Damn.
And there it is again with the personal attacks. Maybe this is a reason for
Oh,
anti-Semitism,
shit.
I think.
But this,
Because you're a very obnoxious person. I came here respectfully polite, and you're coming on here with personal attacks, drive-by shots.
You're getting the defensive
Because
again
it's
about the
totally
child.
Oh, he's
born in
upset
homosexuality.
now.
I came here for a
He's
debate,
mad.
and you
Yeah.
come on here saying I look like a teenager, and this is not.
I mean, you do
And-
look like you have a micro penis.
here's what we're gonna do here, guys. Here's what we're gonna do here. Let's keep this high level.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
What a madman.
Let's keep it high level. And what I'll say is
I
let's
respect you, Nick.
avoid
I'm
the
sorry.
personal attacks.
Yeah, I agree.
now.
I agree with that.
What I will say is,
I'm just saying to respect me because
Nick, it's
you
just
don't.
comedy. Nick, it's just sensational.
but
He's up there
that's
trying to
fine.
blood sports.
What I will
Nick.
say is like,
Holy
you
shit.
did also go to like, I don't give a fuck what this guy is. He's just a brown dude. I don't know, whatever. I don't care that he's
I don't
Jewish
know
or
who
not.
he is either.
So, but that's my point.
I know
You
he's
went
Jewish,
to the
though.
lowest,
You know he's
like,
Jewish.
well, maybe that's why people don't like Jews. Like,
After he called me
I
a
get it.
pedophile.
I get it.
Nick, you straight
that
up
was
Pause
low
it.
class.
Cog sent $5. Oi, Ralph, can you play my smash hit
Yeah, we got
Troon
to.
booty?
We got to.
Also, oi, mate, I'm British. I got
Oi.
me finger stuck in me bum.
I see. I won't. Yeah, maybe we'll get into some cog stuff. I saw Elaine blow him out. I don't know how many people know this, but Britain, I know Grossly knows this. Britain is a very class conscious society, and the upper class Brits just instinctively know how to like put down the lower class Brits, and it's just like something they're born with. And Cog was just losing his mind. He's like, you live in
Cog was
Chelsea.
seething.
It's like, nigga, you could.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people know this, but Chelsea's one of the most exclusive zip codes in the world. It's like, oh, you ran a place in Chelsea. It's like, man, you can't even walk through Chelsea. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, 134.
She fucked him up so bad, he had to fucking ban her from the chat. He kicked her. He was like, you want to say anything else? And then just kicked her out.
Oh, dude.
She destroyed him.
It was brutal. It was brutal. She did blow him out. Grossly, you're right. All right, 134.57, and we may pause it and go to a few other things and then come back to this as well because we only have SHAMOO for a limited time, and I want to go through some of these other things while he's here and also maybe play some of the Charles Johnson thing. We will go back to this, though, if we do that. All right, 134.57. You ready?
Yep.
All right, hit it right now.
That's on his end, but that's like if you did something that I didn't agree with. I'm like, you know, those fucking Catholics
This is a
again.
great
Like
show.
that.
This is a great show.
Adam, Nick,
Guys, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're
You're
gonna do.
right. On the Zoom call before, you're
Nick,
right.
Nick, could you at least address this? You literally said that the entire country of India smells like shit.
That's true. It does smell bad. You're going to tell me Delhi doesn't smell bad? They got 1.5 billion people, and they're all crammed together on one train. It doesn't smell bad?
It's the curry.
Come on, man.
With spices?
What's good for the goose is what's good for the gander, man.
Okay.
Just-
Hey, Nick,
And I'm playing
we're about to
into
get
it.
to super chats.
Nick,
By the
I-
way, everyone, we're about to read super chats
No, but
in
that's not
30
cool.
seconds.
Nick, I totally agree with you. No personal attacks. I want to do that. But I'm just thinking, like, when I was 24 years old, I didn't enlist into the U.S. military until I was 26. And I didn't have my life figured out. And I'm trying to have empathy for your situation because you've made some pretty life-altering decisions before you're 25 years old, right? There's certain things that I'm sure, I don't know if you wish you could take back. But
It's not a
you're getting
personal
lot of
attack
heat,
to
right? And this is
attack
gonna
Ali
probably follow you for
Alexander
the rest of your life.
his
You'd agree.
participation in fucking Nick's movement.
My
Like,
question is,
not
you
a
mentioned
personal
constantly
attack.
lies about
there
it.
was
If he
a
would just come out and tell the
possible potential
truth
offer
and
for you to work
renounce
for the
it,
Daily
he would
Wire.
save
You were
himself a
fan
lot of this,
Ben
but he
Shapiro.
won't.
And then all of that was taken
Because
away.
Ollie's got tons of dirt on
I
him.
was just me. I'm just
Man,
speaking
that too,
anecdotally.
probably.
Maybe you can
Yeah.
say the same thing, Adam, if this has been your experience. In my early 20s, I was very impressionable. Much more so than I am now at 45 years old. Much more,
It
more
is tough,
so
man.
now than I am as a
Oh,
military
God.
veteran. I was very impressionable. Do you think that like the extreme
Those
nature
messages
to which you go from
Milo
one end to
release where
another,
it's like
it
them
had, like,
him being cognizant of Nick knowing and all
an
this stuff.
extreme
Nick
impact
knew.
on you and maybe some
Nick
overcompensation that happened because I can't imagine being the age you were to have that level of opportunity taken from you. Do you think that that could have like an extreme impact on your opinions?
No, because I can tell you precisely how I get from one point to another.
Okay.
I mean, that's the thing is a lot of people, whenever somebody has views like me, which are so contrary to the establishment, they say the only reason a young person or an intelligent person could go against the system is because, well, obviously something is wrong with them, you know, or they're,
No,
wait, hang on,
Okay.
or, you know, something personal happened
Sure.
to them, or, you know, in other words, that it came from something other than inquiry. But in my case, like I said, I was a person who, I mean, I was really huffing the propaganda from Daily Wire and PragerU and all these groups. And then I realized I wasn't getting the full story. I realized there was a totally different angle to it. And like I said, it was my inquiry into that topic, which is why that was taken off the table in the first place. And I'll tell you just a quick example. In December 2016, this is really a big part when it started. They were calling Obama anti-Semitic because he instructed our ambassador to the UN to abstain from a Security Council vote condemning Israel's settlements in the West Bank. And I said, how is it they're calling him anti-Semite? They're saying he hates Jews because he instructed a diplomat to abstain from a vote, which, by the way, is our official policy. It's our official policy since '67 that we think the civilian settlements are illegal, which is what the UN was condemning. So we were doing something consistent with our policy, and yet roundly in conservative circles, they said, well, he hates Jews. He did that because he hates Jews. And I said, wait a second, I don't like Barack Obama. I don't like him as much as the next guy.
They do that for every president, though. Biden's catching heat with Netanyahu, Trump, even though he moved the embassy from
Tel Aviv to
Jerusalem. Yet his son-in-law, Jared Kushner,
Nick would probably say Barack's got a lot of
Obama,
Jewish friends.
George, every president's going to get all sorts of allegations. We know that.
Right, but the point is, as I said, how is this any different from when somebody gets called racist for saying something that isn't really racist? How is it different from being called Islamophobic for saying something that's not what, you know, all
Nick,
the other things?
Let me ask you straight up, because we're going to Nick, let me ask you, and then we move on. I'm going to let you answer this. Ready? Here we go. Then we move on.
Okay.
Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Saucecast. Are you a racist?
No.
Okay. Are you
What?
anti-Semitic?
He said he's racist on
Okay.
his
Are
show
you
many
Islamophobe?
times.
No.
You hate gays?
No.
And he's called himself
Okay.
anti-Semitic.
Is there any
What?
single individual group you hate more than others?
No, I love
Okay.
all people.
Do you think, do you hate black people?
No.
Okay. Do you think India smells?
That I do. Yeah,
Okay,
I do
there we go.
Listen,
Then that's
go
where
to
we'll
an
go
Indian
with this.
restaurant. It's
All right.
The curry.
At this point, we will read our super chats. Thank you for being here. Thanks for taking the heat. Thanks for everyone being here. Let's keep it classy like Ron Burgundy. Nat, Hooked on Phonics, work for Nat. Amy, thank you. Lovely. Catalina. I don't know why the hell you went to college, girl. But we'll figure that out later.
Good question.
Yeah, actually, well.
Should have done hair.
Nick, you and I probably agree.
Even the host can't help
We
himself.
do.
Should have
On
done
that.
hair.
I'm Jewish. No, I'm Jewish, but you probably agree with me.
We do. I realized that at the
I'm not the
beginning.
bad guy you
Gonna
think I am.
read
man.
the super chat.
You keep attacking
Just
us.
in case,
Guys.
I'm not the
Let's
bad
just
guy you think I
read
am.
the super chats.
I don't know you.
By the way, for those of you just joining us,
Yes.
we got Nick, we got Amy, we got Michael, we got Catalina, we got Alpha King Nima. This is a unique show. We're having a discussion, high level. We got Malik, ones and twos. Boom, quick camera shot. Hey, Malik, he's here. Nat's here.
Hi.
We're not doing the chat,
Pause
the live
it.
chat
They
today.
sent $50 out.
Wow.
You were ready for your pedophilia shielding to follow you for the Nicky show to have fucked with the rap from you little bitch.
You shouldn't have done that. All right, musical interlude. We'll get back to the super chats. We got to play the Grace Thorpe thing while Shamoo's here and go through the Chuck Johnson thing. Let's have a little tune there, very kind with the 50 spot. Now we're at 56% of the way there on the 6th hour Transformer Fund. Amazing show today. Grace Thorpe versus Adam Green. Boneface on Monday. And a special caller, perhaps? Get up out of your motherfucking chair! I may have led the show off with this song many times. Tenrio may have broken the law recording his call, by the way, the one we're going to show in a little while.
Tough week for Tenrio, setting up his Fuhrer.
Stay in the house, Tenrio.
Biggest fight on the hill in the early days. Got the chill deep inside. Shouting gun on they run through the endless gray. On they fight for the right, yes, but who's to say?
All right, now. I'll let it play a little bit more and I'll stop it. Hello, Metallica. Groipers in the chat seething. Shut up, faggots. Oh, we're teaming up with Jews? You mean like Nick Fuentes? Shut your dick-sucking mouth up.
Nick's got lots of Jewish friends.
Yeah, what's
There
your
you go.
problem? What is your problem? He doesn't hate anybody. What do you mean?
He's not anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
Some of his best friends are Jewish.
Right. So what's the big deal? Yeah, fuck off. Back to your pedophile cult. Just unbelievable. And you know what's funny is on Twitter they try to disguise their affiliation sometimes, and they'll be under my tweets and they'll be like, "Oh man, this is getting embarrassing," or "Oh, I don't even like Nick," but and then you go look at their follows and it's all like Groipers and Nick adjacent people. This is
they
like
they just don't
information
want the
bullshit.
smoke. They don't want the smoke. That's why they're doing that, because they're cowards. They don't want the smoke.
That's correct.
But
Farrah, 1984, that's a dumb fuck right there in chat. I'm gonna start calling you dumb fucks out. Just attack them, dunk on them in chat, so I don't have to waste my time. All right, now let's see. Let's pull up the. Okay, not this. That's Cog. Where is that clip? Okay, so I saw this yesterday, Shamoo, and I'm sure you've seen it. I'll send you the link though. And again, I think everybody knows I like Grace. I like Ben too. You know, I don't think some of the things that's been said really went down, but I also have said, you know, some of that stuff's troubling, right? And some of those stories, I see why certain things are said, etc. Right? So that's kind of my position on it, and you know, I'm not in the business of trying to shield them or anything like that. So we'll play it, and do you have it pulled up?
Yeah, I've got it pulled up.
All right, go ahead and hit it right now.
Well, why didn't you tell them to stop doing it here?
Well, it's not these people. These people aren't doing it, but
Well, they know who's doing it.
okay. Can you guys please tell those guys to stop?
Why do you feel like it's right for stupid people to do shit like this?
I don't feel like it's right. It's just like you can't stop them. That's what it
Okay.
is. So, like, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, there is. Like, we could say, like, I'm never coming on George channel again. Then he'll
Oh yeah, that's
get it
true.
together.
Why don't we just tell him that?
Well, what kind of faggots are like, you can't be on the same platform as us? Well, who cares, Grace? Who cares?
You just
about
told me to.
George?
You just told me to.
Who cares? God. All right, forget it. Forget it. I'm done. Forget it.
You just told. I was
Forget it. Forget it. Forget it.
just messaging him to see.
All right, so
Yeah,
there-
so-
go ahead and give your take, Shamoo.
Yeah, I can give some context to this as well. I figured I'd let it play though. So, and you might have heard Ben talk about this. I don't know if he talked about it when he called in, but for the last like 2 weeks, Ben has come up with this like wacky thing called the Wayward Home for Hoes.
The Home for Wayward Hoes. Yes.
The Home for Wayward Hoes. That's right. And they flew in a fan of theirs that was like friends with Grace that let her stay in Washington. And they flew her in, and, you know, immediately like Ben was being like really kind of inappropriate. They got in the car and Ben grabbed her hair, and I put a video about it out just a couple hours ago, going through the whole thing. But he said that they needed to like mutually bond through pain, or they needed to cause each other pain, and so he pulled her hair and she didn't do anything back. He was being weird, like trying to get her to heel like a dog, like saying like heel and all this stuff, like when they were walking, when they were away from Grace. And they got back, and there was this whole like kind of meltdown where Ben was on the Telegram call, you know, saying fuck you to Grace and her friend, and her family went and picked her up. Basically, they were worried about it and everything, so they went to that house and picked her up. Now, the whole thing has been kind of like Ben trying to get ladies, like women, to be in his Telegram groups or any of this other stuff, because he's constantly like hitting on women, and so he was in the Telegram group The Cube, And in the cube, that he constantly went in there because he wanted to talk to women in there. And he got in a fight with Jord, and he tried to poach their women basically and get them over to his Telegram chat. Now, when he tried to poach their women, you know, those guys as trolls, they just spammed a bunch of like memes and stuff like that. But they had the girls say like, oh, we're going to leave because these memes are disgusting or whatever else. But when that happened, Ben couldn't take it. And he got, you know, overly aggressive. And then he took a swipe at Grace, which is wild. Like, it's crazy because it's like they're just spamming memes, you know what I mean? And he isn't able to keep it together and then takes a swipe at Grace. So that's the whole thing with that, is basically like this whole Wayward Hose house thing like imploding. So
well, and again, hold on.
Else.
This is
And
let me mute that, by the way. I'm just getting that pulled up for here in a bit. So I will give my take. So last night, the Cube is the Telegram group they were in, and I'm in there too. I'm not as active as they are, but I was laying down to go to sleep actually, and I know you know about this already, but I saw that Grace and her mother, Courtney, were in the call. I'll let this go through and I'll finish mine.
Funny Valentine sent $3. The clip slap was nothing.
Well, I'm gonna get to that.
Ben's only crime was trying to channel Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park. Nigga looks like he's about to shoot a porno. Grace, run.
So I saw that was happening, and I was about to go to sleep, and I was like, all right, fuck it, I'm getting back up. And I joined the call. It must have been just right after Courtney left. And, you know, I was going to get in there and try to moderate, but also I've never talked to her either, right? So I was like, well, okay.
Sure.
It's an opportunity. And she was already gone, though. And so there was like 3 hours worth of arguing, though. And I don't know how it went, but I heard it was fairly raucous.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact that people were recording that. And I talked to them after this, full disclosure, for a good while, actually, in their own Telegram. Now, I won't go into all that, everything that we said or was said, but, you know, I always talk in these places like I'm on the record anyway, right? So I'm not afraid of anything I said.
Sure.
But I talked to them about this, and if you look at the clip, it doesn't really land. I don't know that the slap actually hit. I'm not defending it. I even told them, I was like, Ben, you know, I can't defend that personally, right? Like I can't put my name on that and say, oh, you know, I've just defend this. But you know, when it was first presented to me, it's like, oh, she's might have a black eye and all this. It's like, well, I don't think so, right? Because I don't really think it hit. That being said, obviously not a good thing, Shamoo, not a good not a good look. And I said that to them, and I also was like, you know, and I've said this publicly too, I'm trying to kind of separate both of them really, but specifically Grace, kind of away from the drama and, you know, giving her a way to shine in different ways rather than Smiley Bandit says he was being hyperbolic. Yeah, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, but a lot of people are like, oh, she got slapped so hard, and then I watch it and it's like, I don't even know that she really got slapped. But you can't do that, right? And that's not a good look, and that's precisely the type of thing that I don't, you know, it just is so distracting and it goes everywhere, and, you know, arguments with your mom, and I you know, I know how that goes, right? Like nobody, you know, if they're right, I could understand that mentality, because nobody can hurt you like your mother, really, if they're saying fucked up shit. So I understand the urge to respond and the urge to take that on, but it's like, that's precisely what I don't want to see, right? Because it's like, well, I'm trying to separate this out. I know this is going to be everywhere. That whole conversation is going to be clipped up and put in videos, probably your videos, et cetera, other people's videos. And while I understand it, it's like, wow, man, can we separate from that a little bit? So
yeah, anyway. And if I could interject,
sure.
So that was part of the argument as well, and maybe you can give your take on this. But so because that happened or whatever, Grace wanted to talk to Courtney, and that's how that whole thing got started. And they talked for a while about all kinds of stuff. But the big thing with her was that you know, that she feels that she can't be a content creator or do any of this stuff without her father, which I vehemently disagree with. I think Grace can do all this stuff without Ben being there and all this crazy shit. I think that she's well spoken and all this stuff. I think she could do fine without him and by herself. Now that's where like all the conflict comes in or whatever with them, and that's why she wanted to talk to Courtney, was because she doesn't feel like she's able to do that. What is your opinion on that?
Well, I'm not trying to get any heat with anybody or anything like that. And Ben's done some funny stuff and some, interesting stuff here on the show. And so I'm not trying to throw him under the bus. But I think everybody knows my opinion on what Grace can do.
Yeah.
And, I think she's very talented and, she could do anything on her own. Yeah. I'm a pretty big supporter. So, I agree with your take. She doesn't need that. But you can take the devil's advocate. I mean, it's her father, right?
Yeah.
So I can understand being loyal to him, etc. But no, I don't think she has to do that. No. So I don't know. It's a tricky situation, and I'm trying to. I want to be diplomatic, and
I get it.
Friendly with him, etc. But no, she doesn't need that. Again,
yeah, and the way I view it, I feel like she could do a lot more because the trajectory just from like covering them or whatever is that it's just gotten worse over time. I didn't know like he's talked about like physical corrections and all this stuff before, but none of it was ever on video. But on that it was just like people were fucking spamming memes or whatever, the people from the Cube, and then he overreacts like that. So I just feel like it would actually be even more beneficial for her to move away from that and try to do something by herself rather than constantly being in like these crazy controversies that with her father, and certain people, Destiny's community or whatever else, aren't going to want to have anything to do with because they feel like it's unethical or whatever, and I just think that like I feel like she should be able to break away from that, and I think that she would do fine. So
well, and look, I get along with Ben. I don't want to say or tell anybody to move away from their father or anything like that. It's not really my place,
yeah.
and that. And I get along with him, and that's not something I would say. But I have said this publicly and privately. I think you guys should move away from this, at least until there's some type of resolution, either which way the resolution goes, and then maybe address it, and then just move on. And so I've said this in private, I've said it in public, so it's not out of bounds. I have a lot of experience with living my personal drama out here on stream. And fighting in-law connections, talking about the battles that I have, getting personal with people who've gotten personal with me, and it's my instinct basically, but it doesn't work out, and it's a net negative in a big way. And people know my history; they've seen even recent history, some of this stuff, and it doesn't help you; it harms you, and so. I'm doing my damnedest to not dip into that and to focus on the show and the entertainment and not make my personal life, although I still talk about certain things here and there in my marriage situation and stuff in a respectful way. It doesn't help you to make that like your calling card or, part of your content. And so... I speak from experience, and it's not me trying to dunk on them or say shit about them. I like them, and I see something in Grace, and so it's not personal. It's actually just like good advice, really, in my opinion. So I've tried to say that, and I know. People try to say it to me, so I understand why they might not listen, or they want to say this, they want to say that. So it's not me throwing them under the bus, but I said what I said. I think they should get a resolution, then maybe address it, and then just kind of move on. So those are my thoughts on it, and I know it's hard, and I know it might not happen, But the more you dip into this, the more it becomes like so associated with you that you almost can't get away from it. Now I'm blessed that I host this show and it's sort of a variety show and we have all these guests and debates, so I can kind of easily just shift into something else, right? It's not as easy for them necessarily, and so I understand that, but yeah, I think it'd be better for them both if they kind of just moved away from it, and but I don't know that that's going to happen, and so we'll see. And Grace is going to be on here tonight, and I hope they think I was fair. I think I was, and very circumspect with what I'm saying here. But yeah, I don't think it's good for either one of them. So, and I understand, there's a lot of wild things said about him, and some of them are by his putative wife and her mother. So I understand the urge to respond to that, and believe me, I understand it more than they probably know. But it doesn't work out. All it does is, feed people who you don't want to feed. And,
exactly.
So, I've learned it the hard way, and so I can't say I've been perfect on it. I haven't been, but it won't stop unless you stop, and. It probably won't ever stop fully, but you can cut down a large percentage of that just by changing what you say, changing what you do. And you might not be able to change what they say, her mother, all these other people, but you can change what you put out. And so that's my take on it. It's not anything I haven't said publicly and privately, but that's kind of my take on it. Any final words here on that?
No, I mean, I think that's basically it. People can go if they want to see like how they retold everything. They can find that on my channel. This whole arc that happened. But no, I just that's my opinion on it. Like I don't really have bones to pick with Grace. I tried it, like, even when we had our debate or whatever on here, I separate that because I don't really have any interest in that. My issues with Ben, obviously. And so I just think that, I think her thinking that she isn't worth anything or isn't able to do anything without him is totally wrong. And I think that she could do a lot of great stuff online and be successful. And she doesn't need to have some guy take swings at her and stuff like that. So that's my opinion.
Fair enough. And, I'm not going to get into, should she leave and all this stuff. That's not my place. And I like Ben.
Yeah,
so I'm not going to get it. And I have a different role, right? I'm the talk show host who has everybody on, right? And your role is taking on the Thorps, basically, in a lot of ways, right? And so we're coming from two different places. And I know these people, right? I've talked to them, and you have too, but on friendlier terms, I guess you could say. And so I want to make sure I'm extra fair. But yeah, I mean, I have a lot of faith in her abilities, and so yeah, I understand what you're saying there. Okay, now I wanted to be fair and cover it. I didn't want anybody to say I was ignoring it or trying to protect anybody or Ralph's gonna run cover. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do that. But I also want to be fair. So those are my takes. Those are Shamoo's takes, and people can have their own takes as well. All right, now, did you see what I linked you?
Let me see. Is this the Tenrio thing?
No, this is the Chuck Johnson thing. I sent it to you on Telegram. Do you see that?
Yeah, I got the timestamp, so I can just
Okay, so go to 3622, actually. And then I'll pull it up over here as well. Let me go to 3622 over here. Yeah, go to 3622. This is Charles Johnson talking about Nick Fuentes. And we'll go back and listen to the end of that. But I wanted to get some of this in while Shamoo was still here. Let me go back a little bit.
Is there a way to scroll on Telegram, or do I have to? Sorry, do I have to?
Yeah, it's a little. I downloaded it, honestly. Actually, go to 3614 if you can.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, so download it and we'll wait a second.
Okay.
Because it might interrupt your connection. That's how Telegram does sometimes. Grossly says, our role is rolling and trolling. The Cube has declared holy jihad on men. Actually, I saw some of that, and I know that they were kind of upset, some of the members over there, about the whole thing, and I understand that, and that's their take. I have a different role here as the host of the show, and I want to be fair to my guests and to people that I have relationships with, etc. Not like that, by the way. So that's my role and that's my job. So, okay. So I'm at 36-14. Let me know if you got that.
Yeah, I'm going there right now. Okay, I'm ready when you are.
All right, let's see. Go ahead and hit it right now.
Then Biden has. So it's just interesting.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt at all.
And what else did I catch? He mentioned YouTube on his show. What do you think about? He mentioned you think he's like the pretty much like the future of the younger extreme right, like the best option out there.
I don't know. I mean, I don't really take the view of extreme right, extreme left, whatever. I just look out in the world and I see a young kid who's pretty perspicacious. He's pretty smart in a lot of ways. I don't have his views on a lot of topics, but he'll call me and ask me questions about people, and we've talked a lot about Milo Yiannopoulos. We've talked a lot about other people that the government is interested in, and so I'm friendly with him. And there's all these efforts to attack him and smear him, and I explained to him how the attacks to smear me worked, and that's kind of a way of educating him about what's going on. If that makes sense.
No, that's interesting because a lot of people really don't follow him, and the people who don't hear about him try to claim people who don't even follow any of it just hear that he's a pedophile or something and was groomed by Milo. And I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems like he wouldn't be able to do what he's doing. I can tell you that
he told me at the time that Milo tried to rape him, and we had a conversation about it at the time, and I was like, well, I think you should go to law enforcement about it. And I've advised Nick repeatedly to work with law enforcement to bring down some of the crazier elements of the kind of far right in the country. Because many of the people, the way it kind of works is that if you have extreme politics, that attracts a lot of foreign governments and foreign interference. And so I've always been very friendly with Nick. I've always liked him personally. We've gotten along. I think he's a kind of closet case, but that's sort of whatever. That kind of goes to the territory with Republicans. So, he's a very smart young man, and he asks me questions, and I answer them, and we text back and forth, and I don't necessarily have to agree to him to kind of understand what's going on.
No, that makes sense. I think he's entertaining. I don't follow all his views, obviously. I think for myself, I like England's writings too. I'm that side, but I don't consider myself a white supremacist or anything like that. I've had my first wife was Asian. My wife now is Colombian, so I'm a pretty shitty white supremacist. But it seems like what they're labeling everyone who kind of aligns with his views nowadays, and it's just kind of odd. The mainstream media campaign against the general public or anyone who kind of calls out the power to be. So, it's just kind of connected to the Hunter Biden laptop and the Trump thing. But it seems like Trump's going to jail, huh?
I don't know if he'll go to jail. I mean, he's obviously going to negotiate in some way because he's never going to want to hear the closing of the jail cell door on him.
Now that was the FUENTES part, by the way.
My guess is that the government is going to continue throwing things at him until he...
Okay, let's end that. Because I think that was the part that we wanted to hear there. That was from one of his Twitter spaces. Also, I see Feezer popping off on Twitter, Shamoo. What is Feezer thinking? I guess he's trying to get some cheap points with the faggots in America first. But I guess he wants to smoke again. And it's good because I kind of wanted to give him that anyway, Shamoo.
Talk about a guy with no strategy. Feezer. He... I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Well, this is a guy. This is a guy who, basically trolls online, made fun of his name, which is Feezer. Red Pill Gang TV. His name is Teddy Feezer, and it's a funny name. right? Like, I mean, if he had any sense, he would have just rolled with it and made shirts with it on there and, merchandise. But he doesn't have any sense because he's a dumb faggot who makes $3 a stream, streaming from his mother's basement, right? He literally can't live on his own income. He can't buy his own computer. He got that crowdfunded from people like Ultros, people like Jaden Gang. He is that broke and that much of a bum. And he literally lives with his mama, by the way, and can't afford to do anything else. A former intern or whatever it was, coffee boy at Lockheed Martin. The guy is a joke. He's a joke, and the fact that they're bringing him on to Cozy.tv as some type of reload is also high comedy. Shamoo. Imagine that being the splash that you're making, bringing on Teddy Feezer and Ryan Sanchez.
I saw the CWC and Teddy Feezer, yeah, bringing them on. I mean, it just shows low intelligence on Feezer's part to have any trust in Nick after he spent the last however many, like a year or two, like going at him and getting kicked. They're desperate for some kind of content right now, so they'll allow him back onto the site, but that's not going to last forever. Nick's not going to forget. That guy's pity as fuck.
Well, that's what he doesn't understand, by the way. Nobody's ever going to forget that over there. And there'll come a day that card gets pulled for sure. But he's a retard. And he got trolled into renouncing his whole career. He went back and deleted all of his anti-America First material. Basically a beat to his credit that he kind of pioneered and then renounced because people made fun of his name. Literally, that's the reason. Literally, that's the reason. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, when all that stuff happened, I wasn't sure. Like, I was like, oh, like all the bald memes and stuff like that. I was like, well, okay, I get it. They don't like him, but they really, really just kept hammering away at that guy until he fucking just quit and went back to America First. It's actually wild because it's just, I don't know. It's very funny.
It's very funny, and it's also funny. You can see him. He thinks he's got something now. And, all these gorpers go through and try to pump up his tweets and, ratio on his behalf and shit. That's not going to translate into viewers because you're boring as fuck. You're like watching paint dry, True. Teddy. You're actually, even though I kind of grown a little bit of affinity for him just watching him struggle and watching just how bad he is. Like, we tuned in one day and he was talking about Amazon Ring cameras on one of the biggest like drama days of the year. And I'm like, oh, I see why there's 50 people watching you right now. And so, he may be getting a big head by some of his interactions on Twitter, but that doesn't translate into viewers and that doesn't translate into money. And so he's going to be right back where he started. And it is very entertaining to me to see him just throw it all away and jump on the fucking Titanic and think that he's like playing the game correctly. It's like, okay, well,
no, he's the ultimate guy that doesn't get it. He doesn't get where the content is or like what to do or how to strategize. It just seems like he just does very random acts. And yeah, him jumping on Cozy is just a bad idea for his whole brand and everything else.
Yeah, and again, all it would have taken is just, he's mad at Jaden or whatever, just fucking squash that, right? Like, what are you gonna change the whole trajectory of your career because of that? Like, it's just really strange to me, especially when you've done so much. I don't know. It's bad strategy, it's bad tactics, it's bad everything. And I had reasons for why I did what I did, why I changed my trajectory, and then it was just reinforced. A couple days in, it's like, wow, these guys are fucking actually sick as fuck. So I feel like I had great reason to do what I did, but I can only see craven justifications for what he's doing, right? He knows that this is basically his only chance, and he thinks that, which I guess it is now, but it didn't have to be that way. But it is now because you're a retard, and Camille raised the retard, Teddy. And if you want to take it there, you want to start talking about my family and my wife, well, we're going to start talking about your family and your lack of wife and your lack of children, and you're 35 years old trying to act like you're 22 years old. And nobody's buying it because we know your whole bio at this point, courtesy of me. And you know who gave me that? Black Swan, the same guy talking to you, bringing you on Cozy. So, you know, you think that they like you. They don't. They're the ones who gave me the file on you. And quite frankly, I don't regret doing that at all. And so there was a point where I did actually, Shamoo, but I no longer do. I regret not going harder and putting you in the ground, metaphorically, of course. That's what I regret, because you're just a little snake weasel faggot. And that's all you'll ever be. You'll never be a legendary entertainer like me. You'll never be a good documentarian like Shamoo. All you do is sit there, boringly talk about topics everybody already knows about, and it's a disgrace. Go ahead with the super chat.
Anonymous sent $10.
Thank you. I'll let that play. Then we'll go back to that for a minute, and I'll let Shamoo go here in a little while. 10, 20 minutes. Keep going, Teddy. I guess you want Camille to make her debut again here on the Killstream. Re-debut.
I once knew a nigga whose real
that was the Gripers who doxed you, buddy.
Primary concern was making $1 million, being the illest hustler that the world ever seen. He used to fuck
now he calls him daddy, Shamoo.
A corrupted young mind at the age of 13. Nigga never had a father, and his mom was a fiend. She put the pipe down, but for every year she was sober, her son's heart simultaneously grew colder. He started hanging out, selling bags in the projects, checking the young chicks, looking for hit-and-run prospects. He was fascinated by material objects, but he understood money never bought respect. He built a reputation because he could hustle and steal, but got locked once and didn't hesitate to squeal. So criminals he chilled with didn't think he was real. You see, me and niggas like this have never been equal. I don't project my insecurities on other people. He fiended for props like addicts with pipes and needles, and so he felt he had to prove to everyone he was evil. A feeble-minded young man with infinite potential.
61%. $136 away from meeting the 6-hour Transformer Fund.
Till his eyes would bleed, but he was sick of selling trees and gave in to his greed. Everyone trying to be trife.
Oh wait, I'm getting a message here. Let's see what that
probably
is.
only did a month for minor offenses. Ask a nigga doing life if he had another chance. But then again, there's always
I will
the
ask
wicked
about
knew
that.
in
Okay.
advance. Dance forever with the devil on
All right,
a
let me
cold
cut
cell
this.
block. But that's what happens when you
Thank
rape
you for
murder.
that. Very kind. All right, now this was a question fed to me, actually. I won't deny that. Let's see. Ask Shamoo about his documentary and how it's been censored. So what about that?
Yeah, so YouTube, so that documentary came out and it got like 60,000 views within the first like few days or something. It blew up. Every streamer was covering it. It was like pretty well known. Like most streamers that I know watched it or covered it that you can think of. And it got up to 100, and they started to like, so I put out one video, and they first of all, they denied me for monetization, which is like whatever. But when I messaged them, they said that they would look more into it because it's pretty clean. Like, and they said they'd look more into it and then call me back. And then they just fucking never called me back and never contacted me again. And then the other bad thing was Destiny was tweeting out my videos, and it was the same day that one got taken down. And I've seen Team YouTube reply to people with like 200 subscribers, 300, like, you know, hardly any subscribers. They reply right away. Da da da. This is in a Destiny thread where he's linking my videos, and I'm adding them saying like, hey, you know, why did this get taken down? Blah blah blah. And they just completely ignore me. And and it got age restricted right away. And yeah, it's the same shit that you're gonna get on YouTube. But yeah, that totally did happen. They just pretend I don't exist, I guess. So.
All right, I wanted to bring that up, and it had been mentioned to me before, but I just forgot to. All right, go back to the super chats, and I know you don't have that much longer, but let's watch that a little bit before you have to go.
Sure.
All right, I'm at 140.26 here on the Saucecast. I'll wait for a second while Shamoo gets that queued up over on YouTube that we were just talking about. All right, you there?
I'm ready.
All right.
Yep.
Go ahead and hit it right now.
If you would like to make comments, questions, anecdotes, stories, or simply donate some money to the show,
We love it.
We are only doing super chats. This is Nat's portion of the show
Here we go.
where she can show that learning to read has worked out well for her.
All right, get my reading skills together. Well, thank you guys all for the super chats. We've got lots to go through, so I'm going to go through them very quickly. We've got the first one, Maury, get Nick a girlfriend and watch how quick he stops the race baiting. Matthew West, Nick had to cry Destiny to remove because he was afraid of the challenge. It's a show scripted. Richard.
Say it again.
Can you have Restream just pull them up on the screen? No? No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Not this episode. Nick had to cry for Destiny to be removed because he was afraid of the challenge. It's a show scripted.
You didn't want Destiny
enough.
on the stream, right?
Well, he said he was never going to associate with me ever again.
Okay.
So
By the way, real quick, because we are going to go fast. What is the story you and Destiny? You've done some debates. You were friends. You didn't want him to do the panel. What's going on?
So last year we did a couple of debates, and then he said, "Well, I'll never do a thing ever with him again." And I said, "Okay." And then he reiterated that in May. I think it was May 29th. He said, "I will never associate with Nick Fuentes, John Zerka, etc." Then when I go on Fresh and Fit, when it gets 100,000 views, then he shows up and says, "Well, now I want to be on." So I said, "I'm not going to let this guy clout chase if he's,
So you're saying he's an
he's not going to
opportunist?
associate." Yeah, that's I'm
Okay.
not.
Gotcha.
I'm not going to play that.
But you guys were close friends before. Are you not friends anymore?
We were best friends.
Yeah.
You and Destiny were best friends?
We were tight. I mean,
You and Destiny were best friends?
Yeah, because we're very similar in many ways. Like, we're both sexist. We both have the same views about teenagers. We're both Hispanic. We're both funny.
I don't know if that's exactly how I would summarize
We had
Destiny.
chicken and waffles.
Does it make
how
you?
Much of this is, how much of this is satire?
I'm joking.
Does it make you
This don't
sad
add
that you're
up.
not best friends with him anymore?
It does. Yeah, because unironically, though, I did actually want to be his friend, but he really sees me as his enemy. He's like, you're right wing, I'm left wing, so I have to destroy you.
Gotcha.
And I'm like, the cameras are off.
Hey,
buddy.
if we could make something work out, like say tomorrow, would you be willing to do it?
If we just hang out, chill.
I mean, we could live stream it or whatever. Would you be willing to do
maybe.
it?
Yeah, it depends on what.
Okay,
it is.
I'll talk to you afterwards.
Yeah,
all right,
totally.
we'll talk about it.
Awesome.
Don't be brokering deals on my show
Yeah,
without
right?
me getting
Hey,
a
bro,
We'll be on this
Hello,
podcast.
Michael.
Listen,
That's not the way this
hey,
works.
Hey, the cross can broker deals
Yes,
too, pal.
Okay. But just random question. Not followers, subscribers. How many close friends do you have these days?
Like 100.
You have good friends.
Yeah, because we have a really solid network.
Gotcha.
I mean, all the people.
Doubtful.
Like,
And is that this word that I just learned today?
Groypers?
Is that the what is it?
Groyper, yeah.
Groyper.
Yeah.
That is the crew.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
You're claiming that crew.
yeah. That's
Okay,
my
gotcha.
crew.
I didn't. All right.
Those are my people.
And then how would you summarize those people?
Well, they just like me. They're followers.
No, but like, what is that?
Well, they're people who watch my show.
No, but like, what do they believe in?
They believe in what I believe in. Honestly, like the conviction is me.
Yeah.
Insofar as I'm
But
Catholic.
what do you? I'm
Gotcha.
still struggling to understand what you actually believe in instead of it's
I
just
know.
the
You
Nick
struggle
show.
to understand a lot of things. I believe in Catholicism. I believe in America first. I believe in traditional gender roles. I believe in.
But do you believe? And we can agree on those things. But do you think that you would be more effective for a generation and generations to come if you were a little bit more? I don't want to say couth in your statements, but I just feel that. I think that
Yeah, black guys wanted to throw that woman out
We all-
fucking window right now. Can't take it.
She's about to pay this whole.
I feel that you could have been so much more effective.
Somebody
in who
just
you
rock
are
bottom
if you
her through the
stopped
table,
making it about
please. Not
you
literally,
and
of
stopped
course,
making
but
those beliefs in that movement.
They made it.
Hit her with the stunner.
Carolina, are you
I
basically
don't
saying
know.
that you don't want to go on a date with Nick? By the way, for the record, would you ever go on a date with a girl who's not a virgin?
No.
You would not. Okay. Super chats.
All right, I'm going to read them. All right,
Yeah,
so then
sorry.
we have.
This is her time to shine, guys. We're taking it from her. I feel bad.
Then we have Richard Percival, Big 07 to Tyrion for keeping the queer destiny off the great show. Then we have Chipotle. Hey, Nick, why did you cry about not wanting Destiny on? Afraid you'd get banked again. Then we have 2-Bit. Nick humiliated homosexual Destiny live in front of 1 million people. Nick won. Win, oneer, win, wham.
There wasn't
And
1
we have
million
Yo.
people.
Thanks for the
Jesus
super
Christ.
chat. Thanks for not bringing
1
annoying
million
homeowner
people,
Destiny
okay.
on. Nick already destroyed him in front of 100K viewers. Bye bye.
Might be a
Steven,
slight
Jack
exaggeration.
S.
100K,
Nick, tell the dummies
that
about
might be
that.
accurate. Not 1
Allied
million.
bombing, destroying supply lines,
Fucking
thus
lying
starving the prisoners
motherfuckers.
of Axis powers.
million.
GB struck first. No order.
1 million
was ever given to
people,
kill
what?
JS warrant on 6 million Jews in Europe. Then we have A. Nick is a genius, destined for greatness or death by Mossad, CIA. Respect and thanks to Adam for putting Nick Nick on even though he's Jewish. Shout out to you for the first super chat on Saucecast. Then we have Mateo. Nick, be careful. This guy is known for surprise, I guess. He acts like he won't know. Shout out to Fresh and Fit. Then we have Cherry Reaper Gaming. Nick, what's your biggest challenge facing humanity today? Unfriendly Hood. If you put your trust in Jesus, you can be forgiven no matter how evil you or how far you feel from God. God is willing to accept you. Then we have another one, Purple Virus. Nick, who you marry, hot Ethiopian Christian or an equally hot Jewish white girl with love from another Nick?
So hold on, what's the question? Read it again. Would he marry a
Christian
what?
Filipino or white girl who's not Christian?
Interesting.
I thought I said Ethiopian.
Is it
Yeah, it said hot Ethiopian Christian or equally hot Jewish white girl.
Oh, brother. Well, but the Jewish and white, that's an oxymoron. Probably Ethiopian, honestly.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I don't know. No, maybe the Jew. I don't know. Maybe
Why are you
it's
so
just-
stumped right now?
We gotta
Because
get
it's tough, because I want to have a kid who's.
Hold on, what's
How
the
about
level
this?
of
How about
attraction?
this atheist white girl or Christian?
Atheist white girl. I just make her Catholic.
You just make her Catholic.
Yeah.
So, but to you, you probably identify more with the race than you do with the religion.
Well, they're both important to me.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's like an either or question.
By the way,
but-
guys, that's the next topic. So keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we have, thank you for hosting, Nick. Free speech, Christ is king. Ice, run from it. Dreaded, destiny arrives all the time. Keep running, Nick. It doesn't matter. Axis
Already beat him.
Fiverr. Ethan, Ralph 1. Total Catboy eradication.
Ethan Ralph 1. There you go.
9, Christ is king. W for free speech.
He didn't
panel.
like that.
Then we have Unfriendly Hood. Going to church once a month or even once a week or even every day isn't enough to get you to heaven. Doing that doesn't make up for the bad things you do. You need forgiveness from God. The only path to forgiveness
Agreed.
is Jesus. Then we have
Yeah, he doesn't look too happy. It's been a rough day for Nicholas on this panel.
Pearl saved Frontis Careerdo. Then we have Jack S. Classic Jew Tactics. Warda, that's an itch move to lump someone into child horn who had nothing to do with it.
Child
Then we
horn.
have Ice, LOL Nick's getting pissed.
Whoa.
He's going to cry and run now. We'll add these people to the list to not debate in the future, just like Destiny. Ace 23, the Jews showing their true colors. Pop Daily, what a dumb statement by the man on the right. First statement, he resorts to personal attacks.
They're mad about
not
that, huh?
intellectually fit for the conversation.
They don't want to talk about Ali Alexander.
Interesting. Sartain, nothing against you.
They
but
don't
if
want to
you
hear about it.
don't support people being deplatformed, tell your friends from Sticky Paws blocked me from your stream. Sorry, but Trollo is a hypocrite. Then we have Don Plagueiro again, a feminist conservative. What a contradiction. Then we have him again. Nick, what's happened between you and Milo? Then we have Yo, Nima fits you. Nima fits so many of the stereotypes, vulgar, filthy mouth. All right, obsessed with gross, transgressive sex stuff. What an absolute sicko. Then we have Martin 7.
Let me pause it.
77.
Cora sent $3. Why does Nick expect a white wife when he isn't white? He's 23 and says less than white.
Yeah.
It's not like one drop. He's absolutely mixed race and not white.
Yeah, he's 100% mixed race. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know where he gets that from, honestly, because he's not white himself. So yeah, it is a little baffling. By the way, I'm gonna let Shamoo promote his stuff and get out of here because I know it's been 2 hours. I don't want to keep you too long. But tell people where they can find you, and I hope you had a good time today.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's always fun. You can find me on YouTube at Shamoo_. And if you want to support or whatever, if you like the videos, you can support at Patreon /Shamoo411. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. Keep killing them, Ralph. You're doing great, man.
Very cool. I appreciate that, brother. Shamoo, thank you for coming on today, man.
Yep. Take it easy.
All right, there's Shamoo. He's got a new documentary out on the Thorps, actually. New video he uploaded. I don't know if it's a full doc or whatever, but because I haven't seen it, because it got uploaded while I was going live and stuff like that, so I haven't got to see it. When is the Grace debate? It's at 8 p.m. Eastern. Let's meet the goal, though. We're 62% of the way there. $133 away from meeting the goal. Now, we have such a packed show today that it's probably going to, whether I hit it or not, we're going longer than 6 hours. But let's hit it because it's for you. The entertainment is for you. Unlike Teddy Feezer, I like to put on a good show.
Ralph Amali Respector sent $3.
Very kind. I appreciate that. I said this on Twitter. Have you ever remembered a classic episode of RPG TV or whatever the fuck he calls his gay-ass show? Seriously. Is there any classic episode. Has anybody ever said, wow, man, that was an amazing episode of RPG TV. I can't wait to watch it again. I can't wait to save this to my hard drive and watch it over and over. Well, you know what? There are multiple kill streams like that. I would say 50 to 100, actually, where people are just like, damn, whoa, I've never seen anything like this, including multiple episodes just in the last 2 weeks. I got plaques up on the wall, as I like to say. And I don't say these things about being a legendary entertainer, a legend in my field, as an underground talk show host here online. It's not unwarranted for me to say that. It would be unwarranted if Teddy Feaser said that about himself, because he doesn't do anything but sit there on his show and boringly talk about shit in a monotone, just very weird and creepy way, because he's a creep. So, when you compare the records and you compare entertainment and just classics and can't miss moments, the kill stream is like up here. And Feezer is down here. You can't even see my other hand. You understand? And that's just a fact. So, people can, the gropers can try to pump up his tweets and all this and that, but it's still not going to change that basic fact that as an entertainer, he sucks. He's terrible. He's not a very good streamer, and he's not very interesting. He's kind of a boring faggot. So...
Ralph Amali Respecter sent $3. I have been quietly waiting for RPG to become an enemy again. Teddy Feaser is so easy to attack.
Well, we knew it would happen. But, I gave him honest advice. I wasn't really trying to attack him personally, but he wants that, so it's fine.
Hey Ralph, I'm gonna be starting my own live show, gonna work my numbers up through Adonis Paul and ROTC crew promoting me. Do you have any tips for a new talk show streamer?
Do I have any tips for a new talk show streamer? Well, one, and probably my number one tip, is consistency. Set a schedule, try to stick to it. If you're a couple hours off or here and there, don't cash it in. But particularly when you're getting started, that's a luxury you have after you're established, really. I would say even try to be, timely and there for your shows, especially when you first start off. Don't mess around. So consistency, keeping contacts with as many people as possible is also key.
Ralph Amali Respecter sent $5. This must be some sort of weird dream.
Yeah.
Are Guypers really saying losing Yoba and Ralph in return for CWC and RPG was some sort of W?
They are.
What da?
They are, and it's just goofball. I mean, Baked Alaska is a legend on his own as well. And you just think about him or me versus Feezer or Ryan Sanchez. It's like, okay, well, that's not even comparable.
Cog sent $5. Oi Ralph mate, you still haven't played my smash hit Troon Booty. My finger is still stuck in me bum too.
Do we have that? I'll see if I can find it. I don't have that. You know what? Link it to me in the next super chat or somewhere where I can see it, and I'll play it. Now, a certain part of me knows that he's trying to start this up because he doesn't really have anything else, and so it's to his benefit for me to attack him, but that's okay because I guess he just really wants it. He really wants it to go back. He attacked my family and attacked my wife and stuff like that, so that's a pretty bad idea, Teddy. That's a very bad idea, actually. And so I guess you want me to crank it back up, and that's perfectly fine because my entire audience hates you. They actually fucking despise you. So you're punching down, Ralph. I know. I know that. When is the F Cozy stream? So I'm thinking that's going to be on either the 12th or the 19th, and I haven't decided yet. The Fuck Cozy Festival, I'm thinking it's going to be on the 12th or the 19th, and I haven't decided the day on that yet, but those are kind of the days that I have in mind.
Is correct. Jesus is king. Then we have Mike to the panel. Stop saying Judeo-Christian.
Teddy, no, Big Tech said. What is this guy doing? I mean, I guess, like I said, he's trying to start it up for his own reasons, but Last time you did that, you were crying in your DMs about the big bad Ralph Mail, and he talks about people wishing me dead and people I'm friends with now. Nobody wished me dead more than Teddy Feeser. I've seen the evidence. I know that for a fact. And so when I sit there and see that from him, it's just ridiculous public posturing. So nobody wished me dead more than him. Nobody, besides maybe Keenashay and some of the guys later, did more damage to him than me. And so, it's just like, what are you doing here, buddy? You're going to be crying in your DMs again. And it just, it didn't have to be that way, but that's okay because we don't like you anyway. All right.
Ralph Amali Respecter sent $5. Teddy Feeser got the call.
He got the cat boy call. He did.
Hatred that killed the Messiah.
Yeah, but they both have the 10 Commandments. That's why I always said that.
Christian is
They both have the 10. Hey, you want to check for
loved.
yourself? The 10 Commandments is in the Torah and it's in the Old Testament. Maybe you could read for once. Maybe you could check that out.
It's about Jesus, though.
Then we have it says
The
Christian
10 Commandments?
is the
No, Christianity's about Jesus.
Oh, okay.
Christian is the love that loved us.
107 away from the goal.
Heaven. Rombeck's Rooks, Andrew Tate, 7-11. Nick always wins. Then we have Mike again to the pin. Oh, that's the same chat. Then we have Spronger Brogans. Cancer Proof Paul told us that
shout
Nick
to Zanny
hid in
Berries as
association
well.
with Ale Alexandra.
He did a lot of damage
for
too.
months after the pedophilia allegations. Alex always wins. Then we have TWPB, W Nick. Then we have Martin 77 again. Nick is correct. Jesus is king. Cancel proof. W Nick. Thanks for having him back on YouTube. Spronger Brogans asked Nick about the cunning gang of America's First and what cunning means. Also ask him what Mr. Krabs 9,000 account of his liking trans stuff. Then we have Mies with a few Z's. Thank you, Nick, for all you do. Then we have Hood Hippie. It seems like a few on the panel have a personal vendetta towards Nick instead of being respectable, questioning for understanding and finding common ground. Seems antagonist. Then we have Richard Percival. You watch child porn? No, I don't. Why are you being defensive? Sprogner Bargains. Nick worked closely with Ali Alexander, a.k.a. Ali Akbar, Karl Rove's old boyfriend. He was found for sexting 3 American First members who were underage. Nick worked with him several more months. Then we have Wolfgang D. Calls you pedo. Why are you getting defensive? Then cries out of pain. And we have, we did that one again. Then we have BBDEI Eugenics. Adam, these chats restrictions are worse than Auschwitz. Then what I'm going to do from there is I'll put a pause there, and then we'll pick it up from there. And I think I'll be reading chats $10 and more because we're getting a lot of them. And I want to respect
we'll do
both
We'll
sides.
do one last chat at the end of the show.
That was pretty 50-50.
Okay. With what?
I was just, there were a lot of personal attacks, but they seem to be on both sides. I'm not used to seeing that on
We have a little over a half hour left, and I want to get through a few topics.
Yeah.
So if any point I want to move on, because I want to hit a couple different topics. Cool?
Cool.
Guys, are you okay on my show? Let me play this one clip we've referenced.
Let's do it, man.
Thank you, guys.
We've been waiting
So
for you to
you've
do this
referenced
for
Pearly
hours, bro.
things, quote unquote. She saved your career. You saved her career. Whoever
think
made
that's
that
a
comment.
super chat.
Yeah, it
Super
was.
chat, whatever it
Yeah.
is. Pearl, who's obviously been on the show multiple times here, has made a name for herself in the red pill community. They label her the female Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys disagree on that or agree on that. She's been making her rounds on Pierce Morgan lately. The first debate was rather
Pierce.
Feminism has been good or bad, whether women should even vote or not. We'll forget. She went up to you on college, bro.
No, I
Vote.
agree with that.
Okay, that women should not vote.
Yeah, I've been saying that forever.
Not vote.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, very
You're
few
talking
people
to a potential congresswoman right here.
Well, she lost, so not
Okay.
really.
I feel the tension. Anyway, let's play the clip of her on.
Go ahead. We're going to skip it.
Ralph Amali Respecter sent $5 shout out to Anton, Artax, Jacuzzi, Xanaberries, etc. Fuck traders like Shia, Alex Davidson, Royal Gun Guard, etc. Hail Ralph.
Thank you for that. And, it's funny that you mention Alex Davidson because we got shooters everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Who is that on CatholicMatch.com? Wow. Black Swan himself. What? What? Well, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. And I have met him in person. I can confirm that is Black Swan. Wow. What do you know? What do you say? What do you say? What do you know? What's this? By the way, I got handed this before I went on air, and I actually tried to. I was like, I got to see the full account, right? I got to get in there somehow. And I actually made one and tried to get this myself, but I didn't have enough time, and I couldn't pull it up for some reason, even when I made an account. So I wasn't able to get it on my own. But like I said, it's not just me, it's everybody. And so others did the legwork on this. Now, who is this? Baked is in this photo. Nick Fuentes, Kathy Zhu, and Black Swan. Looking gayer than flamenco, as I saw on a tweet that I retweeted here moments ago. Flamenco vibes, yeah. He says, I currently work in manufacturing at a biomedical company and have great benefits. Huh. What company is that? Sure would be a shame if that came out. I wonder if they know about all your connections there, Alex. Wouldn't that be troubling if they got sent a very detailed letter and emails with links to all of your activities? Wouldn't that be? Man, that's kind of shit you guys like to do, right? Well, guess what? I like to do that too. Guess what, buddy? I kind of invented that beat. Why did they fuck with me? I don't. Seems like a mistake. I was doing shit like that when you were trawling gay bars. You understand? When you had a dick down your throat, I was online wrecking faggots just like you in every which way that you could imagine. I actually love this. This is a thrill for me. Do you understand? And so you like to fuck with people's lives like Teddy Feezer, who we just called a faggot. You like to dox people. You like to get your sock accounts out on Twitter. You like to report people. You like to do all that. Well, guess what? I've been known to do a few things myself. It sure would be a shame. It sure would be a shame if we already know where you work. That would be terrible, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? That would be terrible if they got all this information about your activities and your archived tweets and things of that nature. Wouldn't that be horrendous? Huh. That would just be bad. I can't co-sign that, of course. I currently work in manufacturing at a biomedical company and have great benefits. I plan to move to an engineering position within the next 5 years within the company. He literally posted a picture with him and Nick Fuentes in Baked, Alaska. Wow. Seems like that was a bad idea, Swan.
Ralph Amali Respecter sent $5. Everything is fair game. Everything is fair game.
Who said that?
Everything is fair game.
What dashing, getting skinny, young, well, maybe not young, but distinguished gentleman said that, huh? Well, it is.
Is there another timestamp, Malik?
Yeah, there's another video.
Okay, but there was not another timestamp for that video?
No, you just sent it to 1 minute.
And that's just Pearl's response.
Are we in a society where we can say what speech is allowed and what speech isn't allowed? So
I don't care what Pearl said. Can we get past this?
Planning on doing a duet with Pearl? What is happening?
I might, yeah. No, I'm not really musical, but honestly, I didn't know anything about this song. It was not dedicated to me. You know, I actually just saw it on Twitter when she posted it, and I said, what is she doing? Because, I text her all the time, and I tell her, like, when it comes to this stuff, you're going to get backlash. I even told her when I went on her show, I said, you're going to get backlash for doing this, and I think people don't really realize what that means until it happens.
Hit the like button.
So it definitely happened. She got
What's
a lot of backlash.
your
Getting close to
relationship with Pearl
250.
now?
Let's hit
friends,
it.
Colleagues,
We're friends.
Constituencies,
We're
friends.
yeah.
Pearl made a major name for herself. She also went to college. Okay, she's also building a business.
She also played sports. She
also
played
sports.
professional sports.
She also, up until today, has the right to vote.
Yeah.
What is
unfortunately.
Pearl doing wrong?
Well, She's not doing anything wrong. I
Oh,
think she's,
wow.
the only thing she's doing wrong is she should
Let's
be married.
pause this. I see. You know what? I knew we had it, but I didn't know for sure.
Anonymous sent $7. Hey Ralph,
Hello.
did you see this?
I'll look. We're 74%. Excuse me, I hit the mic. 74% of the way there on the 6th-hour Transformer Fund. $90 away from hitting the goal. Thank you for your support so far. Wow, what is this? Huh. I won't read out the message. Suffice it to say, we do have all the information that I just mentioned on air. Well, I wonder what they're going to say. I guess you'll find out, Alex. You like fucking with people? You like fucking with people's lives? Well, guess what? I like it too, and I'm a lot better at it than you. Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
And have kids, but no, but I agree with her, and she agrees with me on a lot of this stuff with the women because she's in the red pill.
Well, obviously that's clearly her message. That we're not even going to get into that. We know her message.
Absolutely.
But and again, I've had Pearl on the show. We've had agreements, disagreements. Pearl can come on the show anytime she's in town. She knows we're cool. How's she going to build a YouTube business, but also have kids?
Yeah, she's going to have to choose. She's going to have to make a decision. But, you know, I've seen it happen before. I've had friends who are YouTubers, women, and then they go and have kids, and then they quit. I've seen it happen before. There were actually two prominent examples. Lauren Southern, she was a big right-wing YouTuber back in the day, and allegedly she said she was retiring to have a kid. There was some other stuff going on. And then she pops back up a year later, hey, remember me? I'm back on my YouTube channel. And she got this divorce and has all these problems and whatever. But I knew another girl I don't want to name. She's not active anymore. She was a big activist in the right-wing scene, got married, had kids. No one's ever heard from her again on the internet. I talk to her still. But
let me ask you guys a question real quick because I want to get to the next topic. The song, as not good of a song as it was, I fully endorse the right. You can sing this song. Why can't we talk about the Jews? Oh, man. Okay. Jewish. Don't cancel me. Does anyone
Adol
here...
Wolf sent $3. I said it on Telegram and I'll say it here. Randbot said he wishes for your death because you're a criminal.
That's true.
Well, that's rich from a man who let his kid almost drown in a pool. He's a criminal. A criminally bad father. Suck my cock, Mr. Johnson.
Ouch. Ouch. I'll let that speak for itself.
Think that she should not be able to sing that song? What do you think, Nima?
You know, because I know Pearl and I've seen her staff at her home, and it's pretty diverse. And, you know, she was really welcoming to me, and she knows I'm Jewish, you know, and I watched her repeatedly. I made jokes at her expense, and she didn't once complain. You know, so like what sort of person would I be if the moment she made a joke about Jewish people, that I snap back and say, and that's okay. And I actually think that breeds anti-Semitism. And I think when Chappelle made jokes on SNL, the best thing that happened was that he was permitted to do it.
Yeah.
I think when you ban people like him, Nick, it's the worst you can do because you make it like a forbidden fruit. And that's pretty much where I stand on that. So I do think he should have his freedom of speech as well as Pearl.
Is there any reason that song...
No,
real quick response.
I think it's sad that we've gotten to a point in American culture that people have to do this and then subsequently then try to get 15 seconds of fame or make money. It's like this is literally idiocracy. She should have the right to say...
Yeah, it's really him.
You know, what she wants. She shouldn't be
KAG,
censored.
yeah, that was him.
But the fact that we have gotten to this point, that this is a topic of debate, shows you exactly where American culture is. And not to mention, the left and far left progressives, the culture wars, they love this stuff. You want to know why? Because this is the kind of stuff, people like Nick, for example, are the reason the left loves people like Nick. Because then that they can take somebody like him and take his comments, take what he says, and then spin it to that is what every America First
they
person
do it.
believes
I mean,
in.
do you feel a that's an interesting question. Do you feel a responsibility for that? Because there is a lot of commentary where they almost make you like the boogeyman for all right-wing conservatives. And even though what you believe they're saying is not true, do you see how it could hurt your side of the political aisle?
I'm not conservative. I'm not a Republican. If I hurt the Republican Party, good. I mean, I support Trump. I don't.
But he's
going to
be the candidate for the Republican Party, so that's kind of like talking out of both sides of your mouth.
That's a big difference.
He's going to be the Republican nominee.
And you are
But don't you understand the difference between Trump
I do,
and the
between
establishment?
MAGA.
Yeah, we all do.
100%.
Okay.
I wasn't
But
appointed.
what party is Trump?
Republican.
Okay, so.
And I support Trump, but I mean,
But
the
you
question was
hurt
about.
him.
Hang on, but the question is about whether I'm hurting
Let's
Republican.
skip. Let's skip.
And Kanye, at the time you were Kanye's campaign manager, I want to say?
No, I was comms director. Well,
Communications director.
Potentially. I was perspective.
Potentially.
Yeah.
You were working with Kanye.
Right.
Formally or informally?
Informal. Well, informally.
Was he paying you at all?
Yeah, I was being
Okay, so that's pretty formal. You guys had dinner at Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence here in Florida. The meeting was at Kanye's
Thank you, Gav.
request.
He said, "Morning,
West said
Ralph.
that
Hope you're
Trump
having a
was
great day."
really
I am
impressed
actually, and thank you for
with
that.
Nick Fuentes. Trump released a statement after the fact, contacting him earlier in the week to arrange the visit. West, quote unquote, unexpectedly showed up with 3 of his friends who I knew nothing about, with who Trump dined. The dinner was quick and uneventful. Trump further elaborated several days later that he met with West.
Yeah, we
to
played
help a
that part
seriously troubled
earlier,
man who
Ping.
just happens to be black, who has been decimated by his business and is virtually everything else in his life. Then you've got Kanye.
By the way, I wish these guys had done a little more. I mean, he's got some questions and some info there, but like it's clearly only surface level. Nick was fired from the campaign, along with his buddy Ali Alexander, who he stabbed Milo in the back to put in the campaign. And it's like, it doesn't seem like that's really known on the panel, right? It's like, okay, what is going on?
Recently, allowed back on Twitter, I want to say, Elon Musk unbans the account of Kanye West, Ye. Kanye, when you see this, we're calling you Ye, bro. Yay. As he pledges to make X the most valuable financial institution
I don't think he's
going to
see it, brother.
Nick, make sense of what's going on. I mean, we saw Kanye go on rants that make you look like a JV squad of anti-Semitism. Like, he went there, full on. You met with Trump. You're a huge Trump fan. He sort of walked back the meeting, right? He's like, yeah, I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. He unexpectedly showed up. Make sense of what the relationship is with Kanye, what happened with Trump, and what's really
Let me get a water, by the way. I'm going to let this
had
play.
A dinner
We got to play the Tenrio stuff. We got a big debate tonight,
LA,
but I need some water, so I'll be right back.
Stuff, and that was, so the dinner happened the Tuesday before Thanksgiving.
They reached out to you?
It was a long story how we got connected. It was through a couple of intermediaries to Ye, that is.
Mm-hmm.
And so I came out there maybe 4 or 5 days before the dinner. And the night before the dinner, we had a big session in the Donda headquarters, the Yeezy headquarters. And we were talking about politics and everything, and I really shined. They were fielding questions, and unsurprisingly, it wasn't even about those topics that Ye was talking about. It was actually about how do we deal with the issue of gay marriage? And I said, well, you don't attack gay marriage. I said, you promote traditional marriage instead. And anyway, so he loved that, and Ye invites me to go to the dinner with him the next day. And he thought it would be funny. He wanted to fly Spirit Airlines to the dinner. He just thought that would be funny. He's like, I'm going to meet the president on Spirit Airlines.
Okay.
Yeah, in coach.
Amy, you like that one?
It's pretty funny.
Okay.
Yeah, so we wound up, the reservation got messed up, and so we wound up flying United, though, and we got there. And I wasn't even expecting to be at the dinner because I was told that I would probably be intercepted at some point because maybe
You're
if
on
Trump,
a no-fly list.
Well, not even necessarily that, but people are aware of me in the GOP, like Catalina Loft. They don't want me to have that level of access to the president. And so I thought, someone's going to intercept me. I'm not going to be able to sit down. But he came out at the Mar-a-Lago club. He invited us to dine, and we sat down and we had the dinner. And it was relatively uneventful. I mean, the most newsworthy thing that came out of it is that Ye actually did ask him to be his running mate, because that was That was the thrust of the meeting. Is
Kanye asked Trump to be
his
so
vice
like
president.
Kanye would be the president.
Trump was pretty insulted by that.
And Trump. To read the room, Kanye. My guy.
Well, once again, he thought that would be the funniest
Was
thing.
that tongue in cheek?
I
Was
think
that
he was
serious?
being serious, wasn't
Well, he thought it'd be funny, but it was also serious.
Now, did Trump know you were coming to the dinner?
No, he didn't know I was
Okay,
coming.
so it was unexpected.
There were
Now,
3 other people, though.
Was
too.
it? Were you? I guess. How disappointed were you that Trump walked back the meeting with you?
I was actually pleasantly surprised.
By the way, I
because
was
thought
just
he would
told.
fully disavow, but he
So I had the 19th possibly pegged for the Fuck Cozy Festival, but actually August the 18th is Nicholas's birthday. And it was suggested to me that maybe we should do the Fuck Cozy Festival on the Closeted Homo's birthday. So, I don't know. I'll take that under advisement.
didn't fully disavow.
Okay.
He had to. He
Now,
said what he had to say.
You worked with Kanye. How long did you work with Kanye for?
I worked with him for about
Seems poetic, doesn't it?
6 or 7 months.
Okay, so almost a half a year. That's not like 6 or 7 days like Anthony Scaramucci when he was the comms director.
By the way,
I
I have a pretty big surprise in store for when we do kick this off. Stay tuned because I can't spoil it.
Trump's campaign. So as comms director, or a campaign manager for that matter, what statements would you advise Kanye to walk back that he's made?
Oh, none of it. None of it. I thought that.
You think Hitler invented the microphone?
Well, I don't know what he meant by that. I don't know. I think he meant like a specific kind of a
I don't think
microphone.
Hitler invented the microphone.
Well,
Nick, you don't think?
Whoa! Look at the attacks coming down from this side of the panel.
Nick, you don't think that any of those
Bring in
statements?
Nima. Nima's got something to say about Ye's comments.
Nick, I just want to know respectfully, and I ask this respectfully, do you find it difficult to find a wife that would be okay with you having a micro penis?
You're making me look better the way you do that.
No, I mean, I mean, if I was 40 years younger,
are
and
you
took
interested
12
in my
inches
penis? You want to go and see it somewhere?
No, I just think if I was 40 years younger and you took 12 inches off my dick, you'd probably try to fuck me.
Nima, that's not even a relevant conversation right now.
Let's back up. Nima, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
I like it. I think it's helping me out here.
Whether it's good or it's bad, whether it's whatever religion, that's a top of conversation. But you guys can go in the back and figure that out later.
Oh, no promises.
Okay.
No promises. Okay.
But as Kanye's campaign manager, potentially, or communications, some of those comments were beyond shocking. You would say you wouldn't advise him to take back any of those comments?
No, because I got interrupted here. But no, because, and here's the thing, Ye is, well, number one, he's totally serious. Let me just say that. I'm not trying to undermine what he said, but he's also an artist, and he's somebody who, as a visionary, his job is to push the society forward by saying things that are shocking. He said, he explained it on InfoWars. He said,
that was based, by the way, that burn. Holy shit.
I blow down the door, and we have the conversation. And you know what happened as a result of all of those remarks? What, like them, don't like them, offended, a national conversation took place. And I think that a lot of people became aware of things that we don't talk about. Like, for example, the abuse of athletes and artists with contracts. Nobody was talking about that before. But people wanted to beat him over the head and say, well, you can't say this and you can't say that. What about our suffering? And Ye had the wherewithal to stand up and say, well, what about abortion? What about black abortion? What about the contracts? What about these other things?
But I understand that he does have some points. But if you ever want what you're selling to go mainstream, right? That's what we're talking about here. Look, if you want to be a 1%, like the same advice I'd give to the Green Party or the Libertarian Party or the America First White Nationalist Party, whatever it is, you have to be able to be like, listen, we can't say, yeah, Hitler was actually a good guy. Like, how is that ever going to go mainstream in America?
Sometimes a person isn't out to create something for mass consumption right now.
They're out for themselves, which is what...
Here we go again. The genius, the college-educated genius.
Wow, she finally said something intelligent. Wow. I can't believe that happened. I can't believe that happened. What? Christina Love with an intelligent comment? No way. That didn't just happen. The first one of 2 hours of review. Wow. Holy shit. My mind is blown right now. Okay. Finally, she got a W. Jeez. Okay.
Sometimes you have to push the envelope to move the ball forward. And
She's right, by the way. That comment was 100% accurate.
For trends to change, for attitudes to change, someone has to be the first mover. Somebody has to stand up and say something that at this time would be considered outrageous.
I think oftentimes it's a pendulum effect as well, and we're seeing it even with like the trans stuff right now. Like everything, like this society just really struggles to find a balance. I feel like before it was like, oh no, trans people, banish them to the furthest corners of society, and now it's like, oh, let's embrace all of them, and you know, kids can. It's like, can we ever just agree on a middle ground? I think that people are responding to the extreme push from the left, and it is creating some very bombastic messages in some regard, but I think there's some validity coming out of it as well. It just depends on how you interpret it.
But to Nick's comments earlier, the issue is you took what you wanted to say for your own movement, for your own platform, like when you mentioned, I don't want you close to the president or whatever. I went up against Adam Kinzinger, who is notoriously a rhino. There are a lot of people who just sit in the middle, who aren't right, left, who do support the president and all that, but you make the majority of the people who do support the president look bad by the things that you say, even though you're trying to say that you're helping them.
Hey, Nick, Nick, in Germany, by the way, and I'm not joking, in Germany, you know, I want to have an American flag in my backyard, but the only reason, because I love America and I appreciate our veterans, and I'm not going to, serious. And the only reason I don't put an American flag on there is because, you know, I live where, you know, my wife's grandma, where she was born on that land.
Call Leafy?
She has a Nazi symbol on her birth
certificate. Wait, is he trying to call me again? I don't know anything that's going on. I don't know anything that's going on with that. I just had an interesting suggestion made to me. I don't read that on here. But it was interesting.
Certificate. I've seen it, okay? And she remembers American soldiers going there and giving them candy and stuff. They literally have seen what happened, and a lot of people were scared of the Nazis. A lot of the Germans were against what was going on with the Nazis. I know I've spoken to people that were alive during World War II, man. So, you know, Americans defeated the Nazis. Americans died. Veterans died defeating the Nazis. So I do find it insulting as a guy who supports veterans. I was in a law enforcement academy as a teenager, that you have somehow glamorized these Nazis. And just so you know, in Germany, I'm happy to show you around. In Germany, the nationalists there, they don't like the United States, man. They're pretty hardcore nationalists. You say America first, they're Germany first. I'd love to see what you think about that.
Yeah, and I'd love to reply. And I appreciate it's a thoughtful
Guys, this is a quick reply because we have one last topic. We got to wrap up.
So as far as that's concerned, I think that if you look at the people, because my grandfather fought in World War II as well. My grandfather's Italian. He actually fought in the Pacific Theater, but he fought in World War II. And the thing is, though, all of those people, you talk about, for example, the trans stuff you just mentioned, take a survey of all of the people that fought in World War II. And I don't mean this in a glib way at all. Do you think they'd agree more with the policies of Hitler, or do you think they'd agree more with the policies of a left-wing progressive administration today? And that's not to be glib, it's not to be funny, and it doesn't mean, I'm not talking about, you know, we disagree about the big thing. I'm not even talking about the racial policies. I'm talking about across the board. I mean, America back then was just as racist, if not more, than Nazi Germany.
Sent $3. Remember when you were trapped on Cozy and had to watch boring Nick content all the time? So glad we don't have to watch boring Nick stuff for hours anymore.
Me too, although today is a little bit of an exception because we had to review this. But yeah, I had to watch that shit almost every day. It's like, oh my God.
Germany.
But that's the problem. There should be more of a balance.
And she jumps in.
There should be more of a balance, and you're sitting there.
That's because you're a woman, and women build consensus.
You're trying to force somebody to say, agree with Hitler or agree with the far left progressive. That's literally
not
what you just
saying-
said.
no,
and you're part of the
no.
problem of the extremism.
Well, just to be clear,
I'm just curious, didn't Adolf Hitler build a consensus? Didn't he get Italy and Japan
I'm
to
saying
join
women.
him?
Women always like to say, "Let's find common ground. We
Fine,
need
but
more
wait,
balance. We need a middle." And
when you take over a country, you perform military action. You are gaining consensus.
Okay, yeah.
If
Well,
I put
that's
an
a
Amer-
really superficial
Nick, if I
connection,
put
but-
an American flag in my backyard in Germany, they wouldn't like it, man. Those guys are just those Nazi guys, man. Don't like Americans.
I'm not a
man.
Nazi. I'm not a
No,
Nazi.
but I'm just letting you know, and I'm happy to show you around. You can see they're nationalists the same way you are, man.
Well, and here's the thing, though. The
let's skip it.
bad, and I'm going to say Roosevelt bad, and I'm going to say they're all.
Okay, let's skip it.
Himself putting it in his dirty underwear, and then he tries to say that this is scientific proof that they're.
I want to hear super chats.
that shows that more young men are deciding to be virgins at 18.
Yeah, we got it.
Are you banned on dating apps? What dating apps are you on?
I don't know. I don't go on dating apps.
Zero
No,
dating
'cause,
apps.
I mean, if I go on a dating app, someone's going to screenshot that and throw.
Wow, you mean like Alex Davidson, Black Swan? Huh.
That on Twitter. And
Maybe you
say,
should have taken your advice there, Nick. It's funny that this just came out the very next day, huh? Wow. Tough.
Hey, look at this guy.
Not a good
you
look
know.
for you. Now, does your reputation help or hurt you when you meet attractive women?
Well, it depends on where, because I'll go into a CPAC and I get a
Yeah.
lot of attention.
Gotcha.
But I'm sure if I go into any like normal, if I went to a normal bar and people didn't know what I was about, maybe they'd say, "Hey,
Gotcha.
what's up?"
Oh
But
wait, weren't you banned from CPAC?
here we go again. What's the beef with you? What's the beef, Stu?
I'm just. That's a fact. Weren't you banned from CPAC? Actually, it's a question.
Yeah, I went to the CPAC after party in Dallas in 2021. Is that okay? Good.
So you got
Nick,
attention at CPAC.
from
or the
somebody
after
that
By
party?
the way,
worked-
she's getting under skin at this point. All right, she's starting to creep into some W territory here.
In Miami Beach nightlife, half my life has a club in Miami. Ain't no party like a CPAC party, so the CPAC party don't stop. We know that.
That's true. They turn up.
But hey, play it safe. Couple more questions. So you meet a girl at CPAC. She's kind of into you, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Porn. Do you ever watch porn?
No, I'd stay away from that.
You've never watched porn your whole life?
Not never, but
Okay.
no, but I try to stay away from it.
Okay. Rank the following three, if you could, in terms of, all right, I meet a girl. Cool. You want to get married. You want to have kids, right? What is the most important, mid, and then least important? The race, okay? Same race, same religion.
So we are going to have,
same political affiliation.
in about an hour before the debate, I told you this was a packed show, by the way. So in about an hour, and I'm looking at the goal here, 77% of the way there. 79. 79 measly dollars away from meeting the goal. And we're going to have a special guest. Who could it be?
What's the most important? Meaning, she's a black, Catholic, Democrat.
I thought you were going to say she's a black.
Right.
I was like, that's not politically correct.
Yeah.
You can't do that, Adam.
She's,
Hit the like button.
Christian, Republican, Guatemalan, whatever.
Ethiopian.
Go ahead.
Well, here's the
rank
thing.
rank those three in order, if you would.
I wouldn't marry anyone that doesn't have all three, but it would probably go religion, race, political affiliation.
So religion's first.
Yeah, religion's
She's not a
most important
Catholic or
thing.
Christian. She's out. Race.
Yeah, she's got to be.
Second.
Oh, would you marry a Protestant?
No.
No. Okay.
No,
Just
I'm
curious.
very
Just
Catholic.
curious.
Even what if you converted her?
If I converted her, sure.
Paint me your ideal future spouse. Dream with us, Nick. We probably even have sound effects.
Well,
dream with us. All right, she's going to be this tall. She looks like this. This is what she's got. This is my wife. Go ahead.
Well, if I get too specific, I'd have problems because then I'm going to meet somebody and she's not going to hit all the boxes and she's going to say,
Dream with
I'm
us.
not this,
That's a
I'm
good
not
point,
that.
man. That's
So
a
I
good
want
point.
to
dream.
I want to have a great personality. No, but I'm going to need her to be a virgin. I'm going to need her to be young. Fertile, meaning I want to have a
16,
lot of
you
kids.
said.
I want her to
And
be
then
Catholic.
younger, I
I
think.
want her to be ideally Italian, American. Although I'm not married to that.
Yeah, they
if
should have
she,
focused on Ollie
no
more,
pun
I
intended,
agree.
If she didn't speak English, that wouldn't be a problem. Probably be a plus. Like if Catalina Loft didn't speak English, I'd probably like her a lot more. So speaking English is not a priority, and ideally share political views as well.
Hey, can I just bring up one thing? Sure. You mentioned before that you had a crush on a girl who was Asian.
Yeah.
Your dream girl was Asian, but you couldn't be with her because of her race.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you ever work that out? Does she know that she's your dream girl?
That's what I told. Well, I think she's figured it out because I talk about it all the time. But I told her face to face. We were at this party, and I said, "Listen, like, because here's the thing: I want to have white kids. I want to have kids that look like me. We have the same heritage." And I told her, I said, "I'm Catholic. I don't sleep around. If I was promiscuous, it'd be a different story."
The other thing, it says in the Bible, even Jesus was tempted when all those black girls were twerking on you at Fresh and Fit. Did that make you maybe consider?
I was tempted.
You were tempted by the black women.
Well,
all right,
Nick,
the
longer
you
wait, I like, they
the
are
blacker
attractive.
the berry, the sweeter the juice, Nick.
They date, they like white guys. What can I say?
Would you ever even have sex with a black girl?
If I wasn't Catholic, yeah, I probably
No,
would.
you are Catholic, so would you?
No, because I wouldn't marry a black
You're missing out, bro.
They have a little bit of magic. They have a black girl magic.
Okay.
I'm not going to lie.
We got
the whole point of the show.
Let me tell you something, buddy. Something tells me, Nick, I'm going to dream for a second. The first time, you ever seen American Pie? The movie? Where he's like, I've never had sex. What does it feel like? And that was the whole reason that the name of the movie was American Pie, Apple Pie.
No, I never heard that. It's only one of the most famous movies in 1990. Okay.
Something tells me when you have your first bite of pie, your life is going to change. All these beliefs I thought I had or didn't have totally changed.
Do you realize also there's a lot of pressure on you, right? Because if something happens...
I remember when I saw that movie, and I just went to the SEC championship, and it was Alabama versus Florida, and Bama completely destroyed Florida there in the Georgia Dome, where I was seated in the Florida section cheering my ass off. And then I was there with my friend, and we had a room, not on some gay shit like Nick likes, just bro shit, right? And then we ordered that on pay-per-view.
Anonymous sent $3. I love how every show he goes on they talk about how he gets more pussy. Lol, great look.
Yeah, lol. Dumbass Uwe says, degenerate shit movie. Well, yeah, I mean, that's true, actually, but... I can't deny that, really, but...
Or let's say,
all right, 10 minutes on this. We're almost done.
With you and a woman you weren't married with, or something happens where you are with a woman who's infertile. Like these kind of things could happen. That's a lot of pressure you put on yourself. I mean, dude,
I like the way this chatter thinks. Let me read this real quick. Tiz in chat says it's so easy to make a compilation with Nick's backtracking on mainstream shows and then do cozy clips of outrageous comments. Yes, see, that's the type of thing. Yes.
For the amount of pressure that you put on yourself.
It's true. Well, it is a lot of pressure, but I don't worry about it too much because I really do believe in you give it all to God and you just kind of let whatever. My grandmother used to say, God will provide.
Well,
so
okay, we're done. Okay. We got to wrap up. Thank you guys for being in. We're going to read the super chats, and then we got to wrap up. Everyone's going to have 30 seconds.
Let's go.
Anonymous sent $7.77 stuck with you through the cozy days, but I gotta say, dude, I love the current trajectory of the Killstream. More interviews, guest spots, rotating co-hosts, callers is what made me fall in love with the show in the first place. Best timeline confirmed.
Thank you so much. And, I'll just say not an accident that things have opened up since I left that hellhole and got back to my roots. And I do want to take some callers, too. We haven't taken that many the last couple of days. We've taken a ton over the last 2 or 3 weeks. I definitely want to focus on that. You notice the guests are starting to pile up again, too. We got the first, 3 days of the week booked next week already with Boneface on Monday. On Tuesday, who was it we had on Tuesday? Nima Yamini is coming on Tuesday, and the guy here dunking on Nick, in my opinion. I know some people don't like him, but I think it's hilarious. And then on Wednesday we have Sven Stoffels, the artist who did my new intro art, which I'll show again. But he's also a hilarious guest and a streamer on it in his own right, right? So.
Anonymous sent $3. Nick hasn't had pie, but has he had bananas? Maybe we should ask Lizzo.
You think he'd go Lizzo diving for some bananas? Disgusting.
What they want to say, because we got to pay some bills, and PBD just walked in the building, and we got to meet up.
Okay.
So, Nat, do your thing quickly.
All right, let's start right here. Okay, so I'm reading $10 and up. Thank you for the super chats. Name is a complete clown. He's lucky Zerka isn't there. Freeman, there's no Jew hate here. Nick is simple.
Well, Zerka wouldn't do shit. Are you kidding me? That guy's here on a visa. Well, there on a visa, and we get thrown out of the country immediately. What's Zerka gonna do? Fucking Canadian? Get sent back to Toronto? That's what he'll do. He's gonna fucking do shit. You idiot.
Simply drag nosing, a real problem in the world today, where one thing that necessary to discuss is also one thing that absolutely impossible to discuss.
By the way, one of my staff actually wants to make Boneface a regular on the show, so we'll see. But they're like, you know, I'd really like this. I'd really like this to turn into a regular Boneface feature, which I'm not necessarily against, but we'll see how it goes Monday.
Then we have Justin
Matter of fact, it sounds intriguing. I'm not against it at all, but we'll see how it goes.
You're all trying so hard to psychoanalyze Nick and utterly failing. Nick stating his beliefs and making tongue-in-cheek references isn't as dramatic as you're making it seem. Then we have HW. Wow.
By the way, I shouldn't say this, but I was talking to him in private, and he was, you know, I was in the parking lot talking about Boneface might show up. He said if he'd have known about the rally, he would have shown up for real. Seriously, he told me that personally. And he may have mentioned landing a slap on a certain individual. I won't go there, though.
Guys totally emotional at the truth. The blues totally run the world, and I don't understand that one. What does the Baldy have about David?
He said for real, if I'd have known about it, I'd be there. I was like, what?
Watch Bishop Richard Williamson.
I swear to God, he said that.
Ironic that.
And he said the other thing too.
Pedo when he's Jewish, and the Talmud permits SA.
Why do people keep saying call Leafy? Is he actually trying to call me? Like, I don't have any messages as far as I know.
Fash Gordon sent $3, went to the Chicago suburbs and did some Nick Fuentes snooping. Can confirm.
No.
Nick Fuentes hit corn on the cob. The long way.
No.
Girls as young as 3. Rasmus asked Nick about the book of Nation of Islam called Secret Relationship.
Yeah, I heard he was moving to Florida too, A-Hole Anderson. I guess maybe I should reveal the suggestion that I had put to me on my phone by a certain individual. And they're like, Ralph, did you ever think about moving to Florida? And I was like, I hadn't really thought about it. But it was intriguing. And they were saying, you know, we could build you a whole studio and have like in-person guests and do some collaborating, etc. It was intriguing. It was intriguing.
Then we have Lou Skunt. It's crazy to watch a bald guy accuse Nick of liking kids when the people of Mezad P. Pede. Then we have Justin Bride. You're all trying so hard to synchronize. Oh, we already did that one. Just
By the way, I could still get my residency in Mexico and keep that. You know, if I want to come back or just come back for visits, it's better to be a resident. It's easier because there's no minimum time per year that you have to stay here to keep your residency. Matter of fact, you could stay here 0 days and still keep it. So I would get that renewed anyway. But yeah, I was intrigued by that. I was intrigued by that. And most people aren't going to come to Mexico, quite frankly, if you want to do something like that. So.
Coronel Quesadia 69 sent $10. Shootout to Yoba and Boneface.
Ignore Leafy. He's running cover for Fuentes by attempting to cause a distraction. Is he actually saying something? Yeah, I'm good on that anyway today. He's trying to distract me. I think you may be right, VHS.
Yeah, I'm at the studio. Hold up, though. I ain't get to roll no weed. I ain't get to roll no switches. I was locked up on Christmas. I ain't get to see.
I liked our last segment, but I think you may be right.
My mama couldn't even give her no kisses. Can't even post on my Instagram. Could he pussy nigga be snitching? Everybody acting suspicious.
He isn't even live.
Say that I'm tripping. When I'm all alone,
what are people even talking about then?
I tend to get in my feelings. And all I smoke
get up out of your fucking chair.
And I'ma smoke.
Get up right now.
Nigga, that's the only thing that gon' heal it. I don't understand you women who go around pretending.
For every pound I lose, America first gains another 10.
Say she down to ride,
over there, ladies and gentlemen. Where's the baby? Where you at? Woo! Guns busting on these hoes. Drink another Drink another 3-liter soda, you fat fuck. This nigga was literally carrying around a 3-liter soda, drinking it to the dome. If I drink soda like that, I'd be 400 pounds. Like, I was like, what the fuck?
Yellow tape around his body, it's a fucking homicide. His face is on a t-shirt and his family's traumatized. I didn't need
Sneeko jumping ship. I saw some of his tweets this morning. He has me blocked, but they made their way back around. Cornell, long-term supporter of the KILLSTREAM. Thank you, brother. I want to give you a special shout out there. Support me through the ups and through the downs. And now he's back here when Ralph McCoy is shooting to the moon. Thank you for that, brother.
Billy Jenkins sent $5. Girl with phone will cry cries mixed with poo. A disgrace to dragon spirits. Also, thanks for another great show, Ralph.
You're welcome, and stay tuned because we're not even close to done.
Anonymous sent $3. Sneeko betrayed Shirka. He chose stay over Nick. Shirka will leave Nick till the day.
Of course he will.
We'll all be cold traders in 6 months. 109 friendships destroyed by Nick, just like the Zionists.
Thank you for that. 87% of the way there. What is that? $44 away from meeting the 6th-hour Transformer Fund. We're going to have a special caller around 6:30. Who could that be? I think VHS might have a hint. That's going to be at 6:30. And then at 8 p.m. Eastern, we have Adam Green versus superstar amazing Grace Thorp here on the KILLSTREAM. I'm looking forward to that, and I hope they are as well. She will be in her Catholic schoolgirl uniform, and Adam Green will be dressed as Jesus, which may offend some of you. I apologize ahead of time. All right.
That one. Okay, then we have Richard Strotcher. Fact, Nick Fuentes is smarter than anyone else on this panel. Nima, then his religion is 100% example of slander and attacks on people who support Christianity and family. Then we have Mike B. Nick is clearly the guy who got no girls growing up. And we have Ornan Smith TV. Nick Fuentes, he slides over the fact that he has sicking his fans.
Yes,
on the YouTube, including Mr. Girl, in order to cancel them.
Yeah, that's your only job, bitch.
Canceling them. Then we have Charles D. Archery, W. Nick. Then we have Blue Juju Head High Fuentes in the Lion's Den. God is with you. Fools attacking your character over. She said, women seeking freedom from wife duties. Men are
Thank you, dumbass.
Anonymous sent $3. I could legit see the Ralph Amali living it up in the Florida Keys, streaming from a Starlink-enabled yacht.
I appreciate that. I can see that too, actually. By the way, we hit the goal. Dumbass Ulu swinging through with the major league support. Also subscribed, and thank you for that too.
Master33 sent $10. Sorry, Ralph, I just can't handle this Ultima American music, so here's something better.
Thank you. I'll add that to the tally because we hit the goal. So we got a special caller here, 6:30, and we got to go through the Tenrio stuff, some other things I have on the agenda, because we got a big debate that I'm looking forward to. Oh, wow. I saw the title of that. I kind of knew how that was going to go. It's transformed into the all-day Super Show Fund. Very kind support today, and I appreciate it. Dumbass Ulu, thank you for all your support.
Good
Boneface intro song. It might have to be actually. I think you might be onto something. You know, it's funny because somebody stop that. But go ahead.
Galactic Gunt sent $3. Can you unblock at Galactic Gunt on Twitter?
Sure, I didn't know you were blocked. Yeah, I'll take care of that. And thank you for your support. You supported pretty big recently too.
Anonymous sent $5. Grace can call me daddy. Actually, it might be more fitting if she said father in the Catholic schoolgirl outfit. I'll have her say amen over and over.
Yeah, man, I'll unblock you. You sent a 100 spot the other day. Thank you for that. I didn't know you were still blocked. My apologies there. I got you. By the way, if you're still blocked, you want to be unblocked, just super chat. Obviously, I'll see that. But if you post it in chat a few times, I most likely will see that too. So you don't have to pay necessarily, but I'll definitely see it if you send a super chat. But if you post it in the chat, I'll probably see it eventually too. All right, 7 minutes, and we can reward ourselves for getting through this.
30, Mr. Krabs 9000. Then we have something wrong.
Yeah, I'd host
Nick,
that, Tommy, but they just debated. So
Nick, you would be so much more effective if you sold out, says the female conservative who is 30, childless, married, almost like doesn't do for money and like OnlyFans. And then we have Glenn Lawrence. Ask Nick about how he does reconcile his differences between the Catholic 10 Commandments and the Bible 10 Commandments. Then we have the noticer. Nick is extremely effective, and he is the voice of so many young Christian men. We love him, and the slander will never change that. Then we have Matthew L. Lozana, do a series on networking. It would hit hard. Then we have T1 Kiss. Zerko probably waiting outside the Worm's Fist for the off-brand of Tate. Then we have Mike, Nemo, or whatever his name is, terrible content, low IQ, impulse control. Personal attacks. Can Adam do a better job moderating outbursts of the devil's advocate? Then we have Kiki Dog. Ask Richard Strasser about Albert Alexandria. Then we have Dinkley Berg. Shout out to Tyler Russell on Cozy. Total Nick W. Total Jewish L. Christ is King. Then we have Charles D. Archery. W. Nick. Then we have Kunyuk one. Maybe Catalina can be married and have kids, but she went to college and is still good looking. Then we have Viscerin, Nick Juan, Grunt, Ralph has paid $15K by Milo, just like Judas, on the payroll of Victor Sharp, Crisis King. Then we have Stay Stress Free.
What? No, I wasn't. I wish I was, by the way. I definitely would have accepted $15,000 to shit all over you. 100%. So if anybody wants to send a check now, I'll definitely take it, and we can just pretend like I got it ahead of time. I'll just say publicly, I would take 15 grand from anybody to shit all over you. I don't care who the fuck they are. And I wish that had happened. I really wish that would happen. It hasn't though. And they mentioned, they use his name, but Ultros, we squashed that. And Ultros has been supportive, but he hasn't sent any super chats. So I'm just like, what is this? And he's nodding his head to this. Like, what the fuck?
Nick is not an anti-Semitic. Christians love all people. The guy on the right is a perfect example of why people are anti-Semitic, though. Then we have Jacuzzi. Nick was warned about Milo of Ali Alexander, predation of teenage boys, specifically because of Nick's position.
Predation, dumb bitch. God bless. Predation. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be so mean to her, but could you read the super chats in a more boring way, by the way? Could you do worse? Like, what the fuck? Jacuzzi W, though. Let's go back.
Alexander, Jacuzzi. Nick was warned about Milo of Ali Alexander, predation of teenage boys, specifically because of Nick's position in the young movement. Nick chopped it up to the cost of doing business. Shout out to the 404 gang.
404 gang!
As others have said, there is proof Nick Fuentes was warned about Ali Alexander, a.k.a. Ali Akbar, by Milo about a few years before, and cancel proof Paul proved his associated with him in months after Ralph won. Then we have last few, Wolfgang. Nima is baiting super chats at this point. I only see disgusting.
Is Pinmeister being a retard again?
Attacking For money, it's work, and at what cost? Nick, uncontested W, half of his age, 2 times IQ. Then we have Visceren, previous super chats are lies. There's no point in Nick to scream about Ali from the rooftops as they're affiliated.
It really wouldn't be. It really wouldn't be a kill stream as of late if Pinmeister wasn't in there dropping ice cold takes and just retardedly shilling for Fag Fuentes.
Victor Sharp sent $15,000, sent $3 I am Ultros. Here's my money. Lol. Who comes up with this stuff?
I don't know.
Cagmike sent $5. I bet Nick wishes now that he could have sent in his gay mustache bandits in to sweep before going on the show. 404 wins again.
Yeah, he 100% wishes that.
And Nick to scream
5
about
minutes
Hallie
on
from
this.
The rooftops as they're affiliated. This is politics, not gossip, concern, troll club. Tell the police about Nick. Tell the police, Nick W. Then we have Freeman. The big problem in the world today is that elites are the most racist tribe.
Pinmeister, why don't you just come out as a Nick supporter? I mean, you're obviously a groiper, and I haven't banned you. I have taken you out for like a stream here or there because you're just a retard. But you know what? I would have more respect for that rather than trying to play like you're some type of impartial observer when you're not. So I don't have any respect for that. None. But I would have a slight bit of respect if you just admitted it, right? You know what I mean? So that's why I really don't like you. It has nothing to do with what you're saying. It has to do with the fake position that you're taking. And I see it in my tweets too. Or we don't even really like Nick. I go look at who they follow. It's all groipers, all groiper accounts. And sometimes it even says Christ is King in their bio, etc. It's like, okay. You're not fooling anybody, and you're not fooling me. So, you know, I would have more respect for that, just to be honest with you.
Wild, unaccountable power while claiming their protected status of eternal victims that can never be criticized. Then we have Wolfgang. We fought for the wrong enemy, General George S. Patron. Then we have Yamato. Patton. Sorry.
God damn.
Then we have Yamato. It's more entertaining to watch Nick destroy his enemies and educate those who are enlightened, but it is necessary work, nothing less for Nick. Richard Strasser. Nima Yamin is a model citizen for his people. To understand his people, you need to listen to disrespectful and slanderous. Well, we are the Christians. Then we have Marco. We need Nick and Zerka versus Nima and Destiny. Then we have Hoodie Hippie, the only protected groups that should be in the youth. The other
so much reading. You can barely read. That's the problem.
Because we are protected under the law. There are certain.
All right, we're almost through this. I just want to hit it all the way now, just out of
question
like.
Or criticize without being sort of bigotry. Then we have Carmel Life Lady, Nick Fuentes for president, Crisis King, no e-girls, not even once. Then we have Paisley Horipis, Nick and Nima's guys are coward. Nick allows Nima to hurl personal attacks. Borderline defamatory and can be sued. He's allowed or Nick to respond to those accusations. Then we have Alex Parker. Hey, simp, counterintelligence agents, when does your shift end? Then we have David Irving is crushing by a $30 million fund legal team for being wrong about the couple of facts of the multiple entire books that have thrown the solitary confinement. Totally normal the way they deal with this disagreement.
Nick's growing his own gunt there. Look at that.
I am, of course, I can't read this word. Vehemently against.
Vehemently.
I've never heard.
We all
of
make
before.
mistakes.
Until the ball feminine guys keeps making personal attacks, you guys are hurting your argument by making Nick look good.
I agree with that 3MAA, and that's why I don't really want to ban Pinmeister, although I have taken him out for a stream here or there. He says, I enjoy Ralph's chat because of the huge spectrum of different perspectives and personalities lately. That's right, and that's the flavor that we want, even if it's a retard. And so, you know, that's kind of what I'm going for. But it doesn't mean I won't pick somebody out for punishment here and there. Yeah.
Child. All right, so that was the last one I was able to get. Thank you guys for the super chats today.
Okay, guys, we got to wrap up.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for doing this. You have 10 seconds. Where can people find you guys on the internet?
Nima Yamini on TikTok, YouTube.
All right, it's over. Okay, now what's this? Now, wait a minute. Oh, wait, hold on. I got it muted. Let me resize this. Uh-oh. God, they do the best videos. I'm not going to lie. Also, I actually watched some of Jason's stream last night. It was pretty good.
Punished Far4 sent $3. She's doing wonders for the stereotypes about black literacy.
Yeah, I know. But I watched him go in on Nick and the Groypers, and then he just absolutely roasted Josiah Moody and his whore wife. So I didn't even know all that about her. I just know she unfollowed me and is like a constant Nick sucker. Apparently she's a constant dick sucker as well. But I had no idea about all that stuff. And I watched that segment, and he brought up that pirate video. And the pirate's like looking in this, I guess it's a cannon or something. I don't know, but it's like this giant fucking hole. And the pirate like sticks his head in it. It was pretty epic. I was watching, and that was on and off because I was doing some other stuff too. I don't really have a lot of free time, unfortunately, but I watched a good 30, 40 minutes of the stream, and it was pretty great. So shout out to Jaden Gang. What? Oh!
Tenryo, you massive welfare leech. I need your black ass to fly down to Florida and get me on the Valuetainment show. Here's your EBT card back, homie.
Wait. That was Epstein Island. There's old Rulon right there. Holy shit. That's the Donkey Kong music, by the way.
What in the name of Ganesh is going on out there?
You have to be a huge Donkey Kong fanatic like me. Literally one of my favorite video game series. Oh, man. I even had the... Oh, my God. And then the plane moves around like the fucking barrel on Donkey Kong, too. Oh, my God. Okay. I'm marking out for the Donkey Kong content. Oh, my God.
What in the name of Ganesh is going on out there?
It's a Cozy TV representative asking for us to interview Nick Fuentes. I don't know how he escaped the zoo.
Fuck. That? I'm shutting it down.
Allahu Akbar! He starts flying.
Hello? You're Nick's shady oil baron donor with huge GOP connections. You want him to be on the show? How much? I'll do it. Oh, I'll have him on all right. With a surprise guest.
What? Very cool there. Wow. I would have watched that sooner if I know how good. I mean, I already know everything they do over there is good. Like, their videos are the funniest. All right, now, and I hadn't seen all these, by the way. This one I've seen, but I think I'll play it again at some point. Here's Nick Fuentes. Look how the traitors simp for the Jews every single time. Well, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Huh. Who's that he's standing next to? Is that famously Zionist Laura Loomer? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Simping for the Jews, huh? By the way, I can't even just laugh along with one who's dunking on him without them saying, "Oh, Ralph's joined up with the Jews." Ugh. Okay, yeah. No, your boss is doing that. Also, UX, you won't believe this. I posted this on Telegram right before I went to sleep. Actually, it might have been right before I talked to the Thorps. No, you didn't see it because it's off air, but this was interesting as well. GNN, Ali Alexander is now promoting ex-gay camboy model. Wait, what? We haven't talked about that on the show, have we? Because I took the day off. I mean, I didn't really take it off. I was doing a bunch of shit. But I didn't have a show yesterday. Wow, we didn't cover that news on air, huh? Well, we're about to. UX is now a streamer on Cozy TV owned by Nick Fuentes. Fuentes claims to have disavowed Ali, even though they are still in daily communication and Fuentes attacks his underage victims. Now, what did he mean by this, chat? By the way, this merchandise is the gayest fucking shit I've ever seen. But not as gay as Ali Alexander, who was promoting it on his Telegram. Wow, I thought he was out of the movement. I thought he had nothing to do with AF. How did that happen? How did that happen? Wow. By the way, I can't do that. Do they not know anything? You would think Nick would message him and say, hey, could you stop? Could you stop doing this? I mean, it's good for me. I don't want him to stop. I want him to continue. But, you know, it's like, yeah, keep helping, Ollie. You're doing great, buddy. You're doing great.
Anonymous sent $3. Is Ali Alexander putting out podcasts again?
Yeah.
Oh.
So he did a show last night, and I had some people in there watching it, and I don't think they got it recorded, although I asked them to record it. I couldn't do it myself. They'll throw me out. But I may make a burner Telegram for these sorts of things, just in case I get an opportunity next time. But I was like, record that bitch. I want to play that on air, but I don't think they got it. But he did a stream on Telegram last night, actually, after he posted this. Promotion of UX. Speaking of UX, we haven't talked about this today. GNN over on Twitter. Earlier today, Lance W. Smith, who is UX, as we talked about on the last program, was identified by the SPLC as formerly working for MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene. He streams on UX on Cozy.tv, owned by Nick Fuentes. After running his photos through facial recognition software, it was found UX used to moonlight as a gay camboy on Chatterbait. Oh, no. There he is, actually looking very gay. Extremely gay. Walking behind Marjorie Taylor Greene. I've never seen that photo until I retweeted this the other day. Very gay. It doesn't really get gayer than that. Well, not true. Untrue. Because his face was run through facial recognition software, as GNN stated there. And come to find out, he was a gay camboy on Chatterbait. Are we surprised, Jacuzzi? No, we're not. We're actually not surprised at all. We're not surprised at all. Now, I'm assuming there may be some other photographs. We wouldn't show them anyway. But there he is. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. They actually have videos of this guy, too? Oh, no. It's a Jack Murphy type situation. Ugh. No. Ugh. Damn it. He called himself Dmitry Romanov. Okay. Yeah. I wanted to make sure I got that on the air. So he's getting hit up. Alex Davidson's getting hit up. Wow. Just happens to be the people I named right before Fuentes rally too, huh? That's interesting. How people have just been going down the list, knocking them the fuck out. Wow. Who could have seen that coming? Who could have possibly seen that coming? Who could have possibly seen that coming, chat? Wow. Just when you thought it couldn't get any gayer. Very true, Wiley. Go ahead.
Gryopa Hero sent $3. Who amongst us hasn't moonlighted as a gay cam whore? Christian Movement BTW.
Yeah, very Christian. Very Christian. A lot of people say cat boys, but it's cam boys. Do you know, by the way, that Based Brant lives with Nick Fuentes? What? Yes, he does, and he's very gay.
Anonymous sent $3. Tenrio did a stream with Jake Shields a few weeks ago. Go look up the law on Jake. A tranny outed him as gay as well. Coincidence? I think not.
I think not either. I tend to not believe in those anyway. I didn't know that actually, but I did see he did a stream with Jake Shields. I didn't know the guy was a tranny chaser though. I had no idea actually. Poor Black Swan. Let me pull this up too. I got some stuff over here. Wait, what is this? More Rulon? Huh. Let's pull this up. Chasing for white women or Asian chicks.
There's going to be more.
This guy. Oh my God. Yeah, that's not going to happen. You might could get some fat white bitch. I'm pretty sure you probably could do that, but
There's going to be more within that saga, within that whole spear. Hopefully. I'm praying everything goes well.
That's what I was told, Big Tech.
You know,
somebody else confirmed that. But yeah, I believe he lives with Nick. And yeah, he's the one who brought his Barbie doll to the movie, Base Brant. He brought it to see Barbie. And he painted his nails when he went to Fuentes Rally too. Yeah, I was told that on pretty good authority. So, I'll look into it more. But yeah, that's my understanding that he lives with. Yeah, see, other people are saying it's real. That's what I was told by several different sources, yeah. So, very gay. Very gay. Also, we have a whole segment of material on that fucker, Base Brant, and we were going to do Weirdo of the Week. But we've had so much content and so many guests, and we're doing the debate tonight, that I haven't really had time to fit it in. But I think I'm leaning toward doing a Saturday show tomorrow. We'll see. I'm still undecided, but I'm leaning toward it. And if we end up doing a Saturday show tomorrow, I don't see why we couldn't put that on the Saturday show. Now those are kind of bonus feeling, but so all right. Yeah, the content just never stops. All right, let's hear what Rulon was saying.
there's going to be more within that saga, within that whole spear. Hopefully. I'm praying everything goes well. Can we have a moment of silence for, let's pray for.
It's so pathetic. Not praying. But I feel like I'm about to shift. I saw Big Tech in the chat. I'm about to channel him. It's like, man, could you be more just craven and just absolutely, I know I've used that word twice today, but just absolutely really? It's such a grift. That's right. Ralph's in the chat. It's so grifty. It's so grimy. It's not the praying part, but what, he's literally praying for what, drama or something? Man, don't mix God up into this shit. It's a disgrace. You talk about blasphemy and just ridiculousness.
A-Hole Anderson sent
brother.
$10. Make sure to cop your UX merch that dropped today.
I'll make
Ali
sure.
approved. Being Nick's live-in boyfriend doesn't pay as good as his old cam whore job.
Send
Probably
that
doesn't.
duck sticker if you can. If you got that duck sticker, back that duck ass up on him, nigga. I honestly don't know where the duck came from. And now we're just duck lovers. Now we're just sort of like a duck lovers chat. Yeah, we're all about that duck ass. Big 07 for the ducks of the movement and their ass and their big ass. Make it clap, little nigga. Make that duck ass clap, little nigga. Hey, yo, back that stuck ass up on a nigga. Make it clap, nigga. Dick's going too far? Never. What did it say? Make that shit's bounce for a nigga. All right, I'm getting a little worked up here. We gotta move on.
I have to move on.
Anonymous sent $10. If you're a man seeing Barbie, you should do this.
That's it. Einhorn is Finkel.
Somebody wants a link to that song?
Is Einhorn.
Einhorn is a man. I know this. Ace Ventura.
God.
I remember watching
Einhorn
this.
is a man.
Me and my dad actually watched this when it came out at Blockbuster. I don't think I've ever seen my dad laugh harder than the finale, this part of the movie. I didn't really expect him to like it, but he did.
No.
I like the second one too.
No.
Ugh. The second one where he crawls out of the rhinoceros ass, that's one of the funniest things. I remember being a kid and just almost dying laughing at that. I mean, just like losing my mind laughing at it. All right, let's watch this finally.
There's going to be more within that saga, within that whole spear. Hopefully. I'm praying everything
Not playing on
goes.
screen. Well, it didn't come up on screen. I mean, everybody knows that scene though, right? Do you want me to play it on screen? I could.
Well, you know, can we have a moment of silence for, you know, let's pray for our victory and our blessing. You know, just.
Is that you sent that? No, it's fine. Okay, cool. Man, shut up. This motherfucker, dude, makes me sick. Rulon, this is a disgrace. I can't even tell if this motherfucker closes his eyes.
So.
Unreal. All right. We got more on that. Also, Nick Fuentes is going on Timcast soon. Like I said, we have shooters everywhere. They contacted a producer. Hit the like button, by the way. Hit like. They contacted a Tim Show producer. And, well, you probably wouldn't be surprised by what they got back in return. Disgraceful. Oh, wow. It's not coming up? Okay, it did. One of their producers said this. So no one will confront Nick Fuentes on his issues. Do you want the clips I have for Timcast coming up? I do not hold it against you. If you don't use it, you know that. Timcast is not that kind of show. Because it's boring as fuck. Wow. Never would have guessed Timcast would cuck the fuck out. Huh. Never saw that coming. Never saw that coming. And I have that verified. I know who that is, who they contacted, by the way. I won't name them. Just out of respect for sources, etc. So I won't name them, but I know exactly who it is. And I know this person too. So that may narrow it down, but I won't actually name them. But very disgraceful. Let's just be real. It's not that kind of show. Okay. Yeah, because you suck. Yeah, because your show sucks. It's that kind of show. Yeah, it is that kind of show, though. For sure. Also, where is the Tenryo clip? I'll find that. I retweeted it. He released the call. We'll probably play a little bit of that on here in a minute, and then we have a special guest. A day of surprises on the KILLSTREAM. Surprises.
The young people that are continually, they're still stuck in the cycle. They're still stuck in the cycle. They're still
I saw
over
this
there.
part.
And it's easy for most people to be like, okay, like if you're still over there, fuck you. And I've been like that for a lot of people. But even in the last week after Ralph flipped, like all these people have reached out, have apologized. And a lot of people that are still over there are young. They are young. They're like 15, 16 years old. And that's exactly why this whole thing needs to be burned to the fucking ground.
No, they weren't trying to run an op on to get the interview canceled. They wanted the interview to take place. They just wanted to talk about Ali Alexander and go to some of the stuff that needs to be talked about. And they refused to do that. Temple and the Timcast.
The majority,
More like the dim cast, by the way.
the people that I care about most are the young people whose
No, we don't
lives
want
are
it
being
canceled.
fucking destroyed. The young people who are being told, no, don't work out. That's gay. No, don't get a girlfriend. Don't get a wife. Just sit inside and become beardsome beardly. Watch cozy streams. Oh, you have a job? Well, that's cringe, you wagey. You should be a neat and sit there and be like Nick Fuentes and watch fucking Mr. Krabs 9000 porn or whatever the fuck he does all day. And you see it. We see it every day. Young people, Base Brant.
No, I didn't want it
Preston
canceled.
guy. UX, I don't know how old UX is, but all these guys are literal fags. Now, were they fags before AF? I mean, probably, but it's definitely not helping being a part of it, and they're pushing this culture on young people, this gay shit, this sussy squad nonsense, telling, oh, girls, having sex with girls is gross, having a wife, that's cringe, but...
Commander of the Royal Gunt Guardian Special Forces sent $10. We're coming for you, Nick.
Salute, Commander. We'll finish this clip.
Little Nicky Fuentes.
Oh shit! You know what? Should we just play that again? Oh, we gotta show that though.
Back on the legend, Ethan Ralph.
This is so. You know what? If you haven't seen this, hold on. Wait. You know what? It's a little long, but hold on. Let me finish the Jaden clip, and I'll cue that up next. I only got a minute left.
They're out there doing what exactly? Oh, they're making white girl summer playlists and painting their nails, and Tyler Russell and Dalton are painting their nails in solidarity with Base Brant, who just came out as bisexual. Like, it's fucking depraved. It's depraved. It needs to be fucking destroyed. It needs to be burned down. And those kids that are actually, they're being groomed. It's literally, this is no different than fucking Kethel's Catboy Ranch. Literally, these guys are being groomed, and Nick Fuentes knowingly is bringing people in like fucking Ali Akbar. And you know it, and I know it, and we've been talking about it forever. But it's undeniable that in the last week and a half, like the Ali Akbar stuff, we blew it up. Myself, Milo, Casino. When it first dropped, all that stuff dropped, we were blowing it up.
Yeah, it's fair to say. Definitely. And I saw that part of the show, so I'm glad they clipped that. Oh, wow.
Little Nicky Fuentes. You call
Play it one more time.
You turned your
Special guest coming up. Debate at 8 p.m. Grace versus Adam Green.
Your friend. You allowed one of your numerous homosexual sycophants to dishonor the one man that helped to keep your pathetic website relevant. Your Kanye collab was an absolute disaster. You told your own followers to storm the Capitol on January 6th.
You did.
You turned your back on Yoba in his darkest moments. You have surrounded yourself with pedophiles, homosexuals, transsexual catboys, and the very Jews that you claim to despise. You are a liar, a fraud, a charlatan, a deceiver, a wicked, evil megalomaniac, and a closeted homosexual. Now the Ralpha curse is upon you. You cannot escape the cosmic force of Ethan Ralph and the legions of gun.
Shout out to the old channel, by the way. We got over 200 people there.
Gun Guardians and
1,200 live.
Protector of the throne. I now issue a declaration of war against the satanic forces of America First and the demonic legions of Groypers. In the name of St. George of Leda, we shall be victorious. We will destroy you for good. Deus Vult, God wills it. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I cast the entire army of Ralpha males and Royal Guardians upon you. We are coming for you, Nick. We have no fear. We are Legion. Hail King Ralph. Hail victory. It's over for you. Death to all groypers. Death to American first.
No, wait. Not literal death.
Hail the Alpha Male.
Metaphorical with words and memes, like I was saying.
We will
burn, baby, burn. Thank you for that. All right, we got that on there again. All right, now we don't have a lot of time. We got a few minutes. Actually, that's the clip. That's the clip that I just played. Let me see. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Tenrio possibly breaking laws, recording this, by the way, in one-party states, but...
And here we go.
By the way, he's going to say he's in New York, but he's not a party to the conversation. I don't think he talks on this at all.
Comfortable with or what might work, but we were thinking in the thumbnail of just labeling you as a mystery guest. That way, when you come on, we have it like tipped off, because from my understanding, it's a lot of like AI bot crawlers, so they're just looking for names and they're scanning.
Avon Chartsdale sent $5 America First Pedophiles Beware. Homo Trolleus is the Joseph Mengele of the Royal Gun Guard. His squadron will hurt you.
He's a wild guy.
Faces, just like, you know, the same way they're scanning for, you know, like adult content. It's like they have the kind of the algorithms that already kind of can sense what is nudity and what's what, so they kind of automatically take that stuff down. It's the similar thing when there's people that are on the kind of, you know, the no-fly zone on the YouTube. So when they feel like someone's a little too controversial for the platform, I'm sure you know all this from your experience. Hey, Adam, how we doing?
How we doing?
Hi. Hey, Adam. What's going on?
Thanks, everyone, for being on.
Yeah.
I remember my man up top from the vault last year. How you doing?
Yeah, man. I was at the vault, man. We had a good
talk. A year ago, you said you got to get Nick Fuentes on. I said, let me see what I could do. Yep. Literally a year later, we're on a Zoom. How crazy is that?
Real.
Okay, so he does talk, so I'll take that back.
Nick, nice to meet you in person, man.
Likewise. Yeah, good to speak with you.
Thank you, man. So I'm a couple minutes late, Elon, as you were, sir.
Yeah, no problem. And I'll just bring you up to speed. I was just, you know, letting them know that obviously the controversial stuff and how YouTube has the list of people that they kind of like to flag the videos of and take them down. So I was expressing that if we kind of post them on the thumbnail as like a mystery guest, like, you know, dark face question mark, that way it wouldn't tip off the algorithm. And then as far as when he comes on the show, we wanted to see what we were comfortable with.
A full 50 people are watching COG right now. Wow.
As far as...
Great job, buddy.
You know, do you want to just be known as Nick on the show, and people who watch it will just know that it's you? Did you want to wear, you know, I mean, these are just ideas, but it's like hypothetically wearing some sunglasses and just remaining anonymous and kind of getting your...
Where's this video from? Well, Tenrio recorded it. It was a pre-show call that they had with Saucecast.
Points across. I'm not sure to what...
Is that why Joey's wearing sunglasses for inspiration?
He's trying to stay anonymous on this call.
Gotcha. We know who you are, Joey. Nice try.
So we just, really what we want is for you to be able to speak your mind, get your message out as you feel comfortable with, and that the video actually stays up on the internet so that people can watch it. It would be very unfortunate to have you on as a guest and then the episode gets flagged and taken down. We've seen a few of the episodes that you've been on before, and other shows have been removed, and some of them haven't. So it's just a little bit hard to gauge what's going to be the tipping point and what you know, the algorithms are going to consider as something that they want to remove. So from your experience, Nick, what would you say like your approach to the whole thing would be?
Well, you definitely can't put my name or my face on the title or in the thumbnail. That's what got Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit, they had me on as a surprise guest on, I forget the date, but it was a Friday. And I wasn't in the title, I wasn't in the thumbnail, and it was fine. And they didn't even take it down. I think Fresh and Fit, they might have removed it themselves because they were worried, but YouTube didn't censor it.
Okay.
Then we live streamed 3 days later, and my name was in the title, my face was in the thumbnail, and I was with Sneeko, and we're both banned on YouTube. And there were like 10,000, 5 or 10,000 live viewers waiting for the live stream to start, like in the waiting room. And so YouTube caught wind of it and they said, well, there's 2 people that are evading and they're in the thumbnail and they're in the title and you have all these people watching. So YouTube didn't want us to be on that one. So I think as long as I'm not in the title or the thumbnail, we should be good. And then as far as the topics are concerned, I think it's probably best practices to stay away from any conspiracy theories because that is against the terms of service. So like denying the Holocaust, 9/11 conspiracy, JFK conspiracy, that stuff is actually against the TOS. So in terms of the topics, we'd have to avoid basically the most extreme or the most far out aspects of it. But I did, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm listening. This is good. So, Nick, assuming that the interview goes on, assuming that it doesn't get taken down, like thinking positive, right? Mm-hmm. That's the intention here because, to be frank, our number one goal is not to go to YouTube jail and not get a strike.
Yeah.
That's our one thing. Like, just being candid with you, this whole thing wouldn't be worth it if the channel got fucked.
Yeah,
right?
No, I mean.
Number 2 is, as far as priorities, is to actually do a meaningful, insightful conversation, episode, panel. Like, I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't want to do
Crayon.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Let me pause this. He said, hey, Ralph, can you please wish Finn luck with his soccer game? Yes, Finn. I hope you have a very good soccer match today. Hold on.
Anonymous sent $4.04 AF getting too gay for Beardson.
404.
Big Tech was right and started the fire. Baked put the gas on it and Ralph will bring the rocket fuel. Let it burn.
100%. I saw some people talking about Beardson, but I didn't see that. I don't know if he's bowing out. But let me say to Finn, good luck with the soccer match today. Good luck with the game, however you want to put it. And I hope you enjoy. Don't get hurt, but go all out. You know how to play. I don't have to tell you. So go out there and crush. Go out there and crush, and good luck, buddy.
But yeah, number 1 is most important. But I appreciate you bringing up the TOS and the conspiracy theories. So ideally, what would you like to talk about throughout the episode?
Well, I think we can talk about, because we could talk about things that are political. You know what I mean? We can talk about what's going on
Finn.
currently.
I want to see
we can talk about Russia. We can talk
3
about
gold day. You know what? Just pour it on them. Just pour it on them. I was about to curse. I shouldn't do that. Pour it on them.
The election. We could talk about just generally speaking, like cancel culture and like
Big
broadly
said
the
$5.
things that
Have you
I
ever watched
talk
the
about.
YouTube channel Warrior Poet Society with John Lovell? It could be worth a try to get Nick on there. The guy is Christian and would be a lot more fair than these guys.
Specifically, we just can't get into the conspiracy theories because I think that's where you run into trouble. Because I did an interview with Adam22 on No Jumper last year, and we kept it light. We got into some stuff, but we kept it relatively broad and light, and there were no problems. It didn't get taken down.
So it's still up?
Yeah.
What interviews, because I'm real tight with the Fresh and Fit guys. I'm not sure if you know. We just did a big live event a month ago. So I'm familiar with I had Pearl on my show many times. I'm not sure how familiar you are with what we do with PBD's podcast. I co-host that one. That's very political. We've had Alex Jones on. We're having Jank from the Young Turks on Tuesday. Like, we're cool with having all sorts of conversations.
Good point, Keenan Shea. I see him in the chat. He says, this combo about YouTube proves Nick is controlled opposition, and he knows it. Also, I'm going to keep an eye on the call-in room. I'll check in on that here in a minute, too.
Good. We're big boys, just like you're a big boy. What we are definitely not cool with is getting YouTube strikes, right? Oh. You know. How familiar are you with some of the guys that are going to be on the panel?
So who is going to be on this panel?
So, Joey, who did you confirm or who did you tell Nick?
Hear me? Yeah, we can hear you now.
Who did you convey to Nick?
Michael Sartain and Nima. Right, Tenryo, you
Okay.
said that there was no...
Yeah, Michael Sartain is who we already
How familiar are
confirmed.
you with Michael Sartain?
I've seen him. I've seen him on the Whatever podcast, and I think I saw him in one other show.
So he does a show with, he's always on Fresh and Fit. He'll probably be on Fresh and Fit this week as well. He does a show with Rolo. Have you ever done anything with Rolo?
Yeah, I did a panel with him once.
Okay, and then we just had Zerka on the show. I know he's a buddy of yours.
Yeah.
I don't know his availability. And then how familiar with this guy Nima? Because him and Zerka had a thing before.
I don't really know anything about Nima.
Yeah, he's not as I guess well known as him. But
sent $3. I heard there was a football match taking place. Finn,
That's right.
Where's it at? I'll grab some Ralph Amali's and some beers, and we'll get rowdy and set a dumpster on fire for you. Hat trick incoming. Let's fucking go.
Thank you for that hat trick.
Yeah, and then possibly a guy, Brandon Carter. Do you know Brandon Carter?
No.
He's also always on Fresh and Fit. Black guy, good looking, strong guy. He's all about fitness. Here's what I'm thinking for what I think would make the best show. The best thing that's a fit for our brand. And that's something that you said is sort of broad and macro, not honing in on conspiracy theories, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what we do is we really do a lot of commentary on the state of man today in America. Right? And I assume that, you've taken multiple angles on this. Have you seen that Wall Street Journal, the decline in American values, religion, community service, family values? Are you familiar with that article?
Yeah.
I feel like that would be a good conversation because at the end of the day, look, what I'm
Keenan
trying to
said, I don't know
avoid
if I read that, but he said, I think I did. Proved that he's controlled opposition. Yeah.
is I don't agree with you. Fuck you. You're an asshole. You're a piece of shit. Fuck you. Like, I don't want that, right? Like, I want to debate ideas. I want to debate big concepts. And at the end of the day, like, I'm not trying to go for a Jerry Springer. That's cool for, like, 5 minutes of a 2-hour show.
Well, that's why your shit is so fucking boring, Sosnick. You know what? I am going for the Springer.
Right.
But I think it would really help men out there. There's going to be an audience out there that wants to get more in touch with religion. There's going to be an audience out there that wants to get more in touch with being more of a masculine man. There's going to be an audience out there that's going to want to get more in touch with improving their money.
Handsome Crown says,
There's
thanks,
gonna be
brother.
There's going to be an audience that's going to be wanting more in touch with finding a woman, all that. And I feel like if we kind of keep it on the macro self-improvement, hey, how can you guys improve? This is what Nick thinks. This is what Michael thinks. This is what Nima thinks. This is what Brandon thinks. This is what we all think. Here's where we disagree. And let the audience be like, yeah, Nick killed that one. Nah, Michael, you're wrong. Nah, Nick, he got you on that one. Okay, Brandon.
Yeah. Jay Master says nothing like Jerry Springer having a literate bitch stumble over super chats for half an hour. Yeah. Oh, tedious.
The audience will be better served. And ultimately, maybe it's not like the pie throwing contest.
Well, he's doing the Manosphere Griff because he's trying to suck fans out of that.
But I feel like it elevates the brand to have a higher level conversation anyway, discuss ideas, diversity of ideas other than diversity of, politics, let's say.
Yeah.
And I feel like that would ultimately be a good situation. I think it'll be a good look for you too, to have this kind of high level, good faith debate conversation with multiple people of different walks of life. Brandon's a black guy. Nima's a Jewish guy. Michael's an Italian guy. Whatever,
Avon Chartsdale sent $3 for any AF true believers who aren't aware of what this is. Your leader is desperately trying to network with blacks, Jews and other undesirables in a misguided attempt to maintain his relevance.
Oh, wow. Look at what I've just been handed. Man, the hits don't stop, do they? Well, okay, so maybe the intelligence was wrong on Based Brand living with Nick, Because what do you know? What do you say? Man, this is the best, honestly. This is my favorite. Like when the shit's just rolling in nonstop and multiple sources sending me just like an absolute flood of dirt in every which direction you could imagine. Wow. You know, somebody else I'd heard that Bass Brant actually lived in Alabama.
Steek sent $3. Ralph Amalis are the manosphere. Let's get fucking real.
Thank you for that, and that's true. Somebody on Twitter, a hater yesterday, said Ralph Amalis used to mean misogynist. I guess I am kind of a pioneering misogynist, maybe. I don't consider myself that, but I could see how that might be said. And they said now it means warrior for the age of consent. And I was like, you know what? I'll take that trade. You know what? I'll take that trade. Uh-oh. What is this? Oh, no. Is that Bass Brant? And I know that logo. I happen to be an Alabama fan and have been since I was a small child. Roll Tide. But unfortunately, it looks like Bass Brant goes to the University of Alabama. Wow. And I know he's in university. Huh. Well, I'll be damned. Brant Wiggins, University of Alabama, apparently. What I think we need to do is a little campus outreach, if you know what I mean. If you smell what the Ralph is cooking, because I'm thinking he ain't going to be too popular on campus. I'm thinking he's going to be very unpopular on campus, actually. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's see. Then my source was like, oh, nothing too spectacular. And I was like, no, this is great. What are you talking about? We pretty much just confirmed that he goes to the University of Alabama. Which, like I said, I know very well. Wow. They never stopped to think what was going to happen today. What's this? What's this here? Brant. You fucked up. Wow. I guess you shouldn't have talked all that shit about the Ralph mail, huh? Yeah, you know. I heard about everything you said. Well, lucky for me, I got a big show to say everything I want to say. Oh, no. Is this him featured in a news article in high school? No, couldn't be. That couldn't be. Let me make this smaller, by the way. No. Wow. Is that him standing next to a black female? North Shore High School putting an emphasis on security. North Shore, Alabama, by the way. Class of 2021. Well, I'll be damned. So what's he's a junior, I guess? At the University of Alabama? Brant Wiggins? Bass Brant? I wonder what they'll think about you painting your nails, Brant. Oh, no. I wonder what those large black gentlemen who play on the football team will think about your comments on race and other things. Oh.
Nick Fuentes sent $3. Please have mercy, Ralph. Leave my boyfriend alone.
That's Louisiana outside Baton Rouge. Well, I know where the University of Alabama is. It's in Tuscaloosa. So I'm pretty sure there's a North Shore High in Alabama too, isn't there? I don't know, but that's still in the same region. Yeah, should we call up St. Nick Saban? I think this needs to pass a few desks there at the University of Alabama. That's what I think. I mean, they wanted to play rough, right? Nobody can defeat the Groypers, right? They're so tough. They're so tough. I got news for you faggots. I was wrecking homos just like you while you were in the 3rd grade, nigga. Okay, maybe like the 5th or 6th grade. But still, the point stands. Now, maybe the 3rd grade. I don't know. You were not in the game. Let's just put it that way. Wow. You guys wanted to play. Let's play. Come out and play. Oh, no. Jen Abney Photography. Let's see. Jen. Let's do a little research here on air.
Golden Boy Avi sent $10. Nick Fuentes is the new Charlie Kirk. Welcome to Growiper War 2, gentlemen.
He doesn't realize that's what's happening.
And will be Q&A.
He doesn't realize what's happened, does he? My, how the tables have turned. Slidell, Alabama. Oh, no, that's actually in Louisiana, huh? You're right. But he must go to Alabama. I already heard that he lived there. Now, he may be from Louisiana, but I know he goes to the University of Alabama. There's no other reason for him to have a photograph like that. Well. Welcome to the show, Brent. Major TP USA donors. What? Out it all! Everything's out there! Let's go! Every piece of dirt, every piece of info. I want it all. Pinmeister, see you next show. Take this asshole out. Take him out. Get out of here, bum. Come back next show. Hit the like. Hey! No coat, compensator's coat. He can come back next time, but I've had enough for today. And you can't go to the old chat because I banned you for life for over there. So you tried to circumvent the timeout you got last time. So you can't comment over there at all. So there's 245 people over there, actually, with 1,000 here. That's 1,200 people live watching the kill stream. We got a big main event coming up tonight. Grace Thorpe versus Adam Green. The cosplay debate. The topic is Christianity a Jewish op? Should I play this? No, it's a little bit long. I do want to play that on air. I heard Sven from TRS went in on post, and he even dropped a Ralph Amel mention. Shout out to Sven. I know I've had some harsh words for TRS, but honestly, my heart wasn't in that anyway. And, I had my reasons, but mostly was
Charlie Kirk
because
sent
of Nick.
$3, Nick. How does anal sex help us win the culture war?
Mostly because I was Groiper influenced and captured over there, basically. So hopefully they don't hold too many personal grudges there. And Sven actually names me in this video, and so I know he's been watching. And apparently, I don't know if it's in this video or another, but he had talked about, how the KILLSTREAM's kind of back now, and it's a lot better that I got away from Cozy now that I got away from there. And he also said, and he's right, by the way, that, when the post DMs got leaked, and I remember pulling him up on the air, and I remember him saying this, that the KILLSTREAM used to be different, and it used to be better. It used to be like the premier show. And ever since it's been on Cozy, it's been on a tailspin. I remember pulling this up on air and like just casually dismissing it, being like, oh, what a retard. Da, da, da. Well, guess what? Sven was right. And so I'll say that on air. Sven was right. He's awesome. And I love his songs as well. So I can say that again now. Maybe, you know what? I think I know what we're going to finish it up on tonight. What do you think it's going to be, chat? What do you think it's going to be? Or should I just play it now? If a super chat requests it, I'll play it before then. Yeah, it's Sven from TRS. Brant Wiggins is a criminal. Oh, no. I think he did do that, VHS. Should I play it now? Do you know what it's going to be? I haven't even seen anybody name it. You have to name it or it's not fun. What was I talking about? Only old heads will get it. Only old heads will get it. But I did want to say that, even if we don't get to that video today, we will next show. But I just wanted to say that he was right. And I give him a lot of credit. And I wish him the best. Hopefully, maybe we could even collaborate at some point. Maybe it's not there yet. But on their end, let's see. Let's see. Hold on, I'm trying to coordinate this. Did anybody name it? Somebody's got to get it. What could I be talking about? Turtle Spectre said, what the fuck? I'm a Wignat again. Well, you know what? The Wignats unironically have much better optics and say a lot less crazy shit than Nick. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's see. Hold on, I'm trying to coordinate the special guest. Sorry. I hate dead air. I hate dead air. Okay. Could it be Big Tech? Do you think so? I don't know. Could it be? Some people are pretty astute. All that, though, I didn't see the name of the song. I mean, somebody has to know it. I know it. I have it ready to play. I'm an old viewer, came back after Cozy. What did you say, though? What song am I talking about? We played several of his, but one became, I think, more of a classic on the show than many of the others. But there were several we played, but...
Anonymous sent $3. KILLSTREAM and accused Ali Alexander of being CIA. He was thrown out to stop the skill movement by Ali.
Yeah, he was, and I was there when they sidelined him, basically. So, yes, Mad Bull quoted it. It is, and Sin. It's not Icy Waves, it's Icy Ways, but close enough. Who could have wrote these messages at the University of Alabama? No! France? Somebody get a sample of his handwriting. It's got to be some out there. I'm serious. Crawl his Twitter, crawl everything, get a sample of his fucking handwriting. Facebook, wherever. Yeah, this is Finn. Special guest in about 15 or 20 minutes. Brand new! Sir. All right, let me tweet this out. Special guest coming. I want to hear the chorus one more time, and I'll cut it. Someday I will find you. Take your kids, deny you. Your share asylum, claim to pack your bags and go your separate ways. If you're under 18, get in, pump it, dark age. Human rights are forfeit. Icy Ways, Father Time, remember. Shout out to you. I used to end the show with that quite often. That was the bonus track a lot of times. Sometimes it would just be like the finale song, honestly, not even the bonus track. And a lot of those classic shows, many of them ended with Icy Ways. I remember, I'm totally sober now, and I have the breathalyzer here if you want to test me, but I remember being, some of them I remember, a couple others I don't. But I remember being pretty toasted, dancing with a fucking Woodford Reserve drink with a little Coke and a little lime. About 15 of those. Not good, by the way. Not good. I'm not going back to it, but go ahead.
Anonymous sent $3. Think Strikers over the massive L he took against Destiny yet?
I don't, look, I'm not going to go there, but I don't know if Striker personally likes me, but I'm gonna lay off on that as well. I would be willing to bend bridges with anybody. It's funny because somebody linked me Gator's stream last night, and there was a full 30 people in there watching, and I had somebody had put it to me basically that him and Rand wanted me to apologize or whatever, which I don't really have a problem doing, although they have several things, if we're demanding apologies, right, back and forth. I don't do that really because apologies don't really move me. You know what I mean? Like, some people it's important to, and I understand that, but it doesn't really move me, and so I never demand it. I'm just fine with like, okay, let's just squash it and move on. That's kind of my mentality. But I'd actually been leaning towards doing that, considering that. And I turned his stream. I mean, it's not something I wanted to rush into though, right? Because I have serious there's a lot of serious things that we've done to each other back and forth, including him, filing affidavits in my civil cases and stuff like that, in my opinion, to like fuck with me and my relationship with my son, etc. Many other things, ran a couple of his interviews, etc. Not that I haven't done anything to them, I'm not saying that. But if it's like, well, I wanted it to come from an honest place, so I was thinking on it and like trying to get there. I didn't just want to throw out a fake apology, right? So that's why I was like, you know what? I want it to come from a real place if it happened. So I was thinking on it, leaning towards doing it, but then I turned on the show and I saw this part of it. Live, actually. Well, I had to go back 3 minutes. But he's like, oh, Ralph, I don't think he's serious. And if he was serious, he would have apologized to me and ran first. And, we're never doing a show with him. And, I don't think he's really serious about this. And we were there for him for all these tough times. And it's like, first off, I was considering it. Like, pretty seriously. But it's not something I just want to jump. Okay, just put me on the call. I'll just say whatever. Because to me, that doesn't mean anything, right? That doesn't have any real feeling or real, meaning behind it. And so I didn't want to do it like that. And then I already know it's going to be recorded and all this shit. I just assumed that anyway. But I wanted to have, to be honest, right? I don't want to just throw out a fake apology. But I'd been thinking on it, but I heard that. I mean, I'm not going to say I rule it out completely, but I just thought that was like low class, to be honest with you. That's what I thought. And so, and I already know he knows who the intermediary is, and I never rejected doing it. But I was like, I want to think on it, and, I want it to mean something if I did do it. So he already knew that. At least I'm assuming he knew that. And going public like that and trying to, throw me out there under the bus or whatever. And yeah, and of course he was doing his betrayal shit before as well. But even before we had the public breakup. And it's like, I can get past almost anything really. Like it's like whatever. But I saw that last night, I'm not gonna lie, and I was like,
Usmaster 33 sent $5 apologize for saying Loomer is more attractive than
Okay,
Lauren
that was a
Southern.
lie.
It was the most untrue statement you've ever said.
Okay, that was a lie. Let's see. What did somebody say? Herr Wagner says, life is short and friends are rare. Take the chance. Well, I'm not ruling it out. And, and I'm trying to keep my commentary elevated and not, like, make it a personal attack. But, there was a lot of shit back and forth. It wasn't just some shit I did. And, to kind of portray it in that manner and then to, like, in my opinion, make a public spectacle out of it. Which, not that I haven't done things like that before, right? I'm not gonna, I'm being honest, right? Like I have, but I don't know. I just didn't like it. I didn't care for it. So I don't know. We'll see what happens on that. But I didn't care for it, and I hadn't said one way or the other how I was gonna go with that. So going public and saying all that shit, it's like, well, good and well, I was deliberating on that. At least I'm assuming you know that. And so, I just don't. I thought that was distasteful. So that's my opinion. And I did see it. I did see it for sure. And I was like, okay. And I debated whether to say anything about it on air, but it kind of just came up. But I said I wasn't going to. But I didn't appreciate it really. So those are my thoughts there. And, you know, I'll just leave it there. I have a few more things I could say, but I'll just leave it there. I'll just leave it there because I'm really not trying to start another front or like go after him or anything, but it's like, I saw it. I saw it, and so I'll just leave it there. University of Alabama condemns anti-Semitic messages found written in chalk around campus. Hashtag gay is right. Friday 127. America first. Wow. The watchdog organization Stop Anti-Semitism is asking the U of A, University of Alabama, to investigate anti-Jewish messages seen written in chalk around the Tuscaloosa campus. According to the Crimson White, the messages were found Thursday morning with the words "Gay is right" written in chalk. Can we find a handwriting sample on this fuck? I'm dead serious about that, by the way.
Steve Frechette sent $10.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Stephanie's been a big and long-term supporter of the show, so thank you, brother. It's good to see you. Let's think about it. Do you even want to be a mod? I'll make you a mod if you want. Sometimes I know people don't even want to be a mod. But that's a long-term supporter there. Great guy. But yeah, see if we can find a handwriting sample on Base Brand. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious on that. All right, let me see something here too. Were there any chip crumbs at the scene? Yeah. I wonder how many here remembers that. By the way, hit the like button under the stream. Also don't know what chat is talking about here. I'm just going to leave that on the table too. But yeah, I'm actually not trying to like start another feud with him or whatever, but that's just kind of my thoughts on that last night. It's like I did see it, so I won't lie. It's just like what is this I'm getting sent to? Yeah, those yeah, the photos were taken in Slidell, but he has the U of A on, and other people tell me he lived in Louisiana. Let's see.
Anonymous sent $3. Did I miss the mystery caller?
No, that's gonna happen here in just a bit. Should be about 10 or 15 minutes. It's not up to me. They're traveling, but let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let me pull this up. Sorry. I'm getting so many messages on everything you can imagine. Okay, let's pull this up. What did Stephanie say about being a mod? I didn't see that. Okay, all right, I'll mod you up here in a sec. Okay, let's... Sorry, I thought I copied that link, but I did not. They want me to scroll down. Let's see. I don't see him on here yet. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, let me see here. Sorry, I'm getting messages from the special call. Oh, well, I'll be damned. Earlier. Okay. That's him right there. Earlier this month, Chairman Gervich attended a Greater New Orleans Young Republican meeting and discussed the importance that younger adults will have in deciding the outcome of the midterm elections. The event was organized by Alex Berthelot, Nathan Koenig, and Sasha Boudreau, and was attended by about 20 people.
Anonymous sent $3. There are pics of Tyler, Dalton, Nick and Brant at Alabama and him being VP of TPISA there. Unless my info is incorrect.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. I'll send that to my source too. Sometimes when you get on missions like this, you'll get locked in a certain area, and I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure he goes to the University of Alabama. I'll send this to him. A little short special guest appearance coming up here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay. See, this is why shows have producers. I don't know if people realize this, but I'm the producer and the host. So, not that I don't have people helping me, because I do, but like... I'm the producer, executive producer, creator, and the host. So it becomes a little, sometimes when there's like a ton of shit going on like this, it can be just slightly overwhelming. And so that's why I have this little delay there. All right, Stefan, you've been added. All right, we got almost 300 people on the old channel, which they cite as my numbers, by the way, which I always think's hilarious. And they even took a screenshot of the views over there, and they're like, look at how his views have tanked. And it's like, well, a couple of those were insane views. I mean, it was like 500,000 or whatever, which, I mean, I don't even know, whatever. But no, the views have been pretty good. So, okay, let's see. Ralph is a triple threat. Yeah, I think so. Okay, let me send. Did I send that to them? Okay. We should have the special guest caller in about 5 minutes or less. Yeah, he has been. He's been careful about getting tagged at college. Yeah, he has been. Yeah, because we got his whole photo history, basically. He's been careful about not getting tagged at the University of Alabama. Well, I say we bring the heat to his doorstep. That's what I say. You know, I say we bring the heat to his doorstep.
Asmaster33 sent $10.
The voice of Brooklyn. This song goes out
I
to
say
all
we
the
bring it
fans
right
in
to his fucking doorstep. And we link it to this article because I have no doubt that was him that did that. And they have all kinds of handwriting samples of his at the University of Alabama. Careful. You know, you could probably get charged for that, Brant. Oh, and kicked out of school. No. They would 100% kick him out of school. Guaranteed. Boneface would enjoy this, I agree. Assmaster, thank you, brother. Sigma, we back. I manifested. I took the time traveling for myself. We're back in 2018.
Go!
Debate 8 p.m. Eastern. Grace is going to be here. Amazing Grace is going to be here. Thank you for that. All right, now let's see. Instagram, of course, too.
Anonymous sent $3. Maybe this guy has info on X. Check out the photos /KJJJJJJJJH.
Thank you for that. Now we're $3 away from the stretch goal. The all-day Super Show fun. By the way, when the debate does start, I want to make sure I say this in case I forget later. If you want to send in questions, or like flash shit on the screen, I am gonna turn the TTS off, but you'll still be able to super chat in. It'll still flash across the screen, and I'll still ask all questions. I may have to reword a couple if you get a little, but I will ask all questions. So. All right. Yeah, we're only $3 away. So great support today, and thank you guys. I appreciate it. And I know I didn't have a show yesterday. I apologize for that. Okay, we showed this already. I don't want to see that again. Tate released from house arrest. I guess I'll play that real quick because I had it pulled up.
In January, when I was thrown in a jail cell, the media reported and told the world that I was a terrible person. They said that I hurt people and I make a lot of money from criminal enterprise, and here we stand 7 or 8 months later and I've not seen a single victim on the news. I don't know if you have. I've seen lots of girls sticking up for me, lots of people defending me. I've not seen a single person stand up and say that I have hurt them. Not one. It's very exhausting to continue to perpetuate lies. It's very hard to keep lies afloat when you have no actual evidence. We've been completely innocent since the beginning of this, and I have to give absolute faith to the Romanian judicial system for finally making the right decision and letting us free. I'm sure in the end we'll be absolutely exonerated, and everybody who was pushing these lies and reporting things on repeat without any substantial evidence are going to have to analyze within themselves why they decide to try and destroy people's lives purely for views. I've done nothing wrong. God knows I've done nothing wrong. In my heart, I know I've done nothing wrong. I think the people at home who with a functioning brain understand we've done nothing wrong, because nobody has yet to identify a single victim which is saying that we've done anything to them since the beginning of this entire process. Once again, absolute respect to the judge, respect to Romania, respect to the Romanian judicial system. I look forward to being completely exonerated in due time. Thank you.
Now, he does have to still go to trial, and we'll see what happens with that. Full disclosure, but yeah, he's been released. His brother's been released as well from house arrest. So, Andrew Tate update. Jobless Johnny. What?
Anonymous sent $3. Great support for a great show.
Thank you very kindly. That means we hit the goal. All right, let's see here. Okay, let's see. Let me play this. Jobless Johnny says he wants Kinoshé to be doxxed, swatted, what? And flagged.
Is it true that you're scared of Kinoshé?
Oh, absolutely terrible.
Smash or pass Elaine, by the way. She's never been on the show, so we could do that.
Is it true that you're scared of Kinoshé?
Oh, absolutely terrified. Yeah, that's right. Do you know Kinoshé is not a very real person?
Why do you and everyone else flag all these people? Like, that's all I'm seeing.
I don't. I take days off.
Why is Vickers flagging people?
Maybe because he wants to. You'd have to ask him. And I don't even know if he is. You'd have to ask him.
Why do you think it's appropriate that, like, your friends get to decide what is and isn't okay on the
no. So here's how funny it is, okay? And I've said this a million times on the show. When people swat people and dox people and flag people, yeah, I think it's really funny when those people are doxed, swatted, and flagged. It's called karma.
It's funny.
It's called karma.
It's funny when people who are just, who are merely criticizing people that you're friendly with. You think it's okay if they just, if they get doxed?
I think it's totally fine to take down all accounts where no one's running it apart from 5 or 6 different people running a singular account, because it's not a one-person account.
Yeah, but it's personal choice. Why is it okay?
Kinoshé is not a singular person account. It's a multiple person account. So yeah, I don't give a shit.
Who are the multiple people running Kinoshé?
That's not true, by the way. I don't have any intelligence one way or the other, but you know what? I shouldn't even. No, you know what? It's true. You know what? Never mind. It's true. You're right, Cog. Sorry. I don't have any direct intelligence on the issue, but whatever. I won't go into what I was going to say. You know what? Nah, you're right. You're right, Cog. Don't worry about it.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Jesse from Podawful and his entire again. Go and ask Jesse. Jesse said this himself. Jesse has said that he runs with this with a bunch of people in a private DM group on Twitter.
We got a special guest here on the Kill Stream. Welcome, Baked Alaska, back to the show. Baked, how's it going, brother?
Yo, what's going on, Ralph? Good to be here.
Very good to have you here, man. So how's it feel to be out? First thing, I'll just ask you that.
Oh man. Well, county jail sucked. It was fucking terrible. Honestly, it was worse than the feds. Very dirty, lots of fights, you only get 2 meals a day. They fed us some vegan slop, disgusting shit, and PB&Js. So it was not a good time, but I can tell you this, I'm a stronger man today. Going through all the shit, all the legal shit I've had in the last couple of years. And first of all, I just want to say thank you, Ralph, for, writing me, for supporting me, and just the whole, all the Yoba heads out there, the Ralpha males, both in public and the ones behind the shadows. And it's just been, overwhelming support, man. I'm just so happy to be alive. Like, I love everybody here, man. And it's kind of surreal to be out. I'm still adjusting.
Yeah.
I'm about to go to the barber, so I don't got too much time here. But I saw the keynote going on. I'm like, I gotta say something. I gotta call the old Ralpha male and just throw my hat in the ring a little bit, And so I'm catching up on like a month's worth of shit. Apparently, some shit happened when I was in jail, Ralph. Apparently.
Some shit happened, and first of all, I want to say this is going to be a short call. We'll have Baked back for a longer session for sure where we really go in.
Yeah.
But this is just a little short surprise bonus for the audience here. By the way, the chat just completely lost their shit when you came in here, and they're still going wild.
Yeah,
so.
Please let me know because I can't even see the chat. I'm in a hotel in Arizona. I'm headed back to Florida tomorrow. It is on, baby. I'm coming out swinging, bitch. America first. Fuck you. You deleted my Cozy channel when I was in fucking jail. That is the most petty shit I have ever seen. And guess what? I said you made a bad move by supporting Ali Alexander when it was proven he was a pedophile. I said, listen, and I charitably said, Nick, I don't think that was a good move. And you know what he did? Fuck you. You're not my friend. Cozy channel deleted. So apparently, that's what happens when you call out pedophiles that are confirmed, getting dick pics from 15-year-old boys from a guy, Smiley, who is my friend, or still is my friend. That's what happens to you. If you and listen, I didn't go out on Nick. I didn't say anything bad. I said, hey, I don't think that was very good as an older brother, but the guy can't take responsibility for anything. I didn't take shots at him. He fired first. So, here we are, Yoba season 15. God will curse the wicked. Proverbs 3:33. And you know what, Ralph? Listen, we've had our ups and downs. We've had our mistakes here and there. But me and you, we've been through a lot. And I know you're seeking the truth. I'm so happy to see you full of energy again. You've lost weight. You have this, you have this aura around you. And I got the same thing. And the reason is, Ralph, is because we've been unleashed, unchained. We are no longer in the cult. We are able to speak our fucking mind and say the truth. And I'm fucking fired up for that. And listen, I don't hate anybody, even Nick. I hope Nick really finds God, and I hope he changes his ways. But what he's doing right now is very evil. And you know what else? Everybody dunking on this whole situation. It's hilarious.
Sega retired for $5. Glad you're out of jail, Yoba.
Now, one sec, I'll let this play.
Homies. Also, any chance
they're asking
you'll
some
be
questions. I'll
streaming
ask you
Rumble?
about this too.
I know you and Mesh aren't on friendly terms, but he did offer on stream to help get you verified. God bless.
You know what? I need to message him. I need him to help me get verified. But people were asking, they said they know you and Mersh aren't on the greatest terms, but he said he could get you verified over here on Rumble if you wanted to do some stuff on Rumble.
Hey, well, I will say this. I saw some shit that Mersh was saying, calling Nick out, and I gotta say, rare Mersh W, and I'm down. Listen, full amnesty here. If people want to team up, all is forgiven. So shout out to Mersh. Let's fucking go, baby. It's just refreshing. It's refreshing to be able to say the truth. And I sort of was the canary in the coal mine. You gotta remember, I called this out when a lot of people were, and trust me, I was afraid to call this out. You know what? The second I put out the statement condemning Ollie Alexander, Nick called my phone in about 5 minutes. He hadn't called me for years. Oh, but now you're going to call me. Now you're going to call me when I'm condemning the pedophile. Huh. Isn't that strange?
Wait. Nick called you? Hold on.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So I put out the statement saying, Ollie Alexander is a pedophile. I will not be working with him moving forward. Instantly, ding, ding, ding. Nick's calling my phone. He never calls me. And he starts running damage control. Hey, what are you doing, big guy? Okay. Trying to get me to placate. I'm like, bro, hey, no offense to you. This shit made me sick. And the fact that Nick went out there and was like, I'm the real victim here. There's 15-year-olds getting dick pics from pedophiles, but I'm the real victim. That made me sick. He is scum, dude. He is scum. And listen, I tried to help him out. I tried to give him chances, and I do want him to turn to the light. But, it's not looking so good at this point.
It's not looking good at all. And like you said, you didn't attack him personally. It was just something you needed to say. And, I already talked to you in private and said it publicly. I wish I had stood up, honestly, at the time, because it would have meant something if I'd have done that. So my apologies there. And I've told you that privately. And
you're good.
Too, but,
hey, you're making up for it now, because now you have emboldened me. Because, listen, if we group together and speak the truth, there's power in numbers. Right. When you're the only person saying this shit, it's like, terrifying, because they do try to ruin your life. They do dox you. Listen, the guy that's like, no personal attacks. No. Your whole life is a personal attack against everybody you don't like, which is apparently a lot of people, because, you don't have a lot of people on your side these days. But it's just, I'm just sick of Nick playing the victim, hiding behind irony or whatever. This shit needs to be called out. I don't care if you're left, right, whatever. Saying that you want forced child marriage and this underage pedo shit, it needs to stop now. It needs to fucking stop now. I don't fucking care who you are. If you're against this shit, we're on the same team. Let's go.
That's exactly how I feel. And look, man, the way they're pushing this age of consent thing is actually is sick. It actually is scary. And you see his lemming followers who are just like aping everything he's saying. Look, I'm not in favor of that. And 95% of the American public's not in favor of that. And, when you got open, it's not some policy thing either with these guys. Like, there's literally pedophiles in their ranks. That's beyond Ollie Alexander.
Yep.
And so they're pushing this for a reason, because they're sick fucks. And, it needs to be spoken out against by everybody. You said it on Twitter. Either side. We don't have to agree on anything else even. You know what I mean? It just needs to be condemned by everybody. And I've talked to some reporters. I've talked to people on the left, people on the right, people on the far right, far left. I'm trying to build a consensus here and bring these fuckers down, to be honest with you.
Yeah. No, that made me so happy. I was literally running the op from jail. Mafia style. I'm getting messages from Ralph, and we're running the op while I'm on the inside. He's on the outside, and I was just so happy when I heard that you finally came out and said it. I'm like, let's go. And it's just like, you know what? Listen, people, you want people to like you, whatever. It's disappointing that I have friends who now, we're not friends or whatever. But it's like, I've been holding this fucking back for like probably a year. Like I've had issues with Nick, and you can't even say the slightest criticism, or else he melts down and cries, oh, stop the personal attacks, and tries to ruin your life. And it's just, I'm just sick of it. Like I said, my life goal is not to like ruin Nick's life or anything. My life goal is to have a great life and have fun, but I'm not about to have some fucking 24-year-old kid fucking tell me like, who I can be friends with and what I can do and what I can say. And really it's just a problem of Nick being like an insane control freak. He tries to control his friends. If his friends are successful, like me with Power Chat and you and Jaden, he tries to sabotage them. That's what he actually does.
Yes.
He was jealous of Power Chat years ago, before Cozy existed, and he behind the scenes was saying, fuck Power Chat, talking all this shit on me. Yeah, I have all the receipts, buddy. We're gonna get all into that, but we're gonna get on to that at a later date. But you know, I think anybody with a brain, you know, can see it's clear as day what has happened here. I didn't attack Nick. He totally went nuclear on me, deleted my cozy channel, Black Swan and the goons, the fucking pedo squad with their sussy cast or whatever. You know, and they really do love young boys. Let's be honest. Yeah. Like this is not. They do. We have screenshots. They're you know, former homosexuals or whatever they want to call themselves now. But you know, I really tried to be the older brother to Nick because I've known him for a long time and say, hey man, you know, I like some of the things you stand for, obviously, but this shit you're doing right now, like this is not good. Like there's no defending this at a certain point. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of people from all sides that are saying the same things. You know, reasonable people aren't down with these things. These are terrible things. And I don't know why he's making it his main issue.
I don't
like
either.
Everywhere he goes, it's like pedo. It's like even if you believe that, maybe just don't make it your main issue or something. It's weird. And so at this point, I'm like, wait, and he wasn't charged in January 6th. He testified before the January 6th commission behind closed doors. Now he's coming out with all this AstroTurf, you know, fake shit about me and you. And
yeah,
it's weird, man. Things are very strange. But I got to say, I'm happy to be back. I will be streaming full time, kick.com/BakedAlaska. I'm going to be doing IRL full time with a whole new setup in Florida. Probably mid next week, I'll get a better date. Got to test the new gear and all that shit. But oh my gosh, I'm so happy to be free. No more jail time. It's done, baby. No more.
It's great to have you back. I just want to ask you a couple things. I know you got to bounce here in a minute. I just want to ask you a couple things. I'm very happy to have you back. I know exactly what it's like getting out of jail, and it's just like you can't describe it, honestly, like unless you've been in there. Yeah. And it's just like a weight's lifted off of you. And there's a little readjustment, you know, because you don't have the same tech and stuff like that. But it's so awesome, and so I know that feeling exactly, and I'm glad you have it. And I'm glad you're done with all that shit. But let me ask you a couple things. So first off, Yoba House. You know that Grace Thorpe said that, I don't know if you know Grace, but she said she was down to do the Yoba
Heard of
House.
her.
Yeah, she was down to do Yoba House. And I said I would do a week there.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the world famous KILLSTREAM, you heard it here first. Yoba House Season 2, 24/7 camera, coming soon with Ethan Ralph and Grace Thorpe and many more special guests.
Let's fucking go! Yoba's in the chat. I want to see the Yobas just flood the fucking chat again like they did when he got in. And then one more question, and you hit on it a little bit, but just a little bit more introspection on this. Can you just describe? I don't, you know, it's not an oversell when you talk about how they came at you. I just don't know that everybody understands what they did to you. Now, I was definitely there taking notes and saw what they did to you, and I literally remember thinking, if they'll do this to Yoba, what the fuck would they do to me? Right? Like, and then I was like, okay. Literally, I was thinking that. I was like, if they'll do this to him, what the fuck won't they do to me? Right? Like, and so what was it like? And just maybe describe a little bit more of how they flood you and attack you on every level. I talked about them sending letters to your judge even to try to get you more time and stuff like that. Just what was it like, that onslaught?
Yeah, well, you know, I talked about this originally on the big tech stream. And this is genuine from my heart. I'm a kind person, and I said, the worst feeling in the world is when you can't be your true, authentic self around somebody. It sucks. Like, maybe you've been around a person like that, and they won't allow you to be yourself. You got to be this cookie cutter version of what they want you to be. And that's such a shitty attribute to have, and that's exactly how Nick is. So every time, you know, I was around him or whatever, it's like, you know, I'm trying to be nice, trying to be whatever, but he just has this very, like I said, it's like a control freak sort of personality to him. But anyways, it was very weird because once I just started saying how I felt in kind ways, charitable ways, I wasn't doing personal attacks, I wasn't doing anything. Oh my gosh, everyone started coming after me. All the groypers, they were writing letters to my judge asking for more jail time. Listen, Antifa didn't do that shit. Like they did. Antifa's like, oh, okay, whatever. You know, like they didn't put like this is like worse than Antifa, doxing family, putting all sorts of family shit out there. I mean, there's nothing lower than deleting my social media, sending letters to the judge, a liberal judge, you know, wanting me to get more jail time. You know, it goes on and on. Deleting my group chat. I had a 1,000-person public group chat that was just deleted. You know, they could have stepped down, and you know, I tried to end it civilly with Nick. I literally wanted to be like, okay, we're into different things. I'm a bit older, whatever. You know, I like women, Ralph. I like tits.
Me too.
You know, call me crazy, man. But I like a nice hot pod. You know, I'm not gay, for example. So there's some differences there, but. You know, I honestly thought we could be men and be like, let's just go our separate ways. You know, we'll keep in touch now and then, but I'm going to do my thing. You're going to do your thing. Because you got to remember, and this is actually very important, Nick was a fanboy of Yoba when I first met him. Never, by the way, never let him forget that. Never, till the day he dies. Nick was nerding out. When he met me, he's like, oh, thank you, Alaska. Oh, my gosh. Can I get a selfie with you? Yeah, bitch. Yoba's been told you I've been around way longer than you. And guess what? I brought him into my house. He was a nobody. I was famous. I was working with Milo. I brought him in my house. I introduced him to everyone. I was a kind guest. He's said this very many times. I'm very hospitable to my friends. And I was always a good friend to him. So all this shit, oh, he's the most selfish, this and that. He's a liar. One thing you're going to notice about Nick, he's a pathological liar. Oh, I don't know who Black Swan is. Oh, former homosexual? Who? What? Wait, what? Yeah. Okay, buddy. Okay. Well, you know, there's going to be a lot of things coming out that, you know, that people are going to want to see. But we'll get into that at a later date.
Save it. We'll do a little tease here.
Like I said, man, I just think it's a shame on Nick's part, both in mine and your situation, that he couldn't be a fucking man. Listen, he ended a 5-year friendship over text message. Who fucking does that? That's fags and women. So he's got to be one of the two, not both. What do you mean? You end a 5-year friendship, Ralph, over a text. I called and I called and I called. No, I'm not talking to you. Whoa. Okay. So you're not a man. You don't have testicles. You're gay, bro. Got it. You know, I just wish it could have been more civil. I wish he could have been a man and ended things civilly, because that's what I wanted. So, and I know you wanted that too. I didn't want to be in this huge nuclear war. No, I wanted to end it civilly, go our separate ways. But here we are. So.
And that's just how he rolls. And people might not know all the stuff Baked has done for Nick. You know, his event in Miami with Jacob Wall, Baked basically, you know, helped put that together, and that whole thing was going to fall apart. And many other cases. But that's just something that, you know, I've come to know recently, and it's like, wow, Baked did so much for this guy, and he just completely rolled you under the bus, and not even just disassociated and left you, you know, to your own devices or whatever, but actively tried to ruin you after, which is the fucked up part.
Yeah, delete. Yeah, the most banned man in the world, by the way. I never want to hear Nick complain about being banned from social media after he deletes some of his best friends' social media streaming channels while they were in jail, or while they had a minor disagreement. Okay, buddy. And just real quick, and then I do have to go.
Sure.
Yes, Miami Uncensored. I booked Nick Fuentes. That was his first in-person speech ever. Yes. He never had done an in-person meetup. And guess what? Everybody else, I had Will Witt and Turning Point people and Kathy Zhu. They all didn't want Nick to go because he was saying a bunch of dumb shit. But I vouched for him. That's how I got him in with Jacob Wall and that whole Proud Boys, that whole crowd, to get him a little bit more mainstream. But of course, you know, he's going to lie and say, oh, Bakes was just nothing but trouble for me, because he's a little child. He doesn't take responsibility for anything. So, yeah. But anyways, Ralph, I do have to go.
Yeah, I
love you so much.
I love you too. Yes, I was about to say. I love you, man. I'm so happy you're back. Thank you for coming on the show and giving us a little bit of an exclusive here and giving us a little preview of what's to come. And we all love you, and we're glad to have you back, brother.
Yoba Gang for life. Ralph Mail for life. I fucking love you guys. I will talk to you soon. Peace.
Salute, brother. Take it easy. Baked Alaska live on the Kill Stream. Wow. You know what? That was only 15 or 20 minutes, but that shit was fire. Holy shit. Holy shit, that was fire. I was almost getting goosebumps. I'm not kidding, and that doesn't happen too often because I've done this job for so many years, and, you know, it's like I'm used to it. But sometimes you really strike it, you know what I mean? And you can just feel it. You can just feel it. You can just fucking feel it. Just the electricity in the air and what everybody wanted to see on air. You know what I mean? Like, this is what everybody wanted, and he's just fucking nailing it, just going down the line with boom, 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 boom. Honestly, that, you know, and we're going to do the longer interview too in the Fuck Cozy Festival, but honestly, there's so much power in just a 15, 20-minute cut, and it's just nothing but fire almost all the way through. Man. Double round of applause, honestly. That was historic. Yes, I agree. That was Killstream history there. Holy shit. Dude. I'm messing around. That was epic. Oh, man. That was so good. Man. Sorry, I messaged him too. I was just like, dude, that was amazing. I literally messaged him. I was like, dude, that was fucking fire. Are you kidding? Holy shit. Okay. All right. I gotta. All right. Okay. I'll turn TTS back on. I had to turn it off, guys, though, because one of them came in, and of course we want the support, and I love the support, but I knew I only had him for a few minutes, and I couldn't just have TTS stepping on it, so that's why I had to do that. No, my apologies. You know I don't like to turn it off, but sometimes I have to. That was high energy as fuck. No, he wasn't wasting any time. That 15-minute call was just straight gasoline. Like, holy shit. Oh, would he? Let me play this. Yeah, I'm down with that. If Jaden's down with that, sure. I'm sure Bake would be too. I mean, I don't speak for him, but I think so.
Welcome back. Yoba sent $3. Hey Yoba and Ethan, Jaden would be down to do a stream with you both if both of you are down.
I'd love that. And, you know, I've been watching a little Jaden, and I watched some last night, and I think he's been killing it. I think he's better than anything on Cozy, most stuff around anywhere, really. I was watching last night and enjoying. And that may sound crazy for some people. I know, you know, we said some stuff back and forth, but no, I was actually loving it. I was loving it, and I watched a good portion of it. So, yeah, I would be down for that 100%. And I'm pretty sure, like I said, I don't speak for him, but I'm pretty sure Beg to be in too. Yeah, I saw that, Keck Magician. I saw that first part, and then I dipped and came back, and he was dunking on the little 12-year-old Josiah Riley and Isabella Moody, which is also hilarious. It was also hilarious. By the way, Jaden knows. Jaden knows. He's following this, and I didn't have to tell him, right? He was already doing this, but the way you really sink Fuentes is making him toxic with all of his connections and making those connections pay for associating with him. Now you have to be a little, you know, you want to be circumspect and careful about, you know, just who you're going to jump on. But he picked the right ones there, and that's exactly the type of shit we need to be doing. So Jaden knows that. Nobody needs to tell him that. But I was watching the show, and I was like, boom. Perfect. Perfect. I was smiling from ear to ear because I was like, this is exactly what we need to be doing. This is exactly what we need to be doing. Oh, you want to support Nick Fuentes? Okay, we're coming. Okay, you want to support Nick? We're coming for that ass. Now, she probably liked that, but metaphorically speaking. Isabella got... Damn, did you hear that thunder?
Avon Chartsdale sent $10 as a consistent Yoba hater since 2019. I award Baked status of king. The Gunt Guard respects and supports you.
100%.
This song is for all these AF snakes who fucked
Let's
over
go.
King Ralph and King Yoba.
We got a debate in 20 minutes. I got to start getting that link ready. And then I got a couple more super chats that didn't play. But yeah, I'd love to do that with Jaden. Actually, I've really come to respect and enjoy him as a person and just his show. Like, I'm not kidding. This is not like me trying to glaze him up either. Like, I just tell him the truth. So. Let's go! Boneface on Monday, Nima Yamini on Tuesday, Sven Stoffels on Wednesday, Baked Alaska today, Shamoo, Adam Green, Great Star.
Served like steak, well done, get a gun in your face,
King
bitch
Puss.
nigga. People have you praying to God, move your kids, have you hiding your mom.
I know this one.
Beef is when you hide behind them other niggas, but they ain't killers, they ain't pulling them triggers, fuck niggas. How you key in our cars, heart broke, yours don't look like ours. Them niggas ain't dying for you.
Get up, fat boy!
Throwing that flag up, running around, you hot shit. Taking half of everything you get. Yeah, them niggas ain't dying for you. Them niggas ain't dying for you. And we know that.
No, they ain't.
Contract all fucked
but we
up.
sniping,
I guess
bitch.
that means you all fucked up.
Hey, Brad, how'd you like your day today, bitch?
Another nigga that signed the
It's just getting started, motherfucker!
Damn, that shit even the odds now. You better off selling this hard now. You call it living out your dreams. You can't fly without your wings. You get it. Jeremy Scott's all camouflage. You can't hide it from yourself, career sabotage. I was really in that travel lodge. You just lying through your catalogs. Where the blood
I might just have to move to Florida, honestly. I'm thinking about it. I just relocate to Florida and just throw in with Yoba and let's just fucking do the whole studio thing. That was proposed to me.
A to the K that, spray that, lay back.
You know what? I don't know.
You can keep your beats, nigga. We
I'm
much
definitely
rather
considering
shake
it.
your bitch,
I have to
nigga.
say.
Bitch, nigga. 3 million can't hide that. It shows in the homes. I didn't try that. That's why
I'm really thinking about it hardcore, dude. He put that to me and I was like, damn, man. Well, because then Baked would be collaborating with me a lot, popping in as guest host and stuff like that.
Get everything you came for.
I'm really thinking about it.
They got you talking that big shit. Little do you
Big
know
Tex
we
said I
don't
should
miss
do
shit.
it. I'm really. He knows how to build a good-looking
Them
studio
niggas
too,
using
and
you
I
as
know
a
he knows some
pawn.
people that I know
You see they
too that
never
can help
loaded
us.
they
Like,
guns. Now you out here all by
I don't know,
yourself.
I'm thinking
Ask
about it.
Steve Jobs, wealth
It's
don't
time
buy
to come back
health.
to America.
Yeah. Beef is best served like steak. Well done, get a gun in your face, bitch nigga. People have you praying to God.
I can still hop back to Mexico easily if I wanted to come for a vacay or something.
Beef is when you hide behind the mother niggas, but they ain't
Big
killers,
Tech, yeah,
they
he
ain't
needs
pulling
some
them
help.
Triggers, fuck niggas. People how you key in our cars, heart broke.
Dude, I love this show today. Like, holy fuck. And I just told, you know, I'll just say what I said in private to Bake, like, and I'll let this play first.
Billy Jean come send $3. Get a load of Nick's little panty waist. What a total stickboy fairy freak. Ah.
Is it time to come home?
Anonymous sent $3 Miami or the Keys. Visit both in the meantime.
Yeah, well, I probably live up in the Panhandle, but you know, you can travel to Miami very easily. Man, I'm really like thinking about it. Like, he put that to me during the show, and I was like, damn. Plus, like, I don't know. I can get by here. I love it here, actually, but it's just me here now, and it's like, and I feel like I'm doing great work and doing good things, but like, it's a little maddening when I'm not on air, right? It's just me here, and you know, I know some people around. You know, I talk to some people, but like, it's isolated, right? America needs the Ralph Mail. I'm gonna think on it. I'm gonna think on it for sure. I'm definitely leaning toward it. And I just told him, this is the most hype I've been my entire career. It just feels like everything's coming into place. It feels like everything's coming back. Everybody's so fired up for this initiative against America First. The old style, the KILLSTREAM is back. A lot of old faces are back in the audience and elsewhere. And I can't tell you, I've reached out to some guests, and I won't name any names, but many of them were like, yeah, I'm interested in coming back on, and I'm so glad you're away from Cozy. And that the Killstream's back as an independent show rather than being like, I don't know if everybody understands, but it basically got co-opted. And I let it happen. So, blame me as much as anybody. But it kind of got co-opted by the Cat Boys and kind of turned into me waving their bullshit around, right? And that's never what the Killstream was. And that's not what got me, like Banks said, famous, infamous, however you want to put it. That's not what built this show. And it did kind of lose its way over there. And I've said that before, and it's true. And it was like a neutered version of the Killstream, yeah. Not that there weren't some good moments, there were, but like they were fewer and far in between the longer I stayed there. And it was only going to get worse and worse and worse, especially with the shit they're doing now. So, we'll see what happens. But I'm definitely considering the Florida option for sure. All right, now let's see. There were a couple that didn't get played.
Those Who Hunt Come sent $3 Louis Theroux Season 2.
Let's do it. You know that he contacted me to be on that, but I turned it down. Because I was like, I don't think so. But his producers reached out to me very early on about being in that. I was like, no, I don't think so. Ironically, I cited some hit piece that had happened on Fuentes on MTV, and I was like, nah, I don't think so. And then he ended up cooperating with the whole thing, so I was like... But, no, I turned that down.
Anonymous sent $5 bait. Ralph, BT and PT are essentially the only AF-adjacent guys that have actually faced real-life adversity and are capable of screwing their heads back on straight. We're gonna be supporting you big time 100%. When you get back to streaming, brother. Yoba.
100%. I'm ready to see him back. And we're going to be collaborating, and we may be collaborating very closely, as in the same zip code. So I'm definitely considering that. I don't want to say I'm doing it just yet, but that was floated, and I was like, damn, that sounds amazing. Let me play this. There's a couple more.
Punished Farfour sent $3 Ali is fucking Nick. Screenshot this.
I've suspected that, yeah. I've suspected that. And then there's one more.
Billy Jacob sent $3. Cock is such an insufferable boring little faggot. He has smart piggy, smart Riker eyes
green. You're right. Oh, wow. Damn. Crushing Sneeko and viewers and likes right now. Get more likes. Damn, I didn't even see that. You know what? Give me more likes. Sneeko's on the list too, unless he turns tail on this, quite frankly. And I know he blocked me because I outed his drug use on the Leafy stream. He went and blocked me. He didn't just like unfollow or anything. He like straight up blocked me. But, this is a little warning for you, Sneeko. And it seems like you may be getting the message. I saw your tweet earlier, but there's still time for you. But there isn't much time. There really isn't much time. So think carefully, because I'm in the business of destroying careers, and I have been for quite some time. So you better get right, son. You better get right, son, because we really haven't opened up on you. Those are kind of just some love taps compared to how I usually operate. And so, take it in good nature. And, you don't have to, jump on the kill stream or be cool with me, but you better reevaluate. I know Kinashe. Oh, well, I don't know that there is either. He said Sneeko did gay porn and is a cuck. I don't think there's any convincing him to turn on Nick. Well, I don't know. You'd be surprised, but you might be right.
Yuta Finkelstein sent $3. Spencer was filmed in the Verextaka. They dropped it because he came across as too normal.
Really? I didn't know they filmed Spencer. They definitely contacted me, and I was like, I wasn't feeling it. No, I don't think so. But I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. All right, let me get the Hangout link ready, and we'll start getting ready for the debate. What an action-packed show today. It's just making me smile thinking about it. Okay. All right, but we got business to do. Okay, let me get that set up. Live on the KILLSTREAM. Should we play a song maybe while I get that set up? What should we play? I wonder if I have that. Let me see. Let me see here. Do we have a blast from the past? Let's see here. I think that's on my Google Drive. Now, we still got a lot of show left, by the way. Don't leave. Don't leave! And thank you for the amazing support today. Like I said, goosebumps still from that last appearance by Baked Alaska. Let's see. What is this? I got so much shit on here. Which one is this? A lot of people have been asking me to play this recently, too. So that's why I dug it out. Send the link to Adam Green. Grace Thorpe has the link already, so they should be piling in here pretty soon. I'm looking forward to this too. This is the big event of the week, and then so much shit happened today. The Baked Alaska call, I'm still like, wow. Okay, so yeah, Sneeko unfollowed Baked today too. What a bum. Hit that like button. Hit that like button because we definitely need to clear 300 likes. Hit the like button. It's free. It's free, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, yes, exactly. Dask in chat says, Nick said on his Telegram that he's going to start attacking Yo, but LOL, he was already attacking him. Yeah, no. All the time, actually. It's ridiculous.
Usmaster33 sent $3. It's been great having you back, man. I've had nothing to watch for the last 2 years.
Thank you, brother. It's I've had a lot of old heads tell me similar things. Like, man, it's great to have you back. It's like I couldn't even really watch the show over there. Like, it was so compromised and so different from the what I actually enjoyed. What made the kill stream, and it's true. So I don't take any of that personally. That's right. And so anytime I hear that, I don't get upset. I'm like, no, you're absolutely correct, and it's great to have you back. So thank you for that. Baked Legend called, need the replay. Yeah, I hope somebody maybe could clip that. If Keena Shea is listening or somebody in the chat, if they clip that, I'll retweet that immediately because the more people that see that, the better. And one of my favorite segments in recent history.
Yuta Finkelstein sent $10. Better song. Did you, Esquiable? What the hell was up with Lulz?
No, I'm not. We're not going there. Lulz is fine. Yoba, handle that. Don't worry about it. Real motherfucking G's. Debate scheduled 4 minutes from now.
Hey yo, doctor, here's another proper track, and it's fat. Watch the sniper, time to pay the piper. And let that real
okay, I'll retweet that one too. But somebody, if they can get the full clip.
Then I hope that your fans understand when you talk about spraying me. The same records that you're making is paying me. Motherfuck Dre, motherfuck Snoop, motherfuck Death Row. Yo, and here comes my left blow. Cause I'm the EAZYE, and this is the season to let the real motherfucking G's in. You're like a kid, you found a puppy, now you're dapper. But tell me where the fuck you found the anorexic rapper.
What?
Talking about who you gon' squabble with and who you shoot. You're only
Alright, I retweeted that, Jacuzzi. Oh, there's more? I retweeted them all.
But Dre Day only meant Easy's payday. All of a sudden, Dr. Dre is the
I bet Big Tech knows this one.
Album covers heat was a she thing.
Callie, stand up!
Nigga, please don't step to these motherfucking real G's.
Every night it's a new rapper, claiming to be dapper than the Dre-ster. Softer than a bitch, but portray the role of gangster. Ain't broke a long way your life, yet every time you rap, you yap about the guns and knife. Just take a good look at the nigga and you'll capture the fact that the bastard is simply just an actor.
Callie, stand up!
The bang and the slang and the mental of niggas in Compton, Watts, and South Central. Never ever once have you ran with the turf, but yet in every verse claim you used to do the dirt. But tell me who's a witness to your fucking work? See, you never handle business, so say the drama jerk. Niggas straight kill me, knowing that they pranksters. This is going out to your studio gangsters. See, I did dirt, put in work, and many niggas can vouch that. So since I got straight, I got the right to rap about that. But niggas like you, I kinda hate you.
I easily could, though. I easily could. Memes did it in chat. It says West Side. Oh, that makes me want to play that song. West Side. Who's it that sings that? That was one of my favorite songs as a kid. Oh, I wonder if I could find it. Memes did it. Says Nick is a clout vampire. Now he's getting the sunlight treatment. It's TQ. How many know this? Let me try to play it real quick before they get in. How many know this one? This is a big song as a kid. I shouldn't say that since it came out before Grace was born.
Anonymous sent $3. You and Bake didn't squash the beef for Nick's sake.
That's
you
right.
two have been around far longer than him, and that mutual reconciliation happened solely because real respects real. And the whole world seeing it right now.
I appreciate you saying that.
Anonymous sent $3. Lulz is fine. He is not tied to any one alt-tech platform. I remember when he used to be on Bitwave too. Lulz knows how to handle the owners of the platforms has on.
That's right. And Lulz is fine. Look, don't get caught up in that. Whoa! Okay, they can't hear you yet. I'm gonna keep it muted for just a second. We can see you though. So we can see you. We're waiting on Grace Thorpe. She's late, actually. But I'll check in with her. I don't think she'll miss this booking. That would be terrible. We'll just dunk on her for 2 hours if she doesn't show up. We'll make it old Killstream rules. Are you hearing that, Grace? That's what we used to do when people didn't show up. That's how we used to do it. If you want to take it all the way back to 2018. How many know this motherfucker, though?
This is going out to the whole wide west side. You know what I'm saying?
Adam Green's here. We can't hear you yet. But I'm gonna bring you in here in a second anyway. She saw the link, so she should be here.
Steady mobbing, rock on. I was just a young boy living in the hub city. Eastside Compton. Back in the days when Ice Cube and Easy had every nigga talking about, boy, you can't fuck with me. Remember Ice-T at the power. Gunshots licking by the hour. We're too short, bumped in every super boat, and told us all how to ride for the West Coast. Where you at? Throw your gloves in the air and wave them like you just don't care. From LA to the Bay, what you say? All day.
Yes, I like Bone Thugs. Are you kidding?
Take a look around. We got the whole world locked down. And don't stop. You won't stop. Can't stop. You ride or die. That's why I put it down for the West Side. That long ago, we were still in 40s out the liquor store. So it's time to go.
I used to know every word of the song. All right, I'll stop. Okay, I'll stop. All right, now let me unmute this. Mr. Green, how you doing, sir?
Shalom, Ralph. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing good. We're waiting on Grace. Is she just trying to make an entrance here? What? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe her outfit's not ready. You know, she is a female, so maybe she's primping herself. Primping, not pimping. Primping and preening, perhaps. But we'll wait on her. What did you think? Did you hear any of the Baked Alaska call? Might not have, but if you didn't,
I heard just the very tail end of it.
This blast fee.
Thank you, Fast Gordon. Well, he went off. So he went off on America First and Fuentes and kind of lit the place on fire here right before the debate. So a definite base to lead in there as we head for the debate. Now, I'm trying to wait because it's not really right to get into the topic before the other participant gets here. What have you followed any of this stuff? That's okay. There we go. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'll do the. Hold on one second. I'm gonna try to do the spotlight so we can see it a little bit better. So I'll just switch off. Okay. Now let me make sure it's let me resize it just a little bit. Oh shit. Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
I can, Miss Thorpe. How you doing?
How are you doing, Ethan? I'm doing good.
I'm doing great. Now hold on, I'll let this come in because there's still a couple of super chats coming in.
24 cent $10 change of musical pace for a second for
they
some
want to
reason
play another
makes
song?
me think of all the recent
fine.
happenings.
Then I'm gonna have to mute it.
But have a good one, Ralph.
Grace looking very fetching there in her Catholic schoolgirl uniform.
What is this busted ass weave Adam came up with? What is this?
Now wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on.
I've never felt so Jewish in all my life. I look like Howard Stern.
You do kind of. All right, let this play for a second. Yeah, I do think we'll probably have to do a dance at the end. Now, Adam may not dance, but maybe he'll do a little accompaniment there. We'll see. Get ready, tweet out the link like I'm about to do. All right, then we'll get to business. Very kind of you, sir. Okay, let me put this on Telegram too, and then we'll get to business. I blame Grace and her father for getting me back on cigarettes, by the way. they smoke like freight trains.
One step at a time. Yeah, it's really bad, honestly.
All right, let me kill it, and then I'm gonna turn them down. You can still super chat; they'll still pop across the screen, but we're gonna turn them down just so we can hear each other and it's not over the guests and stuff like that. But you can still super chat and they'll still pop up, no problem. Okay, so it's fine now. Okay, good. Okay, Miss Thorpe, what were you saying there?
About Adam?
Yeah, what did you say? I don't know if they heard you.
Oh, just that he has a busty weave. He should have gotten a better wig. I wanted him to use his regular hair. That's like, the Renaissance Christ.
What about Adam? And then we'll get to the
You're muted. Is he muted for you?
Yeah, I can't hear him.
Can't hear you.
I'm the Jewish Jesus, the only real Jesus there is, the Jewish King of the Jews. Not Viking Jesus, not white Jesus, not Aryan Jesus,
okay.
not black Jesus.
I see.
The one true Torah HaMashiach Jesus.
All right.
Who doesn't exist. Right.
Now, wait, we'll get into that. Okay, so you've never done a blood sports on the kill stream. Adam has. Kind of how we do it is I usually let you guys do an intro statement. If you want, you can, pass that up if you'd like. I'm going to let Adam start off because it's kind of his proposition, and then you can give your opening, or you can just go right into questioning. I may intervene here and there to ask my own question or to toss a question from the audience to you. But for the most part, I stay hands off, and Adam knows this very well. For the most part, I stay hands off usually during the debate, but I do reserve the right to interject at any time, of course, because I'm the mod. And if you talk over each other, I'll probably stop you eventually from doing that. So those are kind of the only rules that we have on the kill stream. So very simple. Adam Green, you've debated many times on the show. I would say a kill stream Hall of Famer for sure whenever we do the induction.
Can I ask one thing?
Sure.
Can I ask one thing? Can I ask Adam to explain it to me like a junior in his class?
You can ask that.
Yeah.
Mr. Green?
Just give it to me slow.
I will explain it all to you like you are my baby and I am your heavenly Father, which I am in heaven.
Okay.
Hallowed be thy name.
Go ahead. You're gonna get me in so much shit with this, but go ahead.
Is the voice okay? Can you hear that pretty clearly?
Yeah, I can hear it. Maybe use it a little sparingly though, but yeah, it sounded good. Now go ahead.
Shalom, my children and sheep. I am the Alpha and Omega, the seed of David, the Lion of the tribe of Judah. Son of God, the Hebrew Torah Messiah, King of the Jews and the Savior of mankind with my blood. Every knee will bow and every tongue will confess to the name above all names, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, Yeshua HaMashiach, here at your service.
All right. Now.
That's my intro.
Okay. All right, that's his intro. But could you explain it? Because I don't know if she knows, just like you would normally do a little bit, like the details of your proposition here. Like, and you could go into how you came to it or what if you want to as well. But just lay it out a little bit for her because she's not been in one of these.
Let me start with a parable for Grace and ask her a question. What is the role and the purpose of me? Jesus, the Messiah.
To save us from our sins and bring us to our Lord.
Bring you to the Lord as in who?
God.
What God?
The Father.
Is he a God of a certain place and a certain people?
He said, I am who I am. I am what I am. He is being. He is love. He is life.
My Father in heaven is the God of Israel. The God of Zion is his holy mountain. That's the answer you're looking for, Grace. You lost.
Adam, okay, I have a question then. All right. Let's take you at face value. Okay. So, Christianity is a slave religion meant to enslave us by the Jews, Zionists. Okay, so all right, let's say we scrap that. I get
Not
it. You look at
not in its
you look at-
entirety. I don't describe it as just only a slave religion. It has some slave aspects to it, but that's not its only characteristic. Proceed.
But it's a psyop carried out by the Zionists to enslave the masses so that they can have the money and the power. Correct, like generally.
What is the ultimate goal of the Torah, the Hebrew scriptures, and the Old Testament and the God of Israel? What's the ultimate goal that they're trying to accomplish with their prophecies? Sorry, my prophecies.
I'm not sure. I haven't read that.
Well, lucky for you, I have them all today that we could go through. What are some of the prophecies in the Bible that predict Jesus?
I don't know. I'm a Catholic. I don't read the Bible. Girls don't read Bibles either. But here's my point to you. Okay, so let's say I take you at face value. We scrap the whole thing. All right. Now, I'm a girl, obviously. I'm not like an intellectual. I don't know if you haven't noticed that yet. You're going to have to get some women on your side here. And I didn't even glance at the tweet you sent me. I'm not going to read the Talmud. I'm not going to read the Torah. I'm not going to even read the Bible. That's not my place. You don't want an Aryan goddess like me sitting, poring over stupid, boring scripture. That's pointless. So what does your
The word is my flesh, my dear.
worldview, what does your worldview, how are you going to convince me to join your cult instead? What do we do? How is it better than Christianity? Because for right now, I'm being psyoped, right? I'm being psyoped. Okay, so make a better case.
The crux of the conspiracy, and I don't even want to call it a conspiracy because it's out in the open, is that the goal of Yahweh, the God of Israel, and his chosen people, is to get all of the nations of the world, all of the non-Jewish world, to abandon their pagan idol worship and worship and serve and be slaves, essentially, to the God of Israel. That is the destiny and the mission of the nation of priests, God's chosen people. Did Christianity and Islam bring the nations to the God of Israel through the Messiah? And that's what he was always intended for. Did that happen? Okay, well then you agree with what I say is a conspiracy. Theological warfare, psychological manipulation, fake prophecy fulfillment, fear-based mind control to theologically conquer the nations of the world and make them worship the God of Israel. Ralph, are you on board with that part? Just what I said so far?
I'm the mod. I'm not taking a position.
Oh, I heard you mentioning the other day that you're not convinced. So I want to hear. Can you just agree with that part?
No, I can't agree with anything. I have to keep my mod hat on.
Come on, 2 verse 1.
No.
Well, let's say it's all. Or let's say it's okay.
What about gut guard?
I agree with you. Forget it. Okay, so forget it. But what are you offering people outside of this slavery? You're saying let my people go. Let my people be free. Okay. So what is the truth? Because you don't believe that there is a meaning to life, right?
I believe we find meaning. I don't think, I don't believe in Yahweh, the God of Israel. I guess life is pointless. I guess we're just molecules. I guess there's nothing to live for. None of those thoughts ever come into my mind at all.
Well,
hold on. Let me ask that back to you, my dear. What is the purpose of life for a Christian according to the biblical paradigm? What's the purpose?
To go to heaven and be with God forever.
So the whole purpose is to be tested. If we believe in the blood magic and the prophecy magic of his chosen people by the punishment of death, and we have to have faith and believe in this God that's hiding from us, gives us no good proof. And that's the meaning of life, to be tested, to believe in magical Jews and magical prophecies.
I mean, overall,
and then you
have to say that it's better than having no meaning. It's better than having no meaning.
To be a slave?
No, but I agree with you. It's definitely better to be a slave than to think that you're meaningless. It's better to be a slave than to think you're meaningless. But I agree with you. I'm a Catholic. I have a guilt complex. It sucks. You look at a crucifix, that's your whole life is like, I'm going to be up there suffering for everybody.
Don't remind me. I did it for you.
Yeah, I don't want to trigger
your PTSD. And I thank the Jews for carrying out their divine role to save you for your sins. Do you agree? Do you thank them?
So if I agree with you, I'm not a slave to anybody, but I also think there's no meaning in life. or I find my own meaning, which is essentially meaningless. If I don't find meaning, there is no meaning, right?
What's the meaning to life of a Christian? To be a slave and to worship God in heaven, a God that will punish you forever if you don't? A jealous, insecure, threatened God that wants everybody to grovel to him forever?
Oh yeah, no. I hate that God.
That's something to live for?
I don't worship that God.
That's the God of the Bible.
No, it isn't, because God doesn't condemn you to hell just because what? Because you misunderstand his teachings? If you try your hardest, you go to heaven.
You have to believe that I am the Son of God. I died for your sins. I resurrected. Oh, you have to believe those things. Otherwise, there's a punishment. It is fear-based
Okay, but like
mind control.
if you try your hardest and you try to believe it and you don't understand it, but you genuinely put your like mind and effort towards it, and at the end of your years you don't believe it, but you tried solidly to believe it, you think God's just gonna go like, yeah, go to hell?
I'm not worried about somebody that's doing that. I'm saying that the people that don't want to be sheep and slaves and serve God's chosen people and fulfill their prophecies. You know that Jews believe that Christians have fulfilled their prophecies by preparing them to be Noahides for the Messianic age. That was the whole goal from the start.
Sure.
I'll show you the prophecies: to conquer the nations, to conquer the Goyas, for the nations of the world to submit to the authority of the God of Israel, the power of them to be God's chosen people, affirming their covenant, worshiping their God, believing their books. All of these things are playing into their Judeo paradigm and part of the Abrahamic matrix.
Okay, so we're gonna what do we do? Okay, so I'm part of the Adam Green cult. I'm no longer a Christian. I'm part of the Adam Green cult. I'm looking for a cult. Essentially, everything's a cult. You just decide which one offers you the best life. So, all right, I'm part of your cult. We're gonna fuck these Jews up. Like, what are we doing here?
No, wait. No, we won't do that. I just want to clarify. But go ahead, Adam. No.
Well, they're enslaving us. They're enslaving all these people.
No, I'm for enlightenment and having people not believe that they're chosen by God. And that would be a good start, to not have all of our politicians believing that you're cursed if you curse them and you're blessed if you bless them, and they're God's children and they live in the Holy Land, and we get all of our values and our salvation from the Jews. These things, any alternative would be better than that, especially when that was their intended plan and prophetic agenda.
Yeah, but see, I'm a woman, okay? Like, I have a brain, but, you know, like, I'm not going to be able to parse through scripture. Where do I fit in? I'm not going to go around enlightening
you are a Viking queen, Grace. Your dad is 6'8". And
okay, so what do we do? What do we do? You dress me up like one of those.
So we abandoned the ancient
Viking
fairy tales.
women on the horses.
Queen.
She's the Viking. Yeah, isn't she Viking?
I agree.
Yeah, she is.
This sounds better than Christianity already. Let's keep going.
Yeah, Viking queen or paddled Catholic schoolgirl, paddled by the nun.
Okay.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Which is better?
Paddling.
Oh, definitely Viking queen. All right. So
Grace
what do I do?
needs a strong pagan man to set her straight.
Shout out to Mersh in the chat with the 5-spot Nightwave Radio.
What are we doing? Are we going to go take over the world?
Hey, Mersh, get me verified on Rumble, bro. You're the best. Thanks.
What are we going to do? We're going to go take over let's go take over the world. Fuck these Jews. Fuck these enslavers. What are we going to do?
Excuse you.
I'm sorry, Zionists.
I don't use Zionists interchangeably for Jews.
Of course not.
Zionists include all Christians are Zionists because they worship the God of Zion.
Uh-huh. Okay. So we're enslaving ourselves.
Yes, willful slavery. Exactly.
Okay. All right. Okay. So once again, my question is, how do women fit in? Like, are we like birthing the Aryan gods that will fight for the cause, or what? Like, how do we fit in? Because obviously we're not reading your, books and stuff.
What in the world are you talking about?
Okay, so I give up Christianity.
I've never been straw man so bad in my life. I've never said anything like that.
Wait, I'm just saying I'm asking you genuinely. I give up Christianity. It sucks.
Mm-hmm.
It tells me to like not have sex or whatever. I have a guilt complex. Okay, fine. Forget the suffering and all that shit. Okay, so now what do? We just like party in Odin Hall or whatever? Like what do we do? We're going.
No. You can have. Are you saying that?
Are we bringing back a Viking resurgence? Are we raping and pillaging? That sounds pretty cool. I'm down.
That's never what I've suggested. We don't need the Hebrew Torah and God's chosen people to teach us morals and to know how to act as a society and rules that people can agree on and values, good values that you can have. There's plenty of reasons. There's plenty of good people that don't believe in the Hebrew fairy tales.
Okay.
You know that, right? Many societies,
absolutely.
many functioning societies are not theocracies based on the Bible.
Well, but you'd have to say that I don't know what word you use. Not Zionists, not Jews. The people in charge have done a pretty good job of enslaving. I mean, there's like what, a couple billion out there at least, Christians.
Is there any more of an
We're gonna have to, like, this is gonna be hard work.
Hold on. Is there any more of an influential thing in the last 2,000 years besides the Hebrew Torah? The best-selling book, the greatest story ever told. It has theologically conquered the whole full spectrum dominance Judeo paradigm. Christians and Jews, the dialectic is two sides of the same kosher coin.
Yes.
They're both fighting over who the Messiah is. You're not real opposition to Judaism if you affirm that they were once chosen, worship their God that chose them, and affirm their holy scriptures. You're not real opposition. So yes, you agree.
Okay.
You basically agree with all the basic of the thesis of the theological conquest.
Well, but here's where I don't.
It's
agree
I won.
with you.
Thank you.
Here's where
No,
I
wait,
don't
hold on.
agree
Let
with
her.
you. Hang on, though. This is where I don't agree with you. Okay, Christianity, sure, it's a psyop. What I'm saying is the psyop right now works for me more than whatever you're offering. So I'm saying, think about it from a woman's perspective. I'm not going to look into whether this historicity adds up to this. I tried to watch a video about whether Jesus is a historical figure. I couldn't make it through 5 minutes. So what I'm saying is, how does your plan benefit me? Because as a Christian, I'm granted, a certain amount
Do you
of
care about what
dignity,
benefits you or
certain amount
what's
of
true?
respect. Well, at the end of the day, what people care about is what benefits them. I mean, let's just say,
I respect you a lot more than Christians do.
okay, how so?
I mean, there's all types of Christian stuff that is like anti-woman.
Really?
Blaming them for the fall.
Yeah, that is true.
Is the first
But
one.
women are
the
bitches.
ludicrous story that childbirth is painful because of that, which is completely ridiculous. Instead of, hey, there's no intelligent design, why are all these women dying and these babies dying in childbirth, and it's so painful? That's not intelligent design. So they come up with some cope story that's what it's from. And it says, like, don't talk in church. It's not incredibly anti-woman, but I'm just saying,
Adam.
I wouldn't be making this argument that like Christianity is good for women.
But that's the argument. That's the problem with your argument. See, you say, what did you say? Intelligent design, right? It's not an intelligent design. We have to cope for it by making up stories. Okay, but I would much prefer to hear that one bad bitch fucked it up for the rest of us than to hear that I'm just a collection of atoms and everything I say is just meaningless barking to you. And there's nobody who cares about me and it's all random. How is that going to be appealing to me as a story?
I don't think, well, because it's you could choose a comforting lie or you could just deal with reality. And I don't think a lot of people that don't believe in Yahweh and the Bible are walking around every day thinking like, my life's pointless. I'm just a molecule. Like, I have nothing to live for. That's maybe some people. Just some Christians do that.
No, but
too.
Adam, you have to be consistent. You have to be consistent to convince people. No, because
I'm actually sinless, my dear.
You're here right now arguing for something. So you clearly don't believe that you're a meaningless membrane or whatever you'd call it, meaningless collection of atoms. So you have to be consistent. Clearly,
we're not meaningless.
It's
We're amazing.
unintelligent design. So
Evolution
it's
is amazing. It's way better than, a magical God did it. He proved an atom was created from
How is evolution
clay.
Amazing? It says that the strong and the
came
powerful
from
will
his
destroy
rib.
the
One
weak.
at a time, ladies.
It says the strong and powerful will destroy the weak. How is that?
That's
So,
not,
like, if I'm weak,
that's not what evolution is.
Evolution.
No. You
So
Google
evolution is
evolution.
just
That's not what
biological-
the description is.
Biological factors We're moving towards being more progressive, right? We're evolving into something better, right? Something
Nothing to
like
do
that.
with progressive. Don't give it weighted terms.
Well, evolving means
incredible.
going from one thing to the next, and obviously the point of the evolution theory is to say we went from a less
Genesis and
intelligent
Adam
form
and Eve
to a
and
more
Noah's Ark. Yeah,
intelligent
that's the explanation. The ancient
But
one.
evolution doesn't give life any meaning. It doesn't give life any meaning.
Yeah, it does.
What's the meaning?
Life is amazing. Think of the unbroken chain of life. How many mothers you've had going back since thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years. That you don't think that's amazing?
Yeah, but how do you explain
that you're here with consciousness?
Where'd the first mother come from? Because your explanation is just random collection of atoms that magically collided together.
The God of Israel just said some words and she just magically appeared on earth out of thin air.
That's really a
the
very
better
different
answer.
explanation. All you do is you take God out of it, but all you say is, I don't know how it happened. How is that really a different explanation?
I prepared a little bit of a presentation for you, Grace. It's a little bit of scripture, but I think this will be very enlightening to you and the audience, actually. It's where the narrative for the Jesus myth was derived. And they quote mined and use the Hebrew scriptures for inspiration. This is what they were doing. They were scouring the scriptures for mysteries and hidden things by God that could be revealed by connecting different scriptures and creating like a Pesher-like midrash, almost like a Kabbalistic writing on what the Messiah is going to be. And this is where Jesus comes from. Yeah.
Wait. I just have a basic question. Okay, so the managers, the people in charge, wrote the Old Testament. Then they wrote the New Testament to fulfill the Old Testament. So why would they have to look for anything? They already know everything that's going to fulfill all the prophecies they already wrote about. So you don't need to show me any scripture. Right?
I think you explained it pretty well. I'd have to check the replay, but yes, they had all of the Old Testament scriptures, and then they created a new story following the prophecies. And when they were just trying to move the narrative forward, sometimes they would pull things that weren't prophecies, even completely out of context to create it. So
the best lie has some truth in it. Yeah.
Well, that's not exactly what I'm saying. That's different. But what I'm saying is, but from books like the Psalms and Isaiah and Daniel and Zechariah and the Wisdom of Solomon, just a few books, a few chapters, you can put together the whole foundation of the Jesus story. And this is where it was created. It was a mythical, prophecy-fulfilling deception. These magical things didn't happen. These prophecies weren't fulfilled. An ancient Jew just wrote them to be fulfilled. Is that not a more plausible explanation that doesn't require any Jewish magic to explain how we have the New Testament?
Yeah, so basically a couple guys wrote, there's a guy who's going to come and do this. And then they said, oh, this guy came and did this, right? That's your theory. And everybody just was like, yeah, that makes sense.
So that's what happened. Is that Jabroni, the Jabroni that was friends with Spencer in the chat?
I don't know,
Thanks.
actually.
If it is, thanks. He says, I like him or not, Adam Green is a great researcher. I appreciate that, Jabroni. I've recently discovered, I think you're talking about some similar stuff.
Adam, pay attention to me. Stop reading chat. How? I don't understand. Why did you have to research it?
Don't get jealous. Don't get jealous.
Why did you have to research it if you already know that they wrote the Old Testament? They know all the prophecies ahead of time. So they already were just setting it up to say, yeah, there's a guy who came and fulfilled all these prophecies. Why do you have to research that? It's a pretty obvious theory.
Well, when you research it and you see the verses that they use to create the Jesus myth, and you see what they're talking about, everywhere it's all about conquering the nations, conquering the Goyim. That's why I wanted to show them to you. I want to read you what the plan of the Messiah and the Torah prophecies are about. And it's about, at the most fundamental level, theological conquest of the nations. And they did it with Christianity and Islam. They're bragging about it. I just did a compilation, 10 minutes. I've done many compilations. I've got hours of footage of rabbis saying this. It's not them lying or making it up. It's actually happened. They're bragging about it. The Christians are their greatest allies. They're going to, by their believing in the prophecies, they've fulfilled the prophecies. And they don't have magical powers. That their God isn't supernaturally doing these things. They're following
that makes
the
sense
script.
to me. Theological
they're the storytellers
conquest.
and they're following a script.
But theological conquest of the nations. If what you're attempting to do is, well, I don't know, philosophical conquest of the nations, you don't say it's theology, but you have a theory, right? So why wouldn't a religion want to take over the entire world? I believe Christianity is pretty overt about that. Why wouldn't, if you believe something, you'd want to take over the world? I don't understand how that proves. Of course, if you believe something, you'd want everyone to believe it, right? That's literally what you're doing, isn't it?
No, I'm not saying every knee will bow, and that if you blaspheme the God and violate the 10 commandments and the Noahide laws, that you will be stoned, and that you're going to be eternally punished if you don't believe in the blood ritual, scapegoat atonement sacrifices of Jesus that's based on Yom Kippur, just a retelling of Yom Kippur and blood magic. Jesus is the Passover lamb, and he is the Yom Kippur goats. He is a blood magic ritual, Jewish blood magic. That's what Christianity is.
Okay, but you're trying to get me to bend my knees right now, correct? Well, you're trying to convince me of your point.
Well, sure, but I'm not trying to tell you, and this is what the prophecies are going to be, and this is what you must do, and this is who you must have authority to, things like that. Do you not think that convincing the world that do you not think that the Jews convincing the world that they're chosen by God, that doesn't just a little bit seem like a psyop to you? Convincing all of the nations, all of the Gentiles to worship the King of the Jews, me, Jesus.
But Jewish people don't but you're saying Jewish people spread Christianity, which doesn't really say that. It says that the Jews were chosen, but it also absolutely.
I'll turn it back on. Rumble has an issue here, so a little refereeing here for 1 second. I don't know if they heard your bended knee comment. I did a little sound effect to that, so we'll see. Okay, now let's see. It does this sometimes later in the show. Okay.
What, with like super chats?
Nah, it's fucking up on Rumble sometimes later in the show. So we should be back now, though. I just turned it off and turned it back on, basically. So we'll hold pace here for a second. Stop saying it's over and we're back. Look, just give me a straight report on what the fuck's going on with the stream. I don't need it's over. You know what I mean? Just fucking. Okay.
Shut it down. I won. Jesus Christ is king.
All right, now wait a second. Just hold on. It's not working. Okay, well,
Adam, can I come over?
Okay, hold on. I can't hear this. Okay, so it's down. All right, this. Okay.
Pavlovsky mad that I'm dressed as Jesus. Is Rumble shutting me down? What's up, Pavlovsky?
I don't think so, but there
Bongino, you got a problem with this blasphemy?
Okay, let's see. Refresh and let me know.
Can't expose the greatest weapon, the greatest hoax.
I love it. Okay, they're saying we're back now. Sorry, not my fault. Okay, so I just let it stay off for a little bit longer. Okay, it should be back. Everybody's saying it's back. Okay, so should be good.
We are so back.
We're so back. I don't know if they heard your bended knee comment there, and then you also called Eve a bad bitch earlier, which I had never heard Eve called a bad bitch. So, just a couple of little
rotten bitch.
All right, now we can pick it back up. Wherever you want to take it. Sorry for that. I had to step in.
You could take every streamer on Cozy right now, every watcher, double it, and we still have more audience.
It's tough, even with tech problems.
KILLSTREAM is back.
Thank you for
Cozy
saying that.
Sucked. I did love when you were on Cozy though, Ralph, because you would have me on Cozy.
Oh, this would have riled them up so hard. By the way, this is him. I'm not actually blaspheming. I want to say for the chat, but this would have drove them crazy if we had done this debate over there. She drives them crazy just by herself in the Catholic schoolgirl uniform.
Females are not really allowed.
Yeah, this would have.
I don't think it's really blasphemous. He's dressing up as like his, the guy he is obsessed with, whether he thinks he's real or not. You know what I mean? It's a sign of it's an homage.
Hit the like button. Go ahead, Adam. You can pick it back up from there.
Okay. So. Sorry. Go ahead.
Then.
Sorry.
Yeah. Go. Let him go. Go ahead.
Can I share screen real quick?
Yeah, you should be able to.
All right. Let's see. Ooh. Window.
Clear the porn.
Yep.
All
right. I had your OnlyFans tab up. I had to X that one out.
Wait, that doesn't
You were
exist,
supposed to
does
keep
it?
that a secret. You were supposed to keep that a secret.
Oh, wait a minute. All right, now go ahead,
Okay.
Adam.
All right. So listen, this is what they were doing, Grace. This is what was very typical back then. They're scouring the scriptures, looking for hidden mysteries. They're connecting different verses, and they're trying to look for answers of their redemption and their Messiah. And they get creative. They're great storytellers. So they can't have a win on the battlefield against the Romans who are occupying them, the empire, the big Gentile empire.
Right.
So instead, they came up with a spiritual victory and followed the prophecies as if these things were happening in a mythological celestial world. And there's this book, The Ascension of Isaiah, where Isaiah is brought up through the seven heavens up to the firmament, where he sees Jesus, who is crucified by Satan and his demons. So this started as a celestial myth that was later placed into history with the Gospels. But they came up with this, and when they're trying to figure out what happened to this Messiah, they go to the scriptures and they find things that are related, concepts or archetypes or figures. And one of them was they believed of the suffering Messiah. Even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in Kabbalah, in the Talmud, it talks about two Messiahs. One is the suffering high priest that dies and atones and is rejected by his people and goes to the Gentiles. And the other is Moshiach ben David, who is the military victorious that fulfills the rest of the prophecies, which Christians believe Jesus has to come back because he didn't finish the job to fulfill the rest of the prophecies, right?
Yes, right. Second coming.
So they found this figure in the scriptures, and they had this idea of this celestial Messiah figure, and they tried to figure out what happened to him.
Who found this figure?
Ancient, proto-Kabbalistic Jews, maybe people related to the Pharisees or Gnostics or Essenes or a blend of all three. There was not one monolithic type of Judaism. There was all types of mystery cults that were
But
coming
aren't they
up.
the same people? My essential question still stands. Aren't they the same people who wrote the prophecies? So why would they have to look for anything? They know what they're looking for.
No, they didn't write them because the prophecies were written hundreds of years before.
Well, but I mean, it was their ancestors, right? They've had this plan. So like,
right, but they reinterpret these verses, and everybody interprets them in slightly different ways. And then they come. So when they had this celestial figure, this fan fiction midrash that they created about Jesus, and this spiritual victory. They were to find out what happened to him. They looked at the scriptures for what Jesus supposedly said or did. And one of the places they looked was Daniel 9. Can you see this on the screen?
Yeah.
Where it says that for the reconciliation for iniquity, like sins, and to seal up the vision of prophecy and anoint the most holy, like anointed Messiah, the Messiah will be cut off, and the people of the prince that shall come to destroy the city. So Daniel is a very important prophetic book that prophesied when the Messiah was going to come, and in the end times. And so this says that the Messiah will die and he will be cut off, and then the temple will be destroyed, and they won't have sacrifices anymore. So that was one of their verses. The Messiah would die, and then in Psalms 22.
Adam, you're so smart.
Thank you. And
all right, let's go through them though, because we can't see you guys with the screenshots.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Let me just do like one or two more verses. Ralph,
I love men reading scripture to me. This is like foreplay. Let's go.
Is this yes? I know you're Catholic and you don't read, but you just
go ahead.
Can't find it. All right, Ed. So this is Psalm 22. This is another very book that they quote mine for the Jesus narrative. This is what Jesus supposedly said on the cross. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? And he's despised of the people. All that see me laugh and scorn like they scorn Jesus. And Psalms 22, they hurl insults, and they even say, let the Lord rescue him. Let him deliver him. So they have Daniel 9.
Yeah.
There's the insults. This is where they got the story from. There's Wisdom of Solomon. It talks about the Messiah that will die a shameful death. And then, all right, am I back on?
Yeah, you're back.
And then you go to Isaiah 52 and 53, to Zechariah 3, 6, and 9, where there's the pierced one, to elsewhere in Daniel, where there's the branch. And then
I'm almost there. Keep going.
They took all of these verses together. There's the numbers prophecy, and then they made a fake prophecy fulfilling from all these things. Can you agree?
Yeah.
And admit that it's more likely that this is how the Gospels were created, instead of magical prophetic Jews and this guy really walking around and trying to fulfill all these scriptures? What's more likely? Which one requires magic and which one doesn't?
I don't know how everybody was so stupid. This group of Jews wrote like about how this guy was going to come, and then like I don't know how many years later they said, yeah, he came, and everybody bought it. That's stupid. Scrap that. Okay, so what now? I don't know how 1.6 or whatever billion people believe in that.
Because
how did everybody miss that?
They use the fear of death. People are scared and want the afterlife, the eternal life. Also, it's very psychologically manipulative as well. It offers you eternal life. It's the carrot and stick, or the punishment of eternal death and suffering. As long as you just have faith and believe in the prophecies.
I will agree with you that eternal life is quite compelling, because your point of view seems to say that I'm going to turn into dust when I die and my life is meaningless. So I will say that we're going to have to, so like that was a psyop. Fuck those guys. Fuck them niggas.
I win. I guess I win.
Yeah, right. You win, except what do we do now? How are we going to convince everybody? Because the Jews are pretty good at convincing people of stuff, right?
Undefeated.
But how are we going to win? You got to admit, a lot of people have bought into this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole world, half of the world. The rabbis are very pleased with it. They're yes, our prophecies have been fulfilled. We're almost in the end times. The Christians are ready to serve us. The Armageddon wars are about to commence, and their Mashiach will come in their third temple, and they will fulfill their prophecies of having the elder Christianity and Gentiles and Noahides serve the younger, God's chosen people. It's all playing out.
I'm here for it. I'm down. Like, let's liberate people from this slavery. You put on a loincloth, I'll put on the Viking goddess attire, we'll ride some horses and carry some torches, and we'll fuck some shit up. But what I'm saying is we're going to have to convince half the world that this is fake. And what are we offering them? The Jews have eternal life. If you listen to this, what do we have? Life is sort of meaningless unless you find your own meaning in it.
You're really stuck on this life is meaningless thing. Are you such a nihilist that you need ancient Jewish fairy tales in order to have a reason to live?
Well, but you would say there is no reason to live.
I mean, like, you don't believe in Zeus. You don't believe in Jupiter. Like, do you have a reason to live that you don't believe in them?
Well, Zeus and Jupiter don't promise eternal life,
if
do
you're,
they?
Here, put it this way, Grace. If you're so desperate to have a God and an afterlife, you can have it. You can believe there's a God. I'm fine with that. Just don't believe Jews that say that they speak for God. Don't believe religions that are based on Jews claiming that they can speak for that God. That's all I ask. Is it too much to ask?
Okay, so I can have a God. I can believe in a comforting lie. So we're good with lies. It's just that not the Jewish lies.
It's not necessarily a lie. If you don't make any claims about the God and you don't say that he chose you and that other people are supposed to serve you and that your homeland is the Holy Land and stuff like that, then you're not lying. Like, I could say, like, if there is some God, some higher power, then, I don't understand him. I haven't heard him. I believe if there was a God, he wouldn't be hiding the way he does. He wouldn't be speaking to us with ancient Jewish scriptures.
Yeah, I agree. What an asshole. Like, he just makes us run around trying to find him everywhere. I don't know. Do I believe in God? I think so. It makes more sense to me than that everything's meaningless. But I mean, if the Jews have just been pulling like the curtain, what do you call it? Pulling the curtains over my face? I don't know what you call it.
Pulling the wool over your eyes, yeah.
Yeah, pulling the wool over my eyes, then fine, let's get rid of the wool. But the wool just seems, once the wool's gone, then it's just like everything's empty and meaningless and we're just random atoms.
We're so much more. We are a product of billions of years of evolution, highly complex and organized atoms that are miraculous. So I don't see why you're acting like we're just molecules. That's no, seriously, people that don't believe in Jesus. There's so many people that don't believe in Jesus that don't walk around thinking about molecules.
Okay, but you adhere to basic Christian principles, right? Like charity, humility.
Charity wasn't invented, neither was humility. You don't think those existed before Christianity, really? This is the
No,
type
I'm
of
saying
propaganda
this,
online is
this is why
misleading
I'm saying
the youth.
This is why the psyop is so effective, because the values that they say you should follow, most people in their conscience say like, oh yeah, that makes sense to me. You should be all those things. You should be prudent. You should be chaste. You should be charitable, right? All these things. So, but they want to use those virtues to get us to serve them. Okay, so you agree with the virtues, but you don't agree with the Jewish lie. So let's get rid of the Jewish lie. Now, what are we using those virtues for?
To be virtuous.
Well, what is virtue? Virtue doesn't help with evolution. Evolution is all about, killing other people, getting as much of your seed out there as possible.
Virtue could actually
Isn't
hurt
it the
evolution,
essential?
technically.
Exactly right. Evolution, like, I'm pretty sure evolution doesn't say like you should be kind to those who are weak. It says like, fuck the weak guys. Let them die off. The strong and powerful will spread their seed and they will be the most effective, and then they'll continue evolving.
It's not exactly how it works. It's not always the strong and powerful that survive. You're misrepresenting what evolution actually is to make it look much more cruel. But it is in reality a cruel world. That's why if there was an all-loving God, why would he create all these animals? Why, first of all, why would he create a world that's mostly inhospitable, where there's genetic birth defects, where there's all this suffering and pain, where there is catastrophes like earthquakes and hurricanes and droughts, and all of these things is not very intelligently designed. And there's actually unintelligent design anywhere.
I agree. He's just such a dick to us. But
No,
here's
it's just
the
not
thing.
real.
Right.
We
So
live in
like
a
he's
cruel
not even
world
real.
where animals have to eat each other alive to survive.
But here's what I'm telling you. If you tell people, look, all these bad things happen to you because it's a test. It's a test to see if you will remain virtuous, even though bad things happen to you. And like, let's be
animals for billions of years.
Let's be real though. Let's just say with humans, suffering makes us better people, right? All the best, funniest, nicest people have been through extreme suffering in their life. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that a spoiled kid who gets everything handed to them sucks as a person. So it correlates with our reality to a certain extent. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so if we hear the story, you're tested to see if you remain virtuous.
You think
virtue
all
helps
suffering
you.
is good?
Wait. So that when you are virtuous, you love conquers all, and you will be rewarded with eternal love and happiness forever. Then, okay, so I can see how that would convince a lot of people, even though it's a Jewish lie. But then if you go over to your side, what you say is, yeah, there's suffering. Yeah, the world is cruel. And there's not even any point to it. Like, see, you know what I mean? Like, if we're going to be an Aryan god and goddess, or king and queen, we need to have a more effective, convincing strategy than that. Because who's going to sign up for that? I'm not going to sign up for that.
Well, you're going to miss out, and you're going to be misled. You're going to be led to the slaughter by a Jewish deception religion. And let me to underscore this. This is a verse I want to read you, and it'll just be quick, but it's very important that people see these verses that are related to the prophetic agenda of the Torah. So let me share real quick again.
Very quickly, because it does, it bothers the audience, but go ahead.
Got it. Okay. God of heaven will set up a kingdom that will never be destroyed. It will crush all those kingdoms and bring them to an end, but it will itself endure forever. The Son of Man, Jesus, coming with the clouds of heaven, he was given authority, glory, and sovereign power. All and peoples of every language worshipped him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that will not pass away, and his kingdom is one that will never be destroyed.
All right.
All the ends of the world shall remember and turn unto the Lord. All the kindreds of the Goyim shall bow down and worship before thee. He is the governor over the Goyim. What do you think of that, guys? I could show you in hours of verses about conquering
I think that according to your theory, of course that would be true, because the Jews wrote the prophecy and then they wrote the book that said this guy came and fulfilled the prophecy. Everybody listen to us. Makes perfect sense.
Thank you for confirming that I'm right, and I won. You're so sweet.
All right, let me ask
Bless you, my child.
Let me ask these questions. We'll just do an hour. I think we still got about 10 or 15 minutes, but let me ask you these questions. Puar says, would Adam agree with me that life is sacred, has been catastrophic for a post-industrial society with a welfare state, and we need to reintroduce a eugenics program similar to the Nordic societies in the early 20th century?
No, I don't advocate for that. And I do agree with the sentiment that life is sacred. Maybe not so sacred that some life doesn't. I'll leave it at that.
Why is life sacred?
Sacred, but not always.
Why is life sacred?
Sacred, but sometimes. I'm just saying, like, if somebody breaks into my house and is threatening my child and I do something to him, I mean, his life's sacred, but I should still do something. That's the.
That is a fair question, though, that she asked you. Like, what makes it sacred? If you don't.
Well, what makes your daughter's life sacred? I mean, you want to tell her the truth, right? You believe that a father should tell his daughter the truth, right? Okay, so why don't you tell her that her life is meaningless? Her duty in life.
I would never ever. No atheists. No people that don't believe in Yahweh, Yahwehist, sheep of Israel. Nobody tells that to their kids.
Right, because it would be awful. Because it's you're right. So you tell them a comforting lie, but you lie to your kids.
You can word it much better than that, and you can see the positivity in life.
You do tell your children that life.
You can see the awe of life.
You just
without believing in a Jewish deity.
I'm not even talking about God. I'm just saying. So you essentially tell your kids that their life is meaningless, except you word it so that they don't understand what you're saying.
So
what do you
agree with?
What if your daughter, if you said, "Hey, Daddy, why do I exist? Like, what's the why am I here?" You'd say to her, "Well,
I'll say we don't really know."
Okay,
nobody really knows.
We don't know. Okay, so what if she said, like, "So what should I do with my life? What is important in life?" What would you tell her?
Yeah, I try to say
you don't know.
No, well, I'd say try to do something that makes you happy and fulfilled.
But what if she
children,
says,
have
okay,
a family.
What happens when I die? What happens when I die? What would you tell her?
I'll say we don't know, maybe nothing, and a lot of people are just fine with that. The idea of just living forever, strumming a chord and being with God and praising Him, like it just isn't all that appealing. Honestly, it'll be just like before we came here. We're lucky to have this brief moment of consciousness in what we know as the universe for a short time, and I'm grateful for that, and I don't see life as meaningless at all.
Who are you grateful to?
I'm grateful first and foremost to my mom and dad and people around me.
Okay, but they came from somebody. Who are you grateful to? Who are you grateful to? Because gratefulness implies that you're grateful to someone for giving you something.
I'm grateful to the phenomena of existence and evolution.
Okay, so that's just another word for God. Okay, fine. So you believe in God. You're grateful to God for your life.
You're approaching this whole thing as if I'm like a super staunch atheist. I'm actually agnostic, and I'm open to the idea of some kind of God. I just haven't heard really good, compelling reasons to believe in one. I've heard reasons not to. What I witness tells me that the universe in what we can observe matches to me lines up with no God instead of a all-loving, all-powerful God. So especially, I'm not going to believe.
And yet you are grateful for your
people
existence.
claiming they can speak for God and tell me what He wants and what His laws are and who's chosen and who's not chosen. That's definitely where I draw the line, and I think everybody should.
All right, now let me ask this next question. Douglas Fear says, I agree with Adam, but his only problem is a lack of solution. It's very simple.
That's what I'm saying.
Guys, the solution is.
Let me finish. Hold on.
If you point out a problem, you got to have a solution.
Wait, let me finish. It's very simple. Go back to your roots. Worship the land spirits, the spirits of the ancestors, and the gods. Quit worshiping the Jew God, he says, and embrace the Indo-European Sky Father.
That's what floats your boat.
What if what floats my boat is that I worship a God who says it's okay to rape children?
Now, wait a minute.
As soon as you have a religion that invades on my rights and hurts other people, that's when I have a problem with it. And that's why I have a problem with Judaism, the religion that essentially has conquered the West in the last 1700 years.
So you're like a libertarian about religion. You're like a libertarian about religion.
Has been a curse, Ralph. You're right.
But every religion would incur on somebody else's rights because they'd have a list of things you can do and can't do, and people or gods that you worship or don't worship. Everybody incurs on everybody's rights. If I say I think I should be able to rape kids, and you say I don't think you should be able to do that, then you're incurring on my rights and I'm incurring on your rights. That's not a solution.
Well, some rights trump others, and society's pretty good at figuring out together what's fair and what's not.
Who decides that? You?
No,
your God?
People,
the pagans?
Cultures have cultural norms, and societies come together to agree on things. And most societies around the world get most of the stuff the same. We don't need the Moses getting an angel telling him the Torah, so we know the 10 Commandments, that it's wrong to steal and kill and stuff such as that. We don't need them. That was already known before that.
There have been societies that terrible things, enslaving women, mostly pagan societies, like treated women terribly. For example, you were saying earlier that Christianity is not pro-women. When you take religion out of it, when you take Christianity out of it, women are subjected once again to being like second-class citizens because of the hierarchy of power. That's absolutely true. We go back to sort of pagan state where we worship the gods, the water and the forest and the trees.
At least those things are real. At least those things were real and part of our environment.
Yeah, but everybody was. Have you ever seen like Native American tribes? It's fucking horrendous. They're attacking each other constantly, warring. Women are treated awfully. There's some good elements. I agree with you. There's some good elements like connection with nature, but wouldn't you agree that pagan societies are overall like disgusting and crazy and violent compared to Christian society?
There's been a lot
you're
of
not
war
really
with Christian
you're not
society.
making the case, Adam. You're not making the case.
The icon of the Christian society is a bloody crucified Jew. There's been endless holy wars and division because of this religion. Think of how all these differences in these Abrahamic faiths, that's been the wars that have created the last 2,000 years. You don't know.
Yeah, but remember
it could have been much better off if we didn't.
They were going back to paganism, right? They said, fuck Christianity. It's a slave religion, same as you. I'm not calling you a Nazi. I'm just saying, remember the Nazis? Then what did they do? Fucking World War II, okay?
Are you a servant of Christ? Are you a slave of Christ? What do you call groveling and calling yourself a sheep to the God of Israel, all according to their plans? Is that not being a slave?
But I try to be a servant of Christ. Yeah.
You try to be a slave. Okay. It says, slaves, be happy, and then you will be rewarded in heaven. It's a slave race. It started with slaves and widows.
I believe. I don't think there's anything Christ tells me to do that's undignified or wrong. It all adds up to it. Yeah, I'm a shitty daughter of the Lord. I'm a rebellious daughter, but like nothing. I can't point out anything that Christianity tells me to do that I'm not like, yeah, I should do that. I just don't want to.
What did Paul say the purpose of Jesus was to do?
I don't know.
To reign over the Gentiles.
Mm-hmm.
As the prophet Isaiah said, the root of Jesse, the Davidic Messiah, will rise to reign over the Gentiles. And he will raise a banner, to it shall the Gentiles seek. This has all been what the plan is.
Yes.
The rejection, of course. Going to the nations.
If you believe that somebody is the Son of God, you will say that everyone should worship him. I don't understand where we're missing each other here.
Okay. Do you believe the Jews were once chosen by God?
Yes.
So you affirm that they were God's special people. Do you see how that benefits them in the world, and why that's a problem, and why Christianity is their greatest
allies? Not really, because like I'm not exactly an intellectual, as I stated before, but I'm pretty sure the overall story of Christianity is that the Jews were chosen and they said fuck you and crucified the guy who came to save them. So it's not exactly like they come out on top, is it?
Do you think that actually happened, or that's just what the prophecies, people interpreted the prophecies that was what God's plan was supposed to be?
You just keep asking me questions. I'm saying
I did.
You said the Jews Well, what did you even say? You confused me now. You said the Jews said that they were the special chosen people of God. I'm saying, yeah, they did. And then Christianity says they fucked that whole thing up. How is that them like coming? How is that a win for them?
Let me ask a question too, Adam. You're alluding to the questioning the historicity of Jesus. Is that what you're doing basically? Like, what do you think?
Well, I do believe he was a mythological figure, but there could have some aspects of the New Testament, the Gospels, could have been influenced with some Jesus characters. Maybe the theory doesn't rest on Jesus being a myth or not. Even if there was a real person, which like was a rabbi that was killed by the Romans, and then he had a small
Josephus
following.
wrote about Jesus. There's some contemporary sources or near contemporary sources that did write about Jesus. I believe Josephus did, but I have to double check that. But
Yes,
he was Jewish.
Well,
he was the house Jew for Rome, basically. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a very controversial passage.
Yeah.
So many people believe that it's been interpolated, that they added it in, and even if they didn't, even Bart Ehrman, one of the top biblical scholars, says that this is not proof of Jesus. Josephus was born after Jesus supposedly died.
That's true.
And
But
he
not long
basically
after.
didn't say anything about Jesus that he wouldn't have heard from the Gospels or Christian sects that were already in circulation at that time. So he's not like an independent attestation to Jesus. And it's 60 years after the fact.
I was born after George Washington died. Does that mean he didn't exist because
The
I don't have the independent proof?
The alternative is that the Son of God walked on earth and did all of these miracles, and that nobody at the time noticed it and wrote about it, because even the Gospels are written decades after the supposed events. Half of the Old Testament is supposedly New Testament is supposedly written by Saul the Pharisee or Paul, and really only 7 of those letters is believed to be penned by him. And he never met Jesus. He said explicitly he sees him in the scriptures and from revelations, his Kabbalistic experiences when he's pulled up like Merkaba mysticism into the third heaven. But do you understand the point? There's no disputing that the Gospels and Paul's source were the scriptures for what Jesus supposedly did. And even if there was a kernel of truth, some person, he didn't do all of these things. It's still a mythological prophecy-fulfilling deception. That's the point.
Well, but I don't really understand, because I have heard that there are stories in the New Testament that don't add up. Like, I think one person says that Judas hung himself, and another person says he fell on a stick or something like that.
There's all types of contradictions.
Okay, so like if it's all an elaborate, if it's all, I just don't understand. If it's all an elaborate plan, why would they include inconsistencies? Why would they, like, if they're trying to convince people, wouldn't they make the most convincing?
Because there was many different competing sects, and they were all creating their own gospels, and they were competing with one another, and they were trying to improve on one another. The first gospel is Mark, written after 70 AD, 40 years after the supposed events. He was most likely aware of some of Paul's letters, and he had the base of the story. It's clearly from scripture and symbolic allegory and a literary construct. And then Matthew copied Mark, and then Luke copied Matthew and Mark, and then John is believed to come after. And there were so many other books that aren't in the canon of other competing sects that were just completely making whatever myths they wanted, derived, created, which was very typical of the genre back then, from the scriptures. This is what we see all over the Dead Sea Scrolls also. And a lot of Dead Sea Scrolls, which predate Christianity, have a lot of the same themes and language and concepts, and doing the same thing that later evolved into Christianity.
But Adam, there is a fundamental problem with your whole thing here. Let's just say I take you at face value and say, yeah, that's all true. Okay, what are you offering that's going to convince half of the world that they've been fed a lie? Because you understand, if half of the people on earth believe that Jews wrote a book about a prophecy, and then they wrote a book about a guy who fulfilled the prophecy, and they're all like, yeah, that makes sense to me. Obviously, people are stupid. So we're going to have to come up with something here that's going to convince them otherwise. Your worldview is full of contradictions. So your effort here is futile. Even if you were correct, you don't make a better case than Christianity for why people should be excited to live.
There's plenty of Christians that aren't excited to live. There's a lot of negative impacts that
No, that's
Christianity
not a
has on
response to
people's
what I said.
psychology.
No, that's
When
a deflection.
prayers aren't
I agree.
answered.
No,
Okay,
that's a deflection.
here, listen.
Though. I agree.
What does
Just because you're
Morpheus say to
Christian
Neo? You could take the blue pill and you can go back to sleep and wake up in the Abrahamic matrix, or you could take the red pill. I'll call it the green pill, and you could wake up and know the truth. Or do you care about the truth, or do you care about a comforting lie that's pragmatic? That's an important question. What's
yeah, but
more
your
important?
truth doesn't make any sense. Things have to make sense to people. You say essentially life is meaningless. It's about evolution, which is about spreading your seed. But you can find meaning. You can find meaning personally. But like, for example, if somebody else doesn't find their life meaning, they can kill themselves and it doesn't have any effect on everything. But yet life is sacred. It doesn't hold up. At least Christianity holds up. Like everybody believes that, yeah, you should be a good person and be kind to children and elderly people and do right and sacrifice. Everybody believes that's what movies are about. That's what I know, the media, but that's what books are about, literature, movies. That's what art, everything is about that. Everything that people are
Different
inspired
pagan
by.
myths are like that too. Yeah.
Yeah, but pagan myths, I mean, I've read about Zeus and everything. Like a lot of that was just about like him having sex with other women and there were fights and the gods were fighting. I don't know. Like it wasn't.
Sounds like the Bible,
cohesive.
the Chronicles of the Jews and them conquering and withstanding
I don't know.
the.
Do you find
Gentile
that
empires.
as compelling? Do you find that as compelling, for example? I mean, it's clearly not. It sounds chaotic. What is it that the Mother Earth bore the Titans and they ate their children? I mean, there's a reason.
I'm not
people
saying
like
that we should
Christianity.
follow and believe literally in any other religions, Grace. This is a complete straw man. I'm saying
Okay,
we
but
need to
I know.
abandon the superstitions and the mythologies. We can believe in them,
But abandon them for what?
and take them for what they are, like
For what?
allegorical lessons.
For what?
The idea that you need something to replace it. You don't need to
Wait, let me
replace
ask you
a
question.
mythological lie.
What is the point of truth in evolution? Because evolution is basically like you need to get your biology out there. Christianity has been named by some as a fertility cult. So isn't Christianity actually helping you with evolution? Doesn't it help you have more kids, produce better offspring, and live longer? What does truth, even if you determine truth, what does truth have to do with evolution?
Species, all life does is reproduce. All life that's here has been reproducing, and that's all it's done going back.
No, our society has gotten
forever.
progressively
No,
more atheistic, and people reproduce much,
do you
much
really
less.
think
And
that
Christian
humanity
families
would
are
not-
known for having more kids. What
Maybe
does
in
truth
the
have to
maybe in
do with
this
evolution?
hold on,
What
listen,
does truth
maybe
have
in
to
the,
do with evolution?
maybe in some modern cultures, in some places, they have on average less kids, but throughout history, humanity has been just fine in having enough people.
But Adam,
There's
we
no
are
problem.
Viking warriors.
We
Look
have
at
the
Norway.
we
Look
have
at
the
our
nat-
roots. Look at our roots. Norwegians have
Grace.
0.9 kids per
Grace.
woman. They don't. They have sex.
Grace,
They
this
don't
is the
reproduce.
worst argument.
They're
You should just
they're
stop.
filled with They're filled with women who are depressed and men who
Yeah.
are alcoholics. Those are our people. Those are our people. Look
Do
at
you
them.
really
Once they've
think-
rejected
hold on,
Christianity,
Grace.
it's horrible. They're not
Grace.
having kids. They're not having
Grace,
families. They
I'm
don't
gonna
love
get the paddle,
life.
Grace.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm gonna get the paddle, the Catholic school.
We need to
paddle.
revive the Vikings, the Norse. But atheism or agnosticism has not done it. It's a depressed society.
Mm.
If you believe in evolution, they're not doing a good job. They're going to wipe themselves out.
Hold on. The
How
argument
people-
that we wouldn't be
people are
having
going to
babies. Come on, Grace. You're filibustering. You're gaslighting right now. Listen, we don't need Jesus dying on a cross in his magical blood to have babies. Humanity has always had babies. In case you weren't aware, we have a natural instinctual desire to very strongly want to procreate without the Bible.
Then why aren't we?
In fact, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't, but it's a little early, but I may have another one on the way.
Really?
And I don't
Wow,
believe in
congratulations.
Jesus.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Just
Congratulations.
this is the worst argument, Grace. You can have
Our people, Adam, our people, the Aryan gods and goddesses of this world that everyone looks up to. We are wiping ourselves out as we speak.
Mhm.
Have you looked
Yeah,
at Norway? It's an atheistic, agnostic, whatever you want to call it, country. Jesus does make people have babies. If you want to say you believe in evolution, why don't you future the evolution of our people? Obviously, we're the best in the world.
Can you cite me the verse of where Jesus is encouraging people to have babies?
We must
Well, I don't think
secure a
it's
future.
Jesus,
Oh,
but
sorry, wrong verse. Go ahead.
be fruitful and multiply. Be fruitful and multiply. It's the first commandment. It's the first commandment given to us in the
Jesus
Bible.
said that? Did Jesus
No,
say
I said
that?
Jesus didn't say it. I said Jesus
Okay.
didn't say it.
Okay. So Jesus never said anything about having babies, actually. He, in fact, said,
don't know
you
exactly
don't
what
want to be pregnant when the time comes. He, in fact, said, I will turn mother against daughter and father against son and nation against nation, and I will
he
not
did.
bring peace with the sword, household against household.
Yes.
He did say all of that stuff, though, which
the
is
truth,
which can be
yes, for the
interpreted
truth.
as and has anti-family effects.
Well,
and
I mean,
implications.
yes, but what he's saying is like your family doesn't run you. I run you. The truth runs you. Truth, beauty, and goodness is what you should cleave to, not your family above all, which is what pagan cultures do. They have families and tribes. That's why they kill other people. That's why they want their tribe to be successful. Paganistic cultures get rid of all those virtues that make life civil, that make us treat sick people. They take their twins, they take their deformed children, and what do? They put them out in the woods for the Baba Yaga to get them or whatever. Christians say, let's take care. Those are the most innocent people. Those are the most precious people. Those are the people who it would be the most sinful, the most just absolutely disgusting to kill or leave helpless. That's what Christianity gives to people. That's why people love it. Pagan cultures say, oh, you had twins? That means you did something wrong when you were having sex. Leave those babies out to die in the forest.
Hold on. You act like without the Bible and without Jesus, like I would just be sacrificing my daughter. Like this is completely unrealistic. The truth is, hold on, let me finish. The truth is you believe in Christian virtues, and Christianity is completely based on a blood magic scapegoat ritual atonement, which Jesus is like a retelling of the archetype of Isaac, the binding of Isaac and Abraham when he was going to sacrifice his son. Christianity is a spin-off based on a Jewish child sacrificing religion, basically. That's what it evolved
why
with
do you
that
adhere
story.
to Christian values?
God sacrificed his own son. You worship a child sacrifice cult. Not me.
A child sacrifice cult.
Yes, God sacrificed his son because it was totally needed. He couldn't forgive your sins for Adam and Eve any other way without a bloody mess and torture, so you can feel eternally guilty and like you owe in reciprocation to him. You're
all right, so I worship a child sacrifice cult, but as society has gotten increasingly atheistic, abortions have gone skyrocketed so that millions of babies are being killed a year. But that has nothing to do with it, right? But you're into evolution. As people get further away from Christianity, they have abortions, which literally is just the killing of an innocent child. But evolution, but you're into evolution, which is spreading your seed and the strongest shall win, right?
No.
That is what evolution is.
Hold on. The best adapted to procreate and pass on your genetics. You've completely got evolution wrong.
Fine. White people have amazing genetics. White women have like 1.2 kids per family in America.
Well, I guess Christianity
Why aren't we passing on
then.
our genetics?
I guess Christianity hasn't done its job. It's so unbelievable. People don't believe in it, and they don't have the
those
magical
aren't Christian
Jesus
families.
babies, so it's not working. Failed. Epic fail. Christianity
our
great.
Culture, America is like largely atheistic, right? It's not a Christian country.
Are you having fun, Grace? I thought you were going to come here and have fun. You're like a bulldog. I'm like getting interrogated. What is going on here?
She is bringing some heat. All right, let me
I didn't
ask
know
these-
you were like a lawyer. You're going lawyer mode on me in here. I don't think I've seen a smile the whole show.
She has been
If
very
you put on
tough.
some music and like dance or something.
Yeah, I was
this
thinking
is-
we
this
dance
is
here in a
getting-
minute.
He running.
He's running. He's drowning.
All right, let me ask these.
Grace.
Let me ask these couple questions because they sent me money to ask you. So, Golden Boy Abby says everything is trending to the power of Christ. Even Richard Dawkins is admitting to the merits of Christianity. Adam is the Teddy Feezer of the debate sector. Sad fool is what he said.
That is the worst.
That's pretty tough.
Put down I've ever heard.
I know. I was just saying, wow. Good.
Here you guys go. I can concede that there's some positive aspects of Christianity. I will definitely concede. It wouldn't have worked if there wasn't a little bit of bait on that hook.
They sure are sneaky.
All right, now I don't know what she means by
We
that.
need
All
a,
right.
when
Go
we
ahead.
need a savior, they provided one
You
for
need to be
us.
you need to be sneakier, Adam. You're gonna have to
Amen.
be sneakier if you want this point to stick, because you know what I mean.
Big Tet says you're drowning, Grace. You're drowning.
All right,
Fuck you, Big Tech.
Anonymous said, I've been clenching my runes and hailing Thor this entire time. Adam, take our energy. You will win. And then Douglas Fur linked a video, which I can't really play right now, but he said, holy shit, this is a painful, he says. Grace is unbelievably historically retarded, thinking Christendom isn't called the Dark Ages for a reason. Paganism was way better for women. Christianity is dysgenic and disgusting. Also, Christianity is way more genocidal.
Yeah, a lot of the pagans were women. They were like the base priestesses. But you're not even allowed to talk in the church of the Jews. So I don't even know how your argument is that Christianity is more pro-woman.
Who is the highest saint in Christianity? In Catholicism? Who is the highest saint?
Well, since we're talking about women, I would guess Virgin Mary, but they wouldn't make her a saint, would they? Saint Mary? Yeah, I guess so. Saint Mary's is a school. Okay.
Yeah, she is the
So
highest.
she was
saint.
the eternal virgin?
A woman.
She was the eternal virgin
Yes.
and never had sex?
Well, I mean, she was penetrated by a masculine source. If you want to say literal physical sex, no.
Whoa. The Holy Spirit got up in there. That's what you're saying? Okay.
Now that's a Catholic.
I mean, yeah, you
belief,
can
by
kind
the
of say
way.
it like that.
Protestants don't believe that. I don't think,
Right.
Adam, right?
Well, it's
No, I don't
not
think
Saint
so.
Paul. It's not Saint Augustine. It's Saint Mary. It's Mother Mary. She is the highest saint in the church.
And why is she? Because she's a virgin. Because
No, because she is the
she
epitome.
didn't commit the sin of sex. So evil to procreate.
No, it's not about her not having sex. That has nothing to do with it. It's because she
Yeah.
is the embodiment of good femininity. And that's ranked above all
The Bible
the
barely
all
even
the male
says anything
saints,
about
all the
Mary. You know that, right? It doesn't.
Right,
It barely
that's
says
true.
anything about Mary
That's
at
true.
all.
That's
Okay.
true.
Great role
And yet
model.
she
Okay,
is the
next.
highest saint. She's the highest saint because she listened to our Lord. That's all. That's what she's the highest saint for.
She got raped by the Holy Spirit. Congrats. Let's go.
Well, she didn't get raped. She said,
My mom is great. Okay.
What did she
Keep
say?
Keep my
As
mom's
the
name
Lord
out of your
wills?
mouth, Grace.
Something like that.
All right, now let me read this.
He called his own mama a hoe.
Yehuda Finkelstein. You know what? Maybe we should dance. I thought about like a prayer, but honestly, Billy Joel, Only the Good Die Young is probably better to dance to.
How
And-
about Virginia? Don't
Yeah.
let me
See, you
wait.
know the song too? I was singing
I
it
love
there
that
just
song.
the
That's
other
one of my favorite
Plus, she's in
songs.
the Catholic schoolgirl uniform, so it kind of fits, honestly. Yeah, I think you may have won the day with that, Yehuda. With that, this song is Grace Thorpe's "Life." Only the Good Die Young. I know that song very well. All right, and
Another typical Italian Jew trying to get the Catholic schoolgirl getting her pants. Everybody
okay.
sins at some point. Why not do it with me?
Real Weinstein over here in the chat.
All right, I think we finished, but let's get a couple
Oh,
final
I
thoughts.
had one last thing I
Yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to close with, Ralph. If we could, should we do that now or?
Yeah, just do it now, and then we'll
chats or
dance.
something?
Yeah, no, they all came in. I read them all.
Oh, okay. All right, so I just want to close with one more verse. Psalms 110:6. This is one of the scriptures that Jesus is based on. And it's one of my favorites because it's so in your face of what the agenda is. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
The Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. That's the Gentiles. The Lord shall send the rod of thy strength out of Zion. That's the Messiah. And rule thou in the midst of thine enemies. Where's Jesus ruling? He's reigning and ruling over the Gentile nations. He is called the priest in the order of Melchizedek in Hebrews. And he says, he shall judge among the heathen, the Goyim. He shall fill the places with dead bodies. He shall wound the heads over many countries. And the Lord at thy right hand shall strike through the Gentile kings in his day of wrath. That is the purpose of the Torah Messiah. And that is what Jesus has done. He has conquered the Western world with theological conquest. Total win, completely according to the prophecies. They're following their script. the greatest story ever told, and it's definitely a Abrahamic Judeo deception.
Go ahead, Miss Thorpe.
Well, my father, my priest, and my heavenly father would tell me that my life is meaningful, that the suffering I experience makes me a better person, and that if I do things that everybody agrees are good, if I'm a virtuous person, I will be eternally rewarded, and I'll be happy for the rest of my days, for eternity. Adam's proposition is that that's all a lie, and suffering is meaningless. And when you ask him, what's the meaning of life? Why do people live? What's the point? He goes, I don't know. So, Thorpe W, Green L, even though I like him very much, and he's very good looking.
I do.
Which would
none of
help
those
if you're
things.
trying to start a cult. Which would help if you're trying to start a cult, but you're gonna have to be a bit more sneaky. You know,
my
the Jews did it
my
pretty good.
next
They
move
convinced
in
half
my
the world.
my next move in my character arc will be to be a Christ grifter, and I will have a big conversion, and everybody can join my cult, and it'll be great. And you can tithe tons of shekels.
All right, I sent the song, Grace. I don't know if Adam's going to dance or not, but I sent the song to you as well. If you're not going to dance, though, I'll pin her to the screen.
Pin her up, man.
All right, that's
Pin
kind
up
of
the girl.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Adam's. Oh wait, hang on. There we go.
She's pinned.
Okay, hang on.
All right, let me adjust my camera too. Hold on, I'm gonna change it real quick. Okay, hold on. All right, I think that'll be better. Let me see. I got too many water bottles around here. Okay, let me see how that looks. Okay. That's good enough, I think. You can see me a little bit better. All right. You might have to adjust your camera, though. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you have the song. Hold on, wait. Whoa. Whoa. Hold on. Wait. Hold on, can you hear? Wait, hold on. Can you not? I can't hear you. Put those back on for a sec.
I'm muted because of echo. I can hear you.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So we'll time it like we usually do, okay? Okay, let me get this ready. Also, one last super chat. The Aquarian says, our Aryan culture got replaced by a Jewish one with Christianity. Okay. Let me turn this on here. I gotta get it pulled up, sorry. Okay, let's see. All right, you got it pulled up, Grace? You don't have to say anything. Just shake your head. You might have to move your camera up a little bit, though. Because you're so tall. Those legs. All right. Also, look at me. I'm like down here now when I'm sitting down. Holy shit. Where'd he go? Okay. All right, you ready? Okay. All right. We'll go on go. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. What a day on the kill stream, ladies and gentlemen. Get your fucking ass up and dance right motherfucking now.
Come out, Virginia, don't let me wait. You Catholic girls start much too late. Oh, sooner or later it comes down to fate.
I might as well be the one.
Well, they showed you a statue, told you to pray. They built you a temple and locked you away. Oh, but they never told you the price that you pay for things that you might have done. Only the good die young. That's what I said. Only the good die young. Only the good die young. You might have
Heard I run with a dangerous crowd. We ain't too pretty, we ain't too proud. Oh, might be laughing a bit too loud, but that never hurt no one.
So come on,
Virginia, show me a sign. Send up a signal, I'll throw you a line. The stained glass window, you're hiding.
Put me on, Ralph. Put me on.
Never lets in the sun. All right, bet.
Darling,
Only the good die young. Oh, what the fuck?
I tell you, only the good die young. Only the
of gold. But Virginia, they didn't give you quite enough information. You didn't count on me when you were counting on your rosary. Oh, you say there's a heaven for those who don't wait. And some say it's better, but I say it ain't. I'd rather laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints. The sinners are much more fun. You know that only the good die young. Oh, baby. I tell you, only the good die young. Only the good die young.
More gang up in this bitch!
Said your mother told me all that I could give you was a reputation. Oh, she never cared for me. But did she ever say a prayer for me? Oh, come out, come out, come out. Virginia, don't let me wait. You Catholic girls start much too late. Sooner or later it comes down to fate. I might as well be the one. You know that only the good die young. Tell you, baby, you know that only the good die young. Only the good die young. Only the good, only the good die young.
Grace Thorpe, Adam Green, live on the Kill Stream. Thank you, sweetheart. That was very nice. There's Adam. He came in with that key intervention there mid-song. Thank you for both of you coming out tonight. I appreciate it.
That was awesome.
That was
one
awesome.
thing we can keep with the Christianity is the Catholic schoolgirl. Those can stay. The rest has got to go. It can't be saved.
We can make an exception, I think. And if Adam allows it, then it's definitely allowable. Miss Thorpe, thank you very kindly for that.
Thank you. You're welcome. It's fun.
It's fun. Tell people where to find you.
Grace Thorpe, aka Joan, on YouTube. I dance, I sing, I talk to people. I have a crazy family. Check me out there. And Grace M. Thorpe on Twitter.
Very cool, and I appreciate you as always. Adam, tell them where to find you, sir.
NoMoreNews.org to find all the links. I'm on Twitter, Telegram, Odyssey, Rumble, and that's about it. That's where I'm streaming. You can find playlists. You can find tons of videos getting deeper into what I covered today, as well as news, interviews, debates, all types of stuff.
Adam is an OG like myself. As I said, Killstream Hall of Famer, first ballot. Both of you, lady and gentlemen, thank you so much for your appearance tonight, and I wish you the best, and I'll talk to both of you soon.
Later, man. Thanks, Grace. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Wow. Okay. That was wild. Just when I think we can't do a crazier dance number. We do. Also, I moved my camera off tilt, but I think it's mostly back. It's like I shifted the whole fucking thing. Okay. I may have gotten into the singing a little bit. I can't really sing worth a shit, but I love singing. But I love singing, you know what I mean? Also, I think I may my chair to lift it up a little bit. Okay. Did you enjoy? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? And I know some people were like, well, this debate, it's not, going the way I thought it would go, or it should be more serious. Look, dude, this was supposed to be a fun debate with it ending with us dancing. So, thank you, Big Tech. That makes me smile to see you say that. He said, great show, Ralph. We're all the way back. I think so, too. I really do. Oh, somebody said I'm not bad. You know what? You're lying, but I'll take that. Did I really sound good? Well, I've sang that song about 5,000 times. And so I did all right. Clip that, please, Persip. I always have fun with our little dance numbers there. And Adam had teased that that he might do that, but I didn't realize that the crucifix was that gigantic. So it did make it pretty funny. I was like broke character and started laughing myself when I saw that. Okay, not 5,000 times, but I've heard it many times and sang it many times. So there's Grace's links in the chat. Throw Adam's up too if you get a chance. You already got a clip. See, that's why he's a king. That is why he's a king. And he was right also. Grace did look pretty good in her uni. I think that was her best version of the uni right there, actually. And I saw some people suggesting Ben THORP versus Adam Green. I'm not against that. That was my first idea, actually. But I kind of wanted to put Grace in a prime spot there. And I know her styles. I don't take positions on who won. You guys know that. But I know her style's a little unorthodox. But, I mean, you could kind of see what she was trying to do there, right? And she did have a strategy. And so, you know, I think, again, I don't take positions on who won and stuff like that just as a rule. But she did have a strategy, and you could see what she was trying to do. And I thought, you know, it's the first time doing – I mean, she's done – panel debates and stuff like that and a couple debates here and there, but you know, on the KILLSTREAM it's a little bit different. It's kind of no training wheels basically, you know what I mean? It's just I don't step in to save. I did ask one question here or there, but I'm not going to save anybody, and it's kind of just no safety net. You just got to go. And so I want to give her a special credit there, and I thank her for coming on. Of course, Adam's a friend of mine, and I always thank him for coming on, but so, and I saw some people in the chat kind of could see what she was doing there. So, and other people just didn't like her, or they're Adam Green heads, and you know, they're rolling with their boy, which I understand that too. So, I thought it was pretty good though. I did want to keep it a little short. You know, I didn't want it to drift, and so we still got 30 minutes on the show. I kind of made that call during. That I kind of thought we'd go to 10, but it's like, I think that's good enough. And we'll end it with the wild dance number at the end. So I had a lot of fun with it. Today's show has been amazing. I know we had some technical issues, so we lost a few people, but it's been an amazing show today. What can I even do for 30 minutes? I don't know. I could turn back on the super chats, though. I mean, they weren't off, but you couldn't hear them, so my apologies. My apologies for that. And thank you for all the support today. But we're not quite done. I mean, you know, I promised to go till 10. So Ben versus Jay Dyer. You know, I wonder if Jay would do that or not. Just being invited on the KILLSTREAM alone is a W. Well, I think it's not a secret that I've you know, taken interest. Not like that, like some of the rumor mongers try to. Put out there, but you know, I want to give her some primetime spots here and give her a chance to shine. So can I just sing to you guys for 30 minutes? I could do that, but we would lose all the rest of our should we bean it up? I think that might be a fair request, actually. Then I got a couple timestamps. We could go through this Merge clip. Shout out to Merge if he's still watching. Very kind of him to drop by and throw a super chat in there, and I appreciate that. Put it out, based. I thought, see, I'm going to go back and watch it myself because I was focused on singing and kind of doing my own thing. Wow, you said my singing's on point? Okay. You know what? I'll accept it from you. I did think it was Keno, actually. I did. I have fun with that. That's another reason I bring her on, because I have fun. And we do our dance number and stuff like that. It's just kind of a fun gimmick that we do on the show. I think so, at least. Press D if you love the dancing. Press L if you hate the dancing. How about that? We'll do a poll. Press D if you love the dancing. Press L if you don't like it. And don't be afraid to press L if you don't like it. I'm not going to ban anybody or get mad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A tease? I'm not going to get mad or anything. I kind of just want to poll. I think it's fun. If you don't like it, that's fine. I'm not going to get mad at you. Huge D. Well, the D's have it. Mrs. Nige is the same dumb bitch that was telling me to call Leafy all day, so I don't take your vote seriously. No offense, but You seem like a Spurg. So there were a couple genuine L's in there, but overwhelming vote for D. Overwhelming vote for D. Call Leafy. Yeah, see? Don't stop. Don't stop now. Weed? What? Weed?
Bean Soy Beanley here, aka Matty Evans, the bulldog of the movement.
The
here.
bulldog of the movement!
The loner, incel, doomer, hetero gamer. I'm about to spit bars for real, for real.
Oh, shit.
Trailer park style. Hit it, Dalton. Bean in that. Bean that 12-year-old bitch. Bean in that. Bean in that lesbian. Bean in that goth girl. Hitting that bean. Jumping in that bean. Weed. Thumbing that bean. Cum in that bean. Dalton. Drumming that bean. Jew. Drumming that bean. Weed. Wilhelmina getting licky. It's peanut butter time. Take her to the bean. Beaning her some sausage. Lick. I seen Tomahawk Llama trying to outdo me in zoophilia. What the? Done with this incel shit. Where's that goth chick at? Weed?
Weed?
My ex-wife, nigga. Jew in this bean.
Weed?
Nigga trying to get some single mother estate. Got rejected. Can't trust no bitch. What's the pros and the cons of this next whore? Wasn't beating around till I was in my trailer. In my 40s streaming on Omegle. Found a 12-year-old. Ain't gonna skip. Getting horny. I'm gonna, bean it up. Bean it up. Bean it up. Bean it up. I was seeing my ex-wife in Dalton. Mad at myself that I wasted my time on Omegle. Dalton's wife had no idea what we did on the way to Chick-fil-A. And niggas want to play both sides. Is you gay or you bi? A lesbian could mix my mind to decide. Fuck her.
Dalton, no! God,
if they
no.
mess my Chick-fil-A up again, I'm gonna shoot myself. Open that dwarf door. Finna gonna order. I'm too small to reach the counter. F this. I'm too small for this world. But my bean says otherwise. Bow to become a monk after I bang this goth chick. Gonna live rest of my days beating it up. I'm beating the world, yeah. I'm beating my dog. Yum. I'm beating all on Omegle. Weed? No one's gonna stop me.
Weed?
Yeah. Bean it up. Bean it up. Bean it up. Bean it up. Weed?
Thank you, Matty Evans.
Weed?
Where is that picture from? You know, I will give him the slightest bit of credit. He did do pretty good at Ralph Mania, even though I've been dunking on him for 3 weeks straight. But, you know, we have to be fair. He did pretty good at Ralph Mania. Of course, it was my brainchild, and it was my idea, but whatever. Now, where do we even go from there? Like, I don't even know. I don't even know. How many of you came in late and didn't hear Baked Alaska? I don't know if that whole thing's been clipped, so I don't know if I can play that. I would just replay that because that shit was straight fire. That shit was straight fire. Yeah, that sounds about right, Russ. That sounds about right. By the way, if you're on the old channel, and there still are some people over there, subscribe to the new channel. I forgot to link it in the description, but it's been posted in there many times, and I'll post it again. You only heard the end. Yoba went off, dude. I wish I had a whole copy of it, but I don't know if I do. Of course, I maybe could just go back. I maybe could just go back in the stream. Nah, whatever. It'll be on the replay. You won't have to wait for it to process because it was in the last 4 hours, so you can actually just skip back and watch it after. And, of course, we'll clip it out. We'll clip it out for all you guys, too. The Gunt News Network got me. Well, you know what? They've been killing it. Do they really? Oh, maybe they will. Okay, I don't think they have it up right now. It's like, damn, do they? Let me show this tweet from Baked. He sent me this during the debate, by the way. I don't know if you could see that portion when I started cracking up. Let me pull this over here. Shit. Fuentes seething over the fact that Wurzel Root is fat and in public. Hit that fucking like button. That is correct. D Live doesn't have playback, I don't think. Well, I mean, you can play it after, whatever. I saw this though, dude. Holy shit. Yoba is hilarious on Twitter, so I would advise you follow him at Baked Alaska. Also, maybe I'll be taking a trip here pretty soon, but I don't want to spoil anything. What? What? We'll see. All right, now. Not confirmed. Not confirmed yet. There was actually. Do I have that? Let me see. I think I had it. Okay, let me see. Tell everyone to smash like for the all-timer debate. It was very unique. It was extremely unique, and I enjoyed it. All right, let's see. Okay, so some of this is kind of long. So, excuse me, I got to stop smoking again. God bless America. I smoked almost the whole pack the last day. I'm like, okay, it's getting out of control. All right, and I never smoked that much. Even when I smoked, I'm like, okay, it's getting. I'm gonna try to wean myself off and then stop again. It's like, okay, this is getting ridiculous. Smoking way too many cigarettes. Okay, let's see. 4. So we can play, let's see, the first part, 1759. Okay. Should we do a show tomorrow? Press S if you want a Saturday kill stream. Press S if you want a Saturday kill stream. We'll see what the vote is there. Okay, let's see. Okay, 1759. Oh, it skipped right there, didn't it? Oh, what? S is in the chat. Okay. I got enough stuff. Pretty sure I got enough stuff. We'll see. We'll see. Don't hold it against me, but I think we're going to do one tomorrow. I think. Tentative, yes.
Brand. Take as many hits as it has taken lately. I don't want to look. I don't want to get everybody's hopes up. I certainly don't want to make people think that, like, because I make some bad predictions sometimes. I'm wrong sometimes. Nick Fuentes, he's losing his mystique. It's the best way I can put it. He's losing his mystique. Nick used to have a certain like, how do I even describe it? Almost like a borderline, like a Voldemort vibe, right? Like, he was hilarious when lefties were scared of him, when Media Matters was going after him, when the ADL and the SPLC, it was very easy to go, look, fuck Nick Fuentes, but, at the same time, he should be alive. I would rather have Nick Fuentes and Owen Benjamin on fucking YouTube than have any of these other NGOs exist, period. So, but Nick always had a certain mystique that if he started fucking with you, remember the Groyper Wars, fucking with TPUSA, he was the invisible hand, like Don Callis style. He didn't even have to go anywhere. He was banned from all these things, but then he was having Groyper show up and ambush.
By the way, I see Nick, he says, Patrick Casey is being slapped and humiliated by Haz with a paltry 300 viewers as he denies being a white nationalist. Nigga, you just literally denied being a white nationalist on the fucking clip that we watched earlier.
Beautiful. There was a time when Nick Fuentes was feared. Not physically, obviously, but he was feared. He was feared in the amount of influence he had, but he's pretty much peaked. And he's been sort of on a slow decline, and now it looks like his brand is irreparably damaged. Because now even Valuetainment is dunking on him. I'm not even kidding you. Valuetainment brought Fuentes in to dunk on him. Fun fact, and Ralph actually pointed this out to me, or to everybody on Twitter, that who's one of Nick's who's the guy that Nick is using now as like his main second in command or whatever the fuck. Let me see. I gotta check Ralph's Twitter. It's one of Nick's guys that actually worked him into the thing.
Tenryo.
Let's see. Where is it? I forget. Somebody Tenryo. That's who it was. Tenryo, who's one of Nick's big, like, America First guys. Tenryo is the one that actually worked his ass off to get Nick an appearance on Valuetainment. Let's see how it went.
All right, so we know how it went, but 42. Let's see. Okay.
Shout out to the Ralph Mail. I got to give him credit, man. You know, I thought of this earlier tonight when I watched this segment. Ralph, I'll put it this way, right? At some point, I don't want to be around anymore. I'm like the fucking, I do have that sound drop, don't I? It's somewhere.
I don't want to be around anymore.
That's how I feel, Ralph. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm sick of the internet. It's not good. This fucking arc is not going to be as interesting as 2016. And honestly, I'd love to see our entire sector burn to the fucking ground. Make us all go back to get real jobs. I've come to realize that our god of destruction, that Shiva, has come in the form of the Ralph Mail. It's true. Shiva, the god of destruction. And how many people have said, I'm going to take Ethan Ralph out. What a gunt. What a low-cow faggot. Let's get the gunt. How are they all doing? How are they all doing? If he burns America First to the ground, we're getting there. We're knocking down more support beams. I want this whole fucking thing burned to the goddamn ground. Actually, you know what? I got a perfect clip to summarize who Ethan Ralph is turning into lately. Oh, that fucking squeak, man. I need a new desk, too. Everything's falling apart on me. Where's the little monologue? Because you guys know I love the Man in Black from Westworld. Westworld really did drop the ball in the last season, whatever, but this is all I could think of, right?
Of course, the world exists. They wanted a place hidden from God. A place they could sin in
This is how I look at Ralph now.
But we were watching them. We were tallying up all their sins, all their choices. Of course, judgment wasn't the point. We had something else in mind entirely.
Amen, brother. Get ready. This is Ralph.
I have received my judgment all the same, Morris, and I take issue with it. Because up until this point, the stakes in this place haven't been real. So I'm going to fight my way back and appeal the verdict. Then I'm going to burn this whole fucking thing to the ground.
That's how I feel like Ralph is right now. Ralph is the Man in Black in that scene when he's like, you know what? This thing that I'm burning this whole fucking thing to the ground. It's all a mistake.
All right, so there's one more drop from this. There's a few others, but we're. Oh wow, does he actually talk about The Wire? Okay, you know what? You're tempting me. Did he actually drop? Do you mean The Wire? You mean the show? Hold on. Is that what you meant? You know what? I might just have to play that tomorrow if we do the show. I'm actually like a super fan of The Wire. Why do you think I play Step by Step at the end of the show? Because it's the finale song from the first season of The Wire. Oh, dude, I might save those because it's like 20 minutes. Okay. They're so good. Okay, you know what? We'll save that for tomorrow because I am a fan of that show. But there's another one, 5317. Let's see. Okay, you know what? That tempted me though. I'm kind of tired. I need to get something to eat. Or else I just stay here till 11. All right, let's play this. I like Mersh's background a lot too. I always admire that.
It's a little bit of hype here.
Yeah, it's almost toward
Is
time.
this good? There we go. There we go.
Nicholas, remember what I told you. Remember what I told you. I said everywhere you go, everywhere all your associates go, everywhere you're unprotected, we're going to hit you with Ali Alexander. We're going to hit you with the fucked up things you've said about age of consent. We're going to hit you with every fucked up thing you've ever said or did. We're going to hang that like a millstone around your neck, around the necks of your followers, around the necks of your supporters. It doesn't matter who it is. If you back Nick Fuentes, you need to be taken down, period. That's the stance I'm on. And you saw it today. There's an undercover Ralph Amel everywhere you go. Please believe it, son. Please believe it. This is just the beginning. Yoba's free. The kill stream's on fire. And so is AF, but not in the good way. We're going to keep pushing until your entire...
Whoa. I missed something. Did he say... Wait, hang on.
The kill stream's on fire. And so is AF. But
I thought he said Yoba's on fire at first. And I was like, is he going in?
Not in the good way. We're going to keep pushing until your entire op is completely destroyed. You won't be able to run. You won't be able to hide unless it's over on deadcozy.tv. If you stay in your little hug box, maybe you can protect yourself. But every time you poke that head out, we're going to be there to slap it back down. Guaranteed.
Bravo, Ralph. Burn it down.
Bravo to you, Mersh. Been a friend of mine for a long time. And, I know there's competing allegiances amongst the audience and stuff like that, but colleague of mine, guy I respect. I know there's even some people come on the show don't like him or he doesn't like these people or whatever. But I've liked Mersh for a long time, so very kind of him. He's helped me with some stuff here on Rumble, too. So is Royce, actually. So shout out to both of them. A couple good guys. Okay, now let's see. Can I get this up on screen? Oh, it was a rough day for Base Brandt if you got here late. Oh, you go back. It was a rough day for Alex Davidson, Black Swan. His dating profile was discovered on CatholicMatch.com. Oh, it's tough. It's tough, ladies and gentlemen. I currently work in manufacturing at a biomedical company and have great benefits. I plan to move to an engineering position within the next 5 years. Let's see. Oh, Brandt, University of Alabama is not going to take kindly to your activities, sir. We'll see. We'll see what happens on that front. Alex Davidson, I don't think your job's going to take too kindly to your activities either. I ain't even doing shit, by the way. But I know some people are. What? I don't have to do anything. I just let it go. I just fucking pour the gasoline and let it go. And I watch it burn. And it's a beautiful sight. Thank you to SHAMOO for coming on today. Thank you to Baked Alaska for bringing the absolute fire during his appearance. Thank you to Miss, or Ms., however you want to say it. I prefer Miss, actually. Miss Grace Thorp in full Catholic schoolgirl attire. We had our debate. We had our dance. And thank you to Adam Green, because we couldn't have done the debate without him. And thank you to you, the Killstream audience. And we held about 900 still. So we lost a couple hundred there during the tech difficulties of the debate. I know that it was a little choppy here and there, the debate, but I still enjoyed it, and I really enjoyed the dance at the end. I really enjoyed the dance at the end. When debate come on? Let's see, about 3 hours ago, I think. About 3 hours back, maybe a little less. I think it was about 7:10, maybe. So maybe about 2 hours and 40 minutes, something like that.
A-hole
Oh, wow,
Anderson
thank you,
sent
man.
$25 top tier show Ralph, thoroughly enjoying the Killstream's resurrection. I never thought I could be so entertained by an Adam Green debate, so I guess miracles do happen. Grace W, keep up the top tier content, we're so freaking back.
We're here. We're here. Yeah, I think I will do a Saturday kill stream. You know what? I'll reach out and see if I can pull a couple people in. We'll see what I can put together. So if I call it off, you'll know why, but we'll see what I can put together for tomorrow. We'll see what pops up overnight.
Yeah. Now everybody telling me a lie. Know they give me something for my soul. See, I don't wanna think of suicide, so please don't take the lucky on my door. See, I've been tired of fucking all these girls, and I've been tired of spending all my dough. And if I get my story to the world, I wonder if they book me for a show. See, you can't handle pressure on your own. So
Yeah, if I don't do a show, expect to see me on other shows. I'm going to try to pop up some other places. But I think we'll probably do a show, but we'll see. Hit like, follow the fucking channel.
I know I'm not the only one alone. I know I'm not the only one that felt.
That torta is going to be so good tonight. I'm like, my stomach is growling ever since that dance. It's like, motherfucker, you better eat. Motherfucker, you better eat.
Look, now I'm praying that I make it 25. Baby, call the doctor for my health. You know it's kind of hard to say the drugs, cause I've been having problems with myself. And I've been asking questions, what is love? And they don't give me answers, just a check. And they don't know my issues as a child, cause I was busy cutting on myself. And hanging from the playground went wrong. Until you
Hey, L. Anderson, thank you for that late dono there. Well, it wasn't late, we're still on, but right at the end of the show. 25 spot, thank you for the dono earlier, too. Thank you for everything, everybody. I'm having the time of my life, and this is probably my favorite period of my professional career, if I'm being honest. And it feels like, I've said this before, but it feels like it all led to this. All the travails, all the personal problems as well, the foibles that I have dealt with my whole adult life in a lot of ways. You know, the people have come into my life, have left my life, etc. It just feels like it all led to this, to be honest with you. And I don't want to get too philosophical, but it feels like that to me. So I'm having a great time. Boneface is going to be on Monday. That's correct. On Tuesday, Nima Yemeni, and then on Wednesday, Sven Stoffels. But yeah, it does feel, and all the petty shit and all the nonsense, quite frankly, and it feels like it all led to this. Now, I don't, there's still some things to settle in personal life area, etc. But I'm having a great time, and I hope you are too. And I thank you once again, and I'll say it as I always do. It's an honor and a privilege to host this program and bring it to you almost daily. And it's the highlight of my life, really, this show and what I do here. And not that I don't love my children, I do. I know some people are going to take that out of context, but this is my passion. This is what I was born to do. And so I thank you for supporting me, because I could feel that and not have any support, and it wouldn't be reality. So I do feel like this is what I was born to do, and I thank you for giving me that honor and privilege and allowing me to do it. It is now 9:59 on the East Coast. I thank you, and I'll see you most likely tomorrow, but if not, definitely Monday, but maybe tomorrow. Now it's 10. Farewell. You know how it goes on the kill stream. One more for the live audience. It was going to be Icy Waves, but I played it earlier, so you know what it's going to be. Bye.
Step by step, all the happy saints go marching in. If a saint step out of line, you have to start again. 'Cause Jacob's golden ladder gets slippery at the top. And many a happy-go-lucky saint has made that long, long drop. If I'm late, don't wait. Go on without me. I may tarry a while. 'Cause I mean to know before I go, how come the devil smile? late, don't wait. Go without me. I may tarry a while, 'cause I mean to know before I go, how come the devil smiles? Free from care, free from fear, the saints are trooping in. Children play all around the throne, innocent of sin. A trillion voices sing the name the mortal may not know. In heaven's walls too high to hear the trouble down below. If I'm late, don't wait. Go